Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Corey's joining us in just a second here as I keep an eye on things down below. Oh, I got to move all of my stuff, too, don't I? Oh, yeah, on a Corey day, you got to make sure all this is moved over. There we go. Welcome to the show. Lots of stuff to talk about today. I think I'm feeling, wouldn't say I'm feeling worse than I have the last couple of days. I wouldn't say I'm worse, but I'm different today. I'm not feeling like bloated and shitty and all of that, but now I'm just feeling, I got quite a scare last night. I got, you know, when your knee joints and your ankle joints start like getting sore, and then like my skin was getting clammy, and then my stomach started hurting and my head started feeling weird. And I'm like, oh shit, not this. You know, that feeling where you get certain symptoms and you're just like, oh no. And then I woke up and I had that's still going on now. And I think my plan is distract myself with the show. If I'm not feeling like sick, like sneezing, coughing, stuff like that, like contagious type stuff, go to the gym, get some punching in, all of that stuff. And then, I don't know, just try to stay busy today instead of feeling achy and garbage and terrible and all that. But we'll see. We'll mind over matter the thing. We've got a lot of stuff to get around to today. We've got some personal news that I need to tell you about. We've also got the Rick and Morty stuff. We've got, if you live in Minnesota, and even if you don't, you're going to be interested in the story. We've got a $17 billion budget surplus, and they're going to give a whopping $4 billion back to the people if the governor gets his way. It's a joke. It really is. It's a joke. Brent with $5 says 8 p.m. Wednesday, Australia Day tomorrow. Our day for getting drunk. Oh, shit. Well, welcome, Australia. Thank you very much. We're starting today off on a nice little note. Also, thank you, Brian L., for the $20 over on PayPal. And, oh, my God, the mood dropping in $200. What a mensch. Jesus. Where does
get it.
Where does that put us? That puts us at, if I'm doing my math right here, about 110 to start the day. Jesus Christ, mood. Thank you very much for whatever extracurricular activities you may or may not be into. All right, there's Corey down on the Zoom. Clean-shaven Corey Adam. Welcome to the show, sir.
What up, dude? My video will be on and off in a second here.
Why?
Because I had Spectrum had to come out and like redo all the fucking stuff that was all their problem that I've been telling them for months was their problem.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry about that.
And so now I got everything else up, but I forgot that the light is on a Wi-Fi signal. So yeah, there it goes.
I can,
so actually, hold on. It'll be just a second.
I see. Okay. Yes, I agree with Omega Wolf. Corey looking sharp. The mood asks, so I'm a VIP now, right? I thought you already were, but if that's a new VIP thing, okay, then I'm sorry. Then I do have to take the 100 off. That's still great, but, you know, for the VIP part. All right, great. There we go. Okay, so we're 210 away from today's goal. Still very, very good. Thank you very much. We just got to take the VIP packaging purchasing stuff off of that, but thank you, pal. That is awesome and great to have the mood as a VIP, which, again, I thought you already were, but congratulations. Galloway Fam with $4.99 says, I know everyone hates DSP content, but you have to look at his recent rant about why the trolls prevent him from having kids. Classic, have a good stream. I mean, thank you, but I've kind of moved on from that DSP world. I don't know. That whole community kind of...
Bigger LOL pigs to fry.
Yeah, and well, not only that, but like I think we kind of you go in circles with that guy. It's the same complaint. Like I like having new complaints, you know.
Yeah, you can. That's why you circle back.
Yeah, and like with him, it's always the same stuff. And then with his community, like they're just sadists. I mean, they just like to beat the shit out of the guy for the same thing over and over. And you're just like,
Isn't there part of that that's kind of wholesome though? Like, you come in here and our chat is such a dick all the time, and then you go to other channels, you're like, oh, it's just the internet.
Right. You're just like, oh, that's just how this whole game works.
Yeah, well,
like King Louie says, is Tony Michaels still alive? Yeah, but he's just hosting like a lefty political talk show. I don't want to cut up a lefty political talk show every day and make fun of that guy, because then you got to make fun of every lefty talk show guy, and that's, in fairness, just exhausting. Hulkamasha Baby says, yeah, all these new Opie complaints. The Opie thing is personal because he was shitty to me. So he was a total dick. So that one's more personal, which is always fun.
It's only just business, Aaron. It's only just business.
Of course.
Breathe. It's only just business.
Thank you, Crowder.
How fucking dare you?
We'll play some Crowder in overtime later.
I'm leaving.
Today.
How dare you?
Look, I understand. I get it.
I gotta go start my car.
All right. You and Johnny both with that I gotta start my car thing. It's not going away, and it's funny, and then like it's funny, but it makes my stomach hurt at the same time. I'm just like,
that's what makes it extra funny for us.
Right, because I lived the moment, and it was the moment in my head where I went, I have to have a talk with him after the show today. Because it was like that combined with, like, I was doing all the talking and everything else. I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to send him a text today and be like, dude, you got to level with me. Are you okay? Because we're just getting into the big moment of the show, and then I'm going to go start my car. It's like, oh, well, yeah, you're right. You know what? Fuck this. This isn't important. People are saying that Opie's having a meltdown on his stream. Do you want to start with some Opie today? You want to see what Opie's doing?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a warm-up.
I go back and forth with Opie because, yes, let's do it. But it hurts my heart because it's like I just want to shake him and be like the opposite of the contender. You used to be somebody.
Yeah, right? Well, let's see. Because Turtle says that he's having a meltdown. Let's see.
Would have no idea. I mean, you might see, like, I have headphones all over the place from my years doing radio. Oh. Now my family makes fun of me because I'm pretty much I'm not deaf, but I've certainly have lost a lot of my hearing from
Turtle. That's not him losing his mind
over the years.
That's just
him talking.
Yeah, it's just Opie being boring like usual. That's harmless. Boring Opie is just
without headphones, and I finally got there.
Is he shooting this in a homeless shelter?
Different.
Yeah, well,
on just
he does this from his apartment. And he just has his phone. He uses his phone, and he films in his apartment, and he just talks at it every morning for 30 to 50 people. And, there's your Opie show.
I did all the radio. Most of the radio I did with Anthony, because this is
Steel Toe would help him have fun. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Turtle. I appreciate that. But he says, give it a sec, watch the chat. No, I see it. I don't feel like organizing an Opie day today. I want to let the Opie thing breathe. I want to be able to keep it on the shelf like a good book, and I want to bring it out when I need it. Like it's a feel thing for me, and I just don't feel an Opie day today. That's all.
Not feeling it.
Yeah, I'm just not feeling Opie today. Maybe it's my stomach and joint issues that I'm having right now. I really hope I'm not coming down.
Stomach and joint issues?
I really feel like
Are you pregnant?
You know that feeling you get when you're getting sick and your knees and your ankles start to like get sore?
You know what you do then, man? Then it's zinc and vitamin C, and a lot of the times you can avoid getting sick.
Right. That's my thing. Is I'm like, I don't feel sick like in the face and in the like a little stomach, a little knees, a little ankles. It started last night, and I'm like, you know what? I can stave this off. I can stave off the actual sickness thing.
For me, it always starts like kind of like way up in my nose, like in my sinuses. And then it was like the moment that happens, you're just like, oh shit, vitamin C and zinc all over.
Yeah, that shit feeling where you're not sick yet, but you're getting all the symptoms. Yeah, Walls Balls, shut up. He goes, Aaron has COVID started. This is how I feel every time I start getting COVID. The only thing that's different is that I usually have a sniffle and a cough first. That's why I think that's not what this is.
You're like one of the only people I know that's gotten COVID repeatedly without getting vaxxed.
Wow, so I'm a special case. Yeah, I've had it twice.
You're a rarity.
I had it like right at the beginning. I had it in July of 2020, so I had it like 4 months in, and then sometime last year, I had it again. But
did it suck less the second time around?
From what I remember,
No, because you're a giant vagina when you're sick, like all of us.
Yeah, that part too. But also, the first time was worse because I remember I was sitting there in the studio back when we were on radio, and I didn't know what COVID felt like, and I had the worst goddamn hip pain I've ever had in my entire life. I'm lying down on the ground during commercial breaks, and I'm trying to do different stretches to loosen up my hips. I had Dr. Dave do chiropractic shit on the air because my hips and my knees were so bad. I'm like, hey, let's see if this works. Only to find out a couple days later, I had to tell my chiropractor, I'm like, yeah, the reason I was sore like that was because I have COVID. So thanks for all the work you did on my COVID body. But
also, you should ask your wife if you can be an adult and join the show sometimes.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, if you could ask your wife if it's okay that you hang out with us. Turtle says I was trying to pressure him into saying steel toe and get him to laugh at Zumach. He timed out me for mentioning Chet. Well, yeah, of course. That's why I said I didn't want to really fuck with Opie today because we got a lot of stuff today, and we're going to get into all of it, and Opie wasn't really...
I read that prep sheet. Throw it away. All Opie, all the time.
Yeah, Opie isn't really in the cards today. If that's something you like doing, Turtle, and you find something good and you want to shoot it over to us, hey, be my guest. But we're off to a great start today. Turtle becoming a VIP, 205 away. Speaking of 200, let's get this thing up to 200 likes before the end of the first hour. Of course, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and everything else. All that stuff is good. Okay.
40.
I have my Twitter account locked for the next 10 hours.
What?
Yeah.
How?
It's Elon Musk's new free speech app now, Twitter. It's all
What'd
big
you do? What'd you do?
Well,
what
I did was during the beginning of the Crowder Daily Wire thing, Jeremy from the Quartering, tweeted something out just totally sucking Crowder's dick. Like he is such a Crowder simp.
It is crazy how much this turned into a weird right-wing simp turf war, right?
Yes, that is my favorite. Actually, it's funny you said that. That's my favorite part of the whole Crowder Daily Wire thing is just watching so-called conservatives.
Dude's I recorded this guy who thought we were friends, and he's pissed off at me because I leaked it to the public. What's up with that?
Yeah. Oh, I'm a victim here, and I'm trying to fight for a movement in a country, you Canadian grifter. Shut up. Well, anyway, the Quartering started simping for him, and I retweeted it, and I wrote, keep sucking Crowder dick, you coffee shilling hack. And
can't do that.
Well, that was the tweet. And then this morning I wake up and that's targeted harassment.
You want to know the best part about that?
What?
His bitch ass reported you. That's the only way they find it.
Well, and now here's the. I was going to title today's episode. I titled it R.I.P. Rick and Morty instead, but I was going to title it "Did Quartering Get My Twitter account Locked?" But I felt that was too catty. So instead, I'll just talk about it and say this. I don't think that the new Twitter saw that tweet and just plucked it out of nowhere and went, oh, well, that's a terrible tweet. This guy's got to go for 12 hours. We got to put him on timeout and make him. First of all, I had to delete the tweet, and then they lock you for 12 hours.
It's so fucked up that they make you delete it before they activate the rest. Do you see? It's like rubbing your nose in it. Do you see how that was targeted harassment? Do you see it?
Yeah, right. So I get that. I delete the tweet. I'm locked for 12 hours. And the first thing I thought was, well, Jeremy reported me for that tweet. Jeremy from the Quartering reports the tweet. Twitter looks at it and they go, oh, tisk, tisk, tisk. You have to sit in timeout, young man. But then I realized Jeremy's suspended from Twitter at the moment. So unless he tweeted it before he got suspended from Twitter, I really don't know if that was him. So I'm not really sure if Jeremy...
Well, I mean, it was one of his people. I mean, in the same way where if a bunch of steel toe people reported somebody or whatever, that would be on us.
Yeah. Stoned Mexican guy showing up in the chat. I knew he'd be back. He's a big fan of our show. He says the Jersey grifter crying about grifters, okay. Swap meat red bar hasn't changed. You know, I will say, Stoned Mexican Guy, I resent the swap meat red bar thing because we actually talk about things on this show and we're funny. So I don't really know where we're like red bar in any way, shape, or form.
Swap meat red bar? So you just mean red bar?
Yeah, I don't really know if red bar's high class there, Stoned Mexican Guy. I don't think you can have a swap meat version of something that's already kind of swap meat as swap meat almost.
He also said, who's the fat guy with the Pee-wee Dough mustache?
Oh, Pee-wee Dough. You're a Pee-wee Dough?
Yeah.
I don't want to. Look, I don't employ.
I think he's trying to say pedo. Oh, he did spell it, but he spelled it with dough. Ask your mom; she knows who I am.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, Stoned Mexican Guy, you're gonna figure out this whole spelling thing. I'm gonna go ahead and
this picture though. I bet he's gonna be a fan.
He is a fan. Oh, Stoned Mexican Guy's been around for a while. He loves watching this show. He enjoys our program. He just can't bring himself to admit it. It's the emotional damage.
Sad to watch people live in denial like that.
It is. So, I don't know. I don't want to be a guy. I hate it when people come out and they go, oh, so-and-so targeted me, especially when the person they're accusing of targeting them is a lot smaller than them. I feel like it's some kind of like ploy they're working. So I don't want to say that Jeremy from the Quartering reported my tweet and got me suspended for 12 hours on Twitter. But I will say, as a guy who likes this kind of stuff, it would be kind of fun if he did.
If you just buy that blue check mark, this would never happen.
That's true. A lot of people are starting to see that old Elon Musk, Mr. Free Speech, Mr. I'm going to make Twitter a new and different thing. New boss starting to seem a little like the old boss. I know a couple of people, including Jeremy, have gotten their accounts suspended, and they don't know when they're getting it back for talking about this Eliza Blue woman who's been.
I know, like the practices stuff that. Like how they suspend and the algorithm stuff, they didn't do anything to that,
Right.
You and I were talking about that when he first took over. Like everybody that thinks it's going to be this new thing, when I knew it was going to be the same old is when he refused to unban Alex Jones because he had like a child tragedy or something. So he really resonated with Sandy Hook, which again,
right.
His platform, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But don't say you're this bastion of free speech if you're literally not going to unban one dude because of a vendetta, and then you unban Kanye, he puts a swastika and you ban him again.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, his whole thing, he said, if you haven't committed a crime on Twitter or something, or if what you did doesn't rise to the level of a crime, then I'm going to unban you. And a lot of that stuff, a lot of those people who didn't commit
what does
crimes,
that even mean, though?
Yeah, I don't know. But a lot of those people haven't been brought back. So that was kind of bullshit. And now people are getting. Then there was the suspension of people who just talked shit about Elon Musk. A few people were shitting on Elon Musk, like high profile people, and he suspended them from Twitter as well. So I don't know. It just goes to show. Look, like you said, if you pay $40 billion for something, you get to run it however you want. However, if you're going to make these big promises, you have to follow through. Otherwise, nobody would fault you for not making those promises because they're like, hey, you paid $40 billion for it. You can treat it however you want. So just my thing with Elon Musk is don't make the promises. Run it however you want to. Do it however you want, and then you don't have to face the, people shitting on you for when you don't do these things. Scram Inc. says Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, Sam Hyde. I didn't know Nick Fuentes, but Sam Hyde I was aware of.
Really? Sam Hyde's back. Is he tweeting?
Sam Hyde got himself unbanned, baby.
Oh, wow. Sam Hyde. If I do a little search here. Oh, I didn't know that was his account name. Do they let you say that one anymore? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I can't follow him yet.
Okay, well he was
I can't follow him for 10 hours and 24 minutes. That'll be the first one I follow when I get my Twitter back. Well, that's the childish Twitter news that's going on today, at least in my end of the world. In the other in other parts of the entertainment world, Rick and Morty is Like you're a big Rick and Morty guy. What is this? Is this a dead man walking situation? Like we have the awkwardness of like watching this corpse stagger around for a little while before it dies?
I don't know. Honestly, with Broylan and Harmon, they had such a big staff for the last 2 seasons that the amount of work that they were doing themselves is questionable. So I'm not sure about that. But the interesting thing is that he is the voice of both Rick and Morty.
Right. And they're going to recast it. Like they're not even.
Right.
So they got renewed for another season by Adult Swim.
I hate when fucking like channels do this. And like, I'm not saying that they should have done this over a domestic abuse charge or whatever. I don't know the situation. It's fine. But I hate when they virtue signal, we're getting rid of this and that. But he's the creator and he's like the guy, like, all you're doing by continuing the show is putting more money in his pocket.
Yeah, because and
that's like if you were really doing it to punish him, you would cancel the show, but then you would lose money, so you're not going to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, does he? I guess he makes money. Well,
yeah, he created it.
But does Adult Swim?
Even if they axe him out, they still have to pay him. It was the same thing with Roseanne. When Roseanne got kicked off Roseanne, she was still getting royalties off the Connors.
That's true. You still have to pay the guy if you cut him loose. Okay. But they're recasting the voice. The only thing they did that I thought made this not like a phony virtue signal canning is that they're not going to use the voice stuff he did for this next season. They're going to completely strip it down, recast it, and let somebody else do it. I think they would have looked really bad and really phony if they would have done a thing where they go, oh, yeah, this domestic abuse stuff, it's really terrible, and he's an awful guy, and we're getting rid of him, and he's gone. And then you go, oh, but, he's already recorded this shit, so we might as well air it. And then after that, you'll never hear from the guy again. Like, at least
except for the fact that he has 2 other shows. He just had one of the biggest video games drop like a month ago. I mean, it's really funny that they think that this is going to stop anything.
Well, he's just out at Adult Swim. I know Adult Swim cut ties with him. And as far as all of the other stuff and who they're going to cast, I have no idea. I'd imagine that Rick and Morty's become popular enough that there's a lot of people who have developed, like voice actors who can do a Rick and Morty impression that's good enough where it won't change the show too much.
Yeah, but then you get into the whole, like, you can do a voice impression, but can you act? Because that kind of seems to be the big thing. When they replaced Kermit the Frog, right? His kid could do a Kermit the Frog voice, but he wasn't a good actor.
Or like, the Simpsons have gone through a couple Homer Simpsons, and they sound completely different. Like
Is that true?
Yeah, you remember the old Homer Simpson? It was like the first, I don't know how many seasons it was.
Yeah, it may be the first year, but Dan Castaneda has been there forever because he does all of them. He does Moe, Grandpa, the comic book guy, Wiggum, Homer, Barney. Homer. He's been there since the beginning.
The first Homer Simpson voice sounded terrible.
Well, the first, why all those first voices sounded bad?
Why?
Because originally it was a short on Tracy Ullman, so they carried over a bunch of the voice talent that first season because they didn't know how they were going to animate all the episodes they needed to.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So then maybe the first Homer I'm thinking of was not from The Simpsons. Maybe it was from the Tracy Ullman
I'm pretty
show.
sure has been there the entire run of it being on Fox.
Okay, yeah.
He did a different voice, though. Like, I mean, the voice has changed, but it's the same guy.
Okay, yeah, this is the one I'm thinking of.
Well, good night, son.
Dad?
Yeah, that's Dan.
What is the mind? Is it just a system of impulses, or is it something
I don't want to
tangible?
show it because it's easy to
Relax. What is mind? No matter. What is matter? Never mind.
Thanks.
Oh, that might. You know what? That might be the same
that's
guy.
Dan Castaneda.
He's just
for sure.
doing a different voice. Okay.
Yeah. The voices evolve and stuff, but yeah, they did all that.
Serial Killer says Homer changed up his voice around season 3 when the animation improved. Okay.
Season 2, and yes.
Okay, and the reason they have to find a new voice for Roiland anyway is because they've been renewed through season 10.
Yeah, they already paid him for that 70 episode. This is why I hate this shit, right? They already paid him. He's got a 70 episode contract. He's one of the creators.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. You're taking it. If this were a movie, like a live action movie, I would be more okay with it. But you're talking about a cartoon voice. So what? You're going to bring in, you're literally going to pay another person to do this job you're already having to pay this other person for because he's under contract.
Right.
And nobody like aside from people like us that are in the news or like, you know, on radio having fun or whatever it is, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's watching Rick and Morty going, oh, I bet this voice actor is this guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Adult Swim. Oh, and by the way, his video game place, I guess he resigned from that too.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So he's out there too. Well, I mean, look, you've got, he kind of got hit with a double whammy. On one hand, he's up on domestic violence charges where he could go to, if he's found guilty, I think the maximum is like 7 years in prison. And then you've got the DMs and the texts that have been leaking about him being very gross towards underage chicks. And
yeah, is it weird that that's the one that gets me?
No, I think that's fine.
I have tons of friends who have had some crazy girlfriends who have cried domestic violence after I watched them punch them in the mouth over and over again.
Yeah.
Like the girl, like I specifically, my buddy who we used to call Bundy because he looked like Bud Bundy. He basically got a mail order wife. I ever tell you this story? Is so fucking funny. I was working at a timeshare place of all places, and this dude got a mail order bride from Russia, and she wasn't that attractive, but she was big, and he was a smaller guy, and she used to beat the fucking brakes off him. And it's like, it's funny, but it's also sad because he would go to the cops, and they would come, and she'd act all innocent and shit, you know, and they don't believe you because you're the dude. And so, you know, that doesn't bother me. The pedophile stuff, like, Jesus, dude.
Yeah, that's the part that gets me too, because like you said, with domestic violence and stuff, there's only two people who know what happened. You know, the two, and they both have a different story of what happened and how it happened.
Unless it got carried away, then only one person knows.
Yeah, right. Then like only OJ knows. But with the stuff that we can have right out in front of us, the screenshots and what he was saying to teenagers and shit like that. That's the one where the courts can decide on the domestic violence thing. They can sort that out. But we can all see the creepy tweets and the creepy DMs with our own eyes and go, oh, God, there's no context in the world that's saving this guy on that. And, you know, there's no charges, I guess, you can really bring him up on. Yet, I suppose. But like,
pirateering.
Yeah. So to me, the DM one is the worst one. But at the same time, the legal one, I think, is the one that Adult Swim separated themselves from him for. Because I think that's the one that legally can put them in a bind. I mean, the DMs...
especially they're a Cartoon Network, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when Twitch overreacts or you know, calling it Sims, like, they're trying to protect kids. Like, it's weird.
Yeah. I just...
gotta protect the kids on the hot tub streams, Aaron.
So how dedicated are the fans? Are they dedicated to Roiland or are they dedicated to the characters? How's this going to go?
I can't speak for anyone else but myself because I do love Rick and Morty. I don't really give a shit as long as the episodes keep being good.
Okay. So you'll just kind of adjust to whoever does the voices next?
Yeah. I mean, unless they suck.
Right. Well, who did the bulk of the writing? Harmon or Roiland or their staff?
That's the question, and I think they've been gradually doing less and less of the writing because their staff has gotten more and more.
Yeah.
But we'll know the first time an episode airs without them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The next season should tell us a lot about, you know, who was doing the bulk of the work. I mean, if they can move on without him, I mean, that's a win-win for that show because
theoretically you should be able to move on without him pretty easily with the cartoon. But again, you have him in a 70 show contract. You have to pay him. And he's the creator. He owns the property. I mean, they own the property, but he owns the rights to it, like for creative.
Well, did they sell the rights though to Adult Swim for the duration of the contract? Like, I have a hard time believing.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, right?
Yeah, I have a hard time believing Adult Swim wouldn't own the rights to Rick and Morty while the contract is going.
I would be surprised if they didn't get the rights back in one of the many renegotiating periods with their contract, though, because it was the #1 show on the network.
Hulkamasha Baby says, I didn't know who did the voices before this, so I'm character loyal. There you go. Union Jack says, fans are crazy dedicated. I don't know how much to Roiland after this. Right. I don't hear a lot of Rick and Morty fans defending the guy. So maybe they'll kind of just be glad that he's gone in a weird way. Turtle says, I care more about him DMing kids. If that's true, I have very specific opinions.
Yeah, 100%.
Shot Out and Tired says adult Rick and Morty fans most likely support NAMBLA. Well, I mean, we could definitely do some audience research on that and get back to you. Sure, we'll take a look. Dan Harmon has the Turtle says Dan Harmon has the 70 episode deal. I could be wrong. Well, if he didn't before, he does now. Nilbog Milk says first they take away House of Cosby's, and now Rick and Morty. Sucks, that ruins a piece of shit. Sucks, that ruins a... All right. Bumbaclo says, I've seen a lot of predator catching videos where the predator is wearing a Rick and Morty shirt. Scooby Jooby Jew says all above the line people get paid.
Wait, what was that name again?
Scooby Jooby Jew.
Oh, that's so funny.
Says all above the line people get paid for the length of a show if they worked on the pilot. Okay. That's I'm going to take your word for it because I don't know any better. I am
the reason why I think that they still own it is because like it's in the credits, you know? Like the created by underneath. I mean, how many years did MTV avoid giving Mike Judge that same credit?
Oh, did they really?
Oh yeah, that's a big thing. Like if you look at the Beavis and Butthead stuff that came back now on Paramount, it says Mike Judge all over it, but he wasn't allowed to put his name on it when it was on MTV. It says MTV's Beavis and Butthead, but now it says Mike Judge's Beavis and Butthead.
Mike Judge is one of those guys who's like he doesn't take a lot of swings, but when he does, he hits a home run. Like you got Beavis and Butthead, but then you've got Idiocracy, obviously. And what's the other kind of cultural commentary movie he made?
Office Space?
That was Office Space. That was the other one. Yeah. So like Mike Judge doesn't put a lot of shit out there.
Silicon Valley is him too.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah, every time.
Or Tours from the Road or Stories from the Road. You ever watch that? That's a great show.
I don't know that one.
They did like somebody put animations to all these crazy road stories from bands. They got like Rick James and all kinds of stuff. It was a really good show. You'd like it. Serial Killer says, so you'd watch Family Guy without Seth as Peter. I don't watch Family Guy to begin with, but
Family Guy sucks, bro.
I think Seth MacFarlane is a bigger part of Family Guy than Justin Roiland is Rick and Morty.
I mean, he is Rick and Morty, though.
Okay. No, I know he's Rick and Morty, but like, not only is Seth MacFarlane like,
he's also like a bunch of background characters like that too, though. I don't know, like we could stack dicks all day, but I mean, like a lot of like the Meeseeks is him. A lot of the like background characters are them. So it's I don't know.
But Seth MacFarlane, I think, does a lot of the hands-on like writing and production and all of that.
So did Broyland early on. Again, I'm not sure how much they're doing now of that, but if it's like it was early on, him and Harmon, because that's why it took so long to get Rick and Morty's, because nobody could work with Harmon because he was a drunken dickbag.
Could you do South Park if Trey Parker had to leave?
I think as long as it's a cartoon, you can do it if anybody leaves. I mean, shit, they put John Lovitz in News Radio. Shut up, we're fine.
Yeah, how'd it go?
I mean, they made it 2 seasons.
Did he do 2?
I think they made it 2, yeah.
Okay. How'd Sheen do?
Maybe not. Maybe just 1.
How'd Sheen do when he had to do Spin City? Did that make it more than 1?
Probably did better than when what's his name came and filled in for him on that stupid 2 Dudes show, right?
Oh, Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, Ashton Kutcher.
I think, yeah.
2 Men and a Baby or whatever the fuck it was called.
How many seasons was John Lovitz on News Radio? 5? No, that had to be News Radio's total run. Yeah, that was their whole run. Okay.
If it's just 5 seasons, then probably 1.
Yeah, it was at News Radio. What was the line? Andy Dick was being a dick to John Lovitz, and he told John Lovitz, like, you shouldn't be here. And
he said, well, if you didn't give his wife cocaine, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you hadn't given Lynn coke, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
If you're Andy Dick and you're on the set of that show, I think you tread about as lightly as a human can possibly tread. But then again, that's never been Andy Dick's style. I've heard that from people that John Lovitz, like if he doesn't like someone, he can be a fucking dick to him.
Well, he really hated Andy Dick. And then after Phil died, he really blamed Andy for that. And it was like, we did a whole thing on it, and it's just the amount of visceral like hatred he has for Andy Dick is pretty impressive from a guy who's known for being a dick.
Yeah, because John Lovitz hated him even before Andy Dick.
Right. Like that's the thing. Yeah, Lovitz hated him before
the Phil Hartman stuff. And then I suppose they really fucking hated him after. Yeah. So there you go. Rick and Morty, no more Justin Roiland. We'll see. I'm sure. Look,
the show is like by far the biggest thing holding Adult Swim up, so I don't think it's going to go away. It'll just be interesting to see because that's a very temperamental fan base. It'll see how they react. It'll be interesting to see how they react to.
It's one of the highest rated shows on all of cable, not just Adult Swim. I mean, it's one of the biggest. I mean, whether you like or dislike Rick Morty is irrelevant. It's escalated to that point where it is pop culture. Simpsons are like that. Family Guy. I'm not a big Family Guy person, but like you hear people quoting Family Guy all the fucking time.
Some people were saying
I always hated that show. Is that weird? People get all on me for that one.
Family Guy? No.
Yeah, it's just boring, and they like to repeat the same joke over and over again.
I don't like Family Guy, but my reason is so childish and stupid. It's because South Park went after them, and I was a big South Park guy, so I picked my sides. It's like Tupac and Biggie for nerdy white guys. And
that's why I hate Red Hot Chili Peppers, because they had a big grudge with Faith No More for a second. I'm like, you're going after Mike Patton, fuck you.
Is that amazing?
And then as they got bigger, they got shittier. So it, like, time proved me right on that one.
Right, like, isn't it amazing that all of these things, like millionaires feud with each other, we pick sides, and it has nothing to do with us. You could just enjoy them both.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can't though, because you're rolling with that. It's like another one that I remember is Slipknot had a big beef with Guar, so fuck them.
Yeah, see, like you ride with your guys.
Yeah.
Lummy says like Eminem and ICP. Yeah, like I've hated ICP forever.
I didn't even know those two had beef.
Oh God, on the Marshall Mathers LP, Eminem went hard.
Hot take. I don't really like Eminem either. Like, he had that one good album, and then it's just kind of been like, yeah, I get it. You're a white guy that can rap. Now say something relevant.
The first album was okay. The second album was one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time.
That's the one that has like the song, right?
Yeah, it has the song.
My Name Is and shit.
No, My Name Is the first one. The second one is like the real Slim Shady and The Way I Am and all that shit, and Stan. And Kill You and Criminal.
So that album is okay, and that's as close as I got to liking Eminem.
I will give the Eminem Show, that's a decent album too. I think he had 3 good ones, and after that, I honestly, for me, after 2004, Eminem's been shit. I think Eminem's been shit for 20 years.
See, and again, for me, I think that album that everybody loves is just okay, so he's been shit for me the entire time.
Yeah. See, to me, Eminem is like, I really loved James Toney as a fighter in his prime, but when I found out he was still fighting in like 2019, I was like, all right, I think we can be done now, guys. It's been long enough. That's like when I hear, oh, Eminem's releasing a new album. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this?
Because he has more to say about President Trump, Aaron.
No, but he doesn't. That's the amazing thing. Like, when Machine Gun Kelly made that song about Eminem and he had that line, you fucking dweeb, all you do is read the dictionary and stay inside. It's true. Like, every verse he does on any one song, it's just him rapping as fast as he can and reading thesauruses and finding synonyms that rhyme with the, I mean, it's just, he's not saying anything. It's just, oh, look, aren't I good? It's like, Eminem... Like, Eminem's one of these guys where his fans and TV shows and musicians get this way. Like, the fans understand, like, at some point you become a product, and the fans of your product understand the product better than you do. Remember that scene in The Founder where Michael Keaton is in the bathroom with Nick Offerman, and he's just bought McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and Michael Keaton gets asked by Nick Offerman, you came through our restaurant. We gave you the grand tour. Why didn't you just take our idea and open your restaurant? And he goes, how many people you give that tour to? 100 maybe? How many of them opened restaurants? How many of them failed? He goes, I needed McDonald's because it has that special thing. And Nick Offerman, the guy who created it, his character goes, and what's that? And he goes, see, you don't even know what it is. And I feel like that's like Eminem and these other artists, like they get so big and their fans become like Ray Kroc and they have a better understanding of what made them good and what their product was than the actual person who created it.
It's interesting.
Someone asking me
you think Eminem is that?
I do. I think Eminem is that For sure. We Todd, it says, Aaron, you definitely bleached your hair in high school. I did not.
Yes, you did. You were in a boy band. You absolutely did.
I did not. Look, there are things I will cop to. I never bleached my hair, and I never wore the wife beater by itself. I promise.
So here's just a quick. Oh, it won't even let me paste it. So I had a quick little list of all the voices he did because I wanted to know. But it looks like he's got about 20 or 30 voices that he does on that show.
Oh, shit.
So good luck.
Yeah, they're going to have to hire multiple
people. Two of them being Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith.
Well, I guess the good thing for Adult Swim is they can break up all that Justin Roiland money and they can give it to multiple people to do those voices instead of one. I don't know. So then, when one of them,
they're also going to break it up in the writing room because he is billed as first writer on this new season still on IMDb.
Look, it sounds like an uphill battle. That's for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like we're getting News Radio season 5.
Yeah. I hope you don't get Scrubs season 8.
I never watched that.
Ooh.
So here's a fun thing about Scrubs season 8 is that they skipped like half a season in the transition because it skipped channels, right? Didn't it go to a different channel?
Here's what happened with Scrubs. So they had a last season on NBC. Then ABC picked it up, and they did a really good season on ABC. They brought in, like, Courtney Cox and some other people, and they had an amazing finale. And they said, you know what? ABC went, we got shit for shows, Scrubs. Why don't you bring it back for one more season? And, like, half to two-thirds of the cast went, look, we want to go cash out on this Scrubs thing, and we want to go try to see if we can make a couple movies. Zach Braff was writing movies. John C. McGinley's like, I can go back to doing movies again. And so ABC went, yeah, but we really fucking need the Scrubs numbers. Nobody watches us. And they went, all right, fine. How about we make it like a learning hospital and we bring in like Saved by the Bell, the new class. And they made a season of that, and it was shit. It was really bad.
The only two people they brought back were Belding and Screech.
Yeah, I mean that's basically it. Yeah.
And they also had the funniest thing about the Saved by the Bell shit was like they had two separate spin-offs that they couldn't get most of the cast for. Because like the college years had Zach and Slater.
And Al Golick.
Yeah.
Bob Golick. That's Bob
Golick, yep. And then the other one had Screech and Belding. I think Screech was in both, actually, now that I think
Screech
about
was in both, yeah.
It's just really funny because they're like, all right, we'll spot you a Screech, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Scrubs did. I think they had like a Kelso, and I don't know who else they got, and the rest was new, and it was bad. No, it wasn't Mike Golick, you guys. Mike Golick is the radio guy. His brother Bob.
And Bob Golick is the NFL guy.
Was the Saved by the Bell, the college
Raiders?
years.
Is that who he played for? The Raiders?
Raiders? Bob Golick was a Raider. Yeah, it was. It was. Oh, that's right. Dave Franco was in the last season of Scrubs. I forgot about that.
Is that real?
Yeah, James Franco's brother starred in the last season of Scrubs. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. It was really bad. Scrubs is the only show that you'll find in a countdown of like the best finales ever because they had an amazing finale on NBC. Then they tried to risk it and come back for a season on ABC, and they made it work, and the finale was awesome. And then you'll also find them on the list of worst finales of all time. And that would be their final season. It was, and it was slow motion too. Like, as soon as they announced they were doing that 8th season, Scrubs fans, because that was a big one, Scrubs fans were like, no, don't. This is a terrible fucking idea. And they did it, and it wasn't like, oh my God, our show's coming back. This is going to be great. It was met with, this is going to be shit. Then it came out and it was shit. And it was
Wait, you mean people were hating on it? That never happens. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually people, when their show comes back, there's that honeymoon period.
Yeah.
Scrubs didn't even have that for their second ABC season. People like, terrible idea. Don't do it. And ABC went.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I even watched that second to last season. Maybe I'll go back and watch that. Because my whole thing is if a show stops making episodes and then they get picked up by another channel and go there, I never watch it when they get picked up.
I've watched maybe
statistically, it's like a Arrested Development, right? It's picked up, it's on Netflix. Never watch them. Don't give a shit. They don't have the cast. Right. They're on a different if they don't have the cast and they're on a different network, it's not the same show.
Yeah. Well, and then like April and I were starting to watch Scrubs, and she was into it, and I think we're only like a season and a half away from the good ABC season, which I've never seen in its entirety. So I'm kind of excited to get to that. We're
It'll be interesting after you watch it to see if you think it's the good season.
It's still, I will say, the NBC season's still a very good show. I still enjoy it.
It was great. Like early on, it was awesome.
Yeah. Scrubs was cool in high school, but it didn't work out after that, says Stevie J. To each their own. I watch it now, and it's still, I mean, some of the deepest.
That janitor still cracks me up. They have him in reruns every now and again. I'll catch one here and there, just a little bit in part. And that janitor still makes me cry laugh most of his lines. Like just how absolutely demonic he is. It's hilarious.
Right. The very first episode, it was like, the door's busted. Maybe somebody stuck a penny in it.
Did you stick a penny?
He's like, why a penny? You stick a penny in there?
Yeah,
if I find a penny in there, I'm taking you down. Just like his first.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, exactly. He goes, what did he say? He goes, what did he steal your ammonia? He's like, no, this is my ammonia. Wait a minute. And then he looks back and he goes, why would you do it?
I like the lawyer guy too.
He's great. As I get older, I like Kelso more and more.
Oh, Kelso's great too. They're like everybody. What's really funny is everybody but Zach Braff is awesome in that show. He's like Zach Braff is like, he's not bad, but he's not really that good. But he's the main catalyst for the story, so he just goes around between all these people that are better than him. It's kind of like Seinfeld, actually.
Sort of,
Seinfeld's a lot like that. Jerry as a character is just not that good as the characters around him.
Zach Braff is like the metal wire conductor for all the electricity of the show. They just kind of all run it through him. And like everybody else's performance are awesome around him. Yeah. And I also like when Zach Braff tried to do movies, I wasn't really into it either. Like he did that Garden State, and that's not a terrible movie, but it's so.
I low-key think that movie sucks.
It's gay is its problem.
It's one of those where if you go back and watch it, like again, it's not that. I think people were just so excited that the guy from Scrubs was doing something.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Natalie Portman was in it. And then the guy who's good in everything he does that I thought was related to Stellan Skarsgård forever, but he's not. Peter Sarsgaard was in it. And I always like him. But
Pennywise from It.
Is that? Oh, that's right. Peter Sarsgaard is him. I for years, man, my whole life, I thought Peter Sarsgaard was Stellan Skarsgård's kid, and it's just that one little K. That makes all the difference. Shout out.
How, what is it? You ever see the show Firefly?
No.
No?
Is that a CW DC thing?
No, it was a Fox sci-fi thing. They made a movie called Serenity. It was a Joss Whedon thing.
Okay.
It's like right after Buffy. But anyways, like there's a guy in there whose name is like, it's like Adam Baldwin or something, but he's not actually a Baldwin brother. His name is just Baldwin.
Adam, wait.
He's also in DC Cab with Mr. T.
Adam Baldwin, the Adam Baldwin from Independence Day?
I don't believe it's probably not Adam Baldwin. His name is Jane on the show. His last name is Baldwin. I can look, but he's not a Baldwin brother. I looked it up one time. It's so funny.
Adam. Oh, that's Adam Baldwin. Okay. Yeah, Adam Baldwin is not. Yeah, he's not a Baldwin brother. Is he even part of that family?
No, he's not even part of that family. He just has the last name Baldwin.
Yeah, is Adam Baldwin related to Alec Baldwin? Is Adam Baldwin related to Alec? Distantly, yeah, he's only distantly related to the Baldwin brothers, Alec, Daniel, William, and Stephen, who are from
I think
Long
that's his
Island.
way of saying. I think he's the one saying that, and he's not actually related to them. You know what I mean? When they ask him, he's like, "Oh yeah, we're distant second, third removed cousins."
Here's the relation. They share common Baldwin ancestry going back to the 1600s in England.
That's what I'm saying. They have the same last name, and they track it back to the same castle in Ireland or whatever.
That's just so he can do movies.
That's just so he can say he's a Baldwin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Adam Baldwin, also in The Patriot.
Yeah, he was in The Patriot against
Full Metal Jacket.
He's in Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah, Adam Baldwin, Full Metal Jacket, Independence Day, Patriot. Adam Baldwin's one of those guys who's like in huge, massive blockbuster movies. He's just got parts in there. Adam Baldwin's, quote unquote, that guy. You know.
Huh. I never knew that he was in Full Metal. When did Full Metal Jacket come out? Like early 80s? How old is that guy?
Yeah, that's Kubrick, so that's got to be 81. When did Full Metal...
87.
Oh, 87. Okay. All right, a little later than I thought. Yeah, Adam Baldwin's Adam Baldwin low-key is in everything.
Holy shit. This is crazy, too. There's only 85 likes. That means people aren't smashing the like button on this video.
Oh, guys, we have to smash the like button this morning. If we don't smash the like button, how the hell do we get away with doing this show? Hit the like button. Let's get to 200 by the end of this hour. 10 minutes from now, let's get this up to 200. Everybody hit the like button. And
94 already.
There you go. Let's have ourselves a wonderful show.
106. This is my favorite thing about this show lately is like you go the likes and then just watching them shoot when everybody's like, oh yeah, I should fucking do that. Everybody minimizes, everybody hits like, everybody goes back up.
Just hit the like button, sure.
We're at 115 already in 10 seconds?
There you go. And we're 205.
128.
Yes, and we're 205 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs, there's the PayPal. Super chats and memberships work as well. 130. Oh, 134. Wow. Already cruising up to 200. There you go, boys and girls. Hit the like button. Let's get to 200 in the next 10 minutes. We've got a lot to do today. I did want to mention that your 49ers are in the NFC Championship game. I know everybody loves watching football but hates hearing people talk about it on this show, but the 49ers have made it. I actually did get to watch probably half of the Cowboys 49ers game. Fucking Brock Purdy is like he's the perfect system quarterback. Like he doesn't make any mistakes.
No, he doesn't make any mistakes, and he can scramble out of the pocket. And what's really crazy is like, so I think he's done enough to secure that starting job, probably. But
they've already announced he's their guy next year.
Have they really?
Yeah,
I haven't seen them announce that yet, but that's cool.
I saw an article.
What's funny is like that means that like they have Trey Lance to trade for whatever they want now. So Trey Lance might be on like the Raiders or something weird.
Oh, you want to hear something gross? There was a guy who does a Vikings podcast. He's got a pretty decent sized Vikings podcast.
Vikings for the win, the Skullcast.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And
the Asian guy?
Yeah, the Korean dude, yeah. He was doing this thing. He's trying to push this idea. Well, let's trade Danielle Hunter for Trey Lance. I'm like, Kirk Cousins is 34, and he's coming off of arguably one of the best years of his career. No.
Brock Purdy already has twice as many playoff wins as Kirk Cousins.
All right, look. That's
hey, no, you look here, man. I baby gloved it the entire season, but you know how I feel about Kirk Cousins, and I was telling you that at the beginning of the season. And I don't think he's the reason we lost. I really don't. I just don't think we can win a Super Bowl with the guy. He just seems like an upgraded, like and it's not his fault, but like the dude's a check down machine. He always has been.
90%. In fairness, I always hate it when people use that as the metric because like 90% of the quarterbacks in the league can't win a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, I agree with that, but like we were blowing up our team because missing the playoffs 2 years in a row was not good enough, and we need to win playoff games and get to the Super Bowl. That's what I was told through the entire time we did this. And now, I mean, I don't know. Our defense still fucking sucks. Our coach called a couple of really shitty plays in a really big spot, and we have Cousins who appears to once again. I mean, as much as people say, "Oh, the curse is lifted," dude won one primetime game all year.
Yes.
At some point, that has to be a thing.
That's right. Just like the curse of the Bambino. Once you get one, it's all over. No more curse.
It's like the Cowboys and their grass thing. That was my favorite curse in football. You know about that one?
That they can't play on grass?
Yeah, the Cowboys had been it was like 38 straight games losing in the playoffs on grass or something like that.
Jesus.
And they beat Tampa, so they removed the curse this year.
I think Brock Purdy's an awesome story, and I do like San Francisco more than Philadelphia, but I've been saying it since they kicked the shit out of us. That Philadelphia team is so goddamn good everywhere on the field. I think they're going to the Super Bowl.
I will say this. I understand why people believe that, but as somebody who is a obviously huge Niners fan, I don't think people really understand how good that Niners defense is. If you think Philadelphia is putting up more than 25 points on the Niners, like, fuck, dude. If you're a betting person, not financial advice, but I would take the under all day. It's going to look just like that Dallas Cowboy game where it's just going to be a slugfest. And God help the Eagles if fucking Hurts decides to run in the open field because they will kill him.
They're going to kill him?
They will, like, if he does one of those like up the middle runs that he's known for, he's going to get a flying safety and a linebacker going high and low on him, and he will be removed with a cart.
I have a fun historic NFL
and they can stop the game, and we can wait for 5 months for the playoffs.
Yeah, I have a little historical matchup question here. How much does Greg Williams offer his 2009 New Orleans Saints defense in an NFC Championship game against Jalen Hurts?
God, a lot.
The Bounty Gate year.
Yeah, I was gonna say
how much?
man.
How much if you rip off Jalen Hurts' leg and bring
How
it
much?
to
Okay,
Greg
can I ask a
Williams?
qualifying question? How much was he giving for Favre?
For Favre, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think it was it only 10 grand? What was here?
So then minimum it has to be double that, right? Minimum.
How much was the bounty for Brett Favre? The price to take him out was 500? No.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with Bountygate. As much as all the Viking fans wanted to get mad about it, which, fine, but
Here we
it
go.
was really tongue in cheek.
Saints linebacker Jonathan Vilma offered 10 grand cash to any teammate who knocked Favre out of the NFC Championship game. And they
That's the linebacker though. What was the coach offering? I suppose it doesn't matter.
I think that was the thing that the coach used to kind of distance himself from it. Like it was always like a team thing. There was also
I have no problem with that though, because you're not going to cheat. You still have refs there. It's not like they can just come out with a fucking chainsaw because they're going to get money if they hurt somebody.
Yeah, they also put a bounty on Kurt Warner. They put a bounty on
not my Kurt Warner. Get him out of here.
They put a bounty on hey, dickhead, they put one on Michael Crabtree too.
Good. I wish they would have got him before he played for the Niners.
He did play for the Niners when they put the
That's
bounty
what I said.
on.
I wish they would have got him before he played for the Niners.
Yeah.
Could have skipped that pick.
Scott Richard Staska says Vikings had a bounty program too. I get so sick of that. Nope.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Never happened.
For anybody who hasn't played football, bounty systems in the locker room on football are pretty common.
Look, and if you're a fan and you're getting all worked up about bounties and shit, act like you're not. Dude, every time we face a running quarterback and he busts something out, I'm sitting there going, break his leg. I want that son of a bitch taken out. I hate running quarterbacks so much. I'm so glad that there's always justice for running quarterbacks and that they're never successful after the age of 28.
Meantime says $10K to take out OP.
No, that doesn't seem worth it.
I'm gonna need half up front and half when the job's complete.
Yeah, exactly. Half now, half when the job's done. But yeah, as far as the games this week goes, I know that there's that whole idea of the Bengals have the Chiefs number. I just if Mahomes' ankle is okay, I think the Chiefs are gonna win.
But it's
I think
not
the whole
okay,
thing.
right? It's not gonna be okay. They're gonna be playing that, and I mean, first off, some fun stuff. One, there are Kansas City fans who are calling it the Arrowhead Invitational, the AFC Divisional Conference Championships or whatever. And then Burrow is calling it Arrow Burrow, which I just that made me laugh more than anything. But the thing about it is that I think Cincinnati has a real shot, and they're one of the only people that can go there and do it. But it's also one of the first times I think that going into the season, the people that were the top 4 contenders ended up making it there. So we should have some really good games this weekend.
Yeah, and as far as the Chiefs go, they're confirming high ankle sprain. I mean, any other time in the season, you're probably missing at least a game for a high ankle sprain, but he'll lose that leg during that game if he has to. He'll play.
But also, a high ankle sprain is one of those football speaks. I mean, that's usually a torn MCL or ACL. Any kind of thing that's fucked up in your leg, they just label it as either a bruised knee or high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
No matter what it is.
They're still pretty nasty too. I mean, even if
I mean, did you watch that Kansas City game?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I've never seen, I am not a Kansas City guy. I don't really I don't care about the Chiefs. I liked him when Joe Montana went there. I watched him for a while, but Mahomes looks to be the greatest quarterback I've ever seen in my life. It's he took all the attributes of everybody, put it in a blender, and it's just legend intensifies last week. Dude, hobbles out and then screams at his coach to get back in. And then is throwing passes hopping. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. It's like the Michael Jordan flu game up in this bitch.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And I'm watching the game, and I'm watching Chad Henne's first drive, and I'm like, they should be keeping this motherfucker in there until this game gets
That's what
close.
I said. How is Andy Reid the coach, and they put him back in? Henne was doing a good job. You're up by 10.
Yeah.
Leave him out till at the very least until they close the gap and it's a 1-score ball game. Don't fucking put him out there.
I think.
But at the same time, don't you think Mahomes would have thrown those hands?
He would have hit Andy Reid in the face.
I feel like Mahomes is one of those guys as he gets older. We're gonna see him just be like, "Do you know who I fucking am?"
He's gonna become Aaron Rodgers. You're saying?
Yeah, but he'll never be that dull and unfunny.
Yeah. Look, Chad Henne. I thought they should have kept him in there until the lead got under 7, But
that's what I'm saying. At least put him in there till it's a 1-score ball game, because you were in a 2-score ball game and Henny comes in and it looked good. He did a good job.
You know what he looked like? He looked like Brock Purdy. He was getting him down the field. He was completing third down passes. He was doing pretty good. Then you have Buffalo. Hey, did you see as a Vikings fan, we all got to see the Stephon Diggs we all know and love.
Oh, I was so glad when that piece of shit left. Oh.
I'm watching that and I'm sitting there going, "Hey Buffalo. Hey Buffalo. I remember him. That's Stephon Diggs." It doesn't matter. And the Buffalo fans like, "What can we do to make him happy?" Nothing. The guy was pouting on our sidelines when we were winning a playoff game. He was pouting on the sidelines while we won a playoff game because he wasn't getting the football enough.
That's right. It was a fucking playoff game, too. I forgot about that.
It was the Saints
I was
game.
so done when he's throwing that hissy fit. It's like, we're winning the game. Like the complete turnaround of that is the 49ers, right? Since McCaffrey's been added, George Kittle, his numbers are in the tank. He's having statistically one of the worst years of his career. But he's blocking, he's doing all the shit. You never see him bitch once. He's excited they're winning. He wants a Super Bowl. He doesn't give a fuck.
I mean,
and I have no problem with a superstar if you're losing the game. Like, I have less of a problem of Diggs screaming at Josh Allen when they're losing. But if you're bitching about a game you're winning, fucking get out of here.
Yeah, he yelled at Mike Zimmer during that Saints game that we were winning, not the miracle game, but the one a couple years.
We were smushing them too.
2 years later, we were beating the Saints in the playoffs. And Diggs is fucking bitching about not getting the ball enough while we're winning.
It's also one of my I know a lot of Zim haters in here, but I always loved Zim. And one of my favorite press conferences was after that game, because they're like, what was Diggs so mad about? He goes, well, he thought he wanted, he wanted the ball more. We weren't targeting him enough. And they go, oh, what did you tell him? He goes, I told him if he gets open, he'll get the ball.
Jeez. Yeah, and to show, if you're Kirk Cousins, you had to be watching that game, of course, because you were at home. If you're Kirk Cousins, you're watching him go nuts on the sideline, and you're probably texting Josh Allen during that game, going, "Hey man, I feel for you. I know what that's like."
Well, I'm just excited that the Bills finally lost, because I've been all year telling people that they were low key trash, and Josh Allen is a guy that all of us have convinced is good because he had two really good playoff games. That dude is like Brett Favre, not even Brett Favre level. He's more like a Jake Plummer, where he's that gunslinger that's inconsistent and he's going to cost you the game.
Yeah.
And then everybody all year long, it's like the Bills. And it's so funny because if you pay attention to football, there's no way you're favoring anybody out of the AFC but Kansas City, right? I mean, and then now immediately everybody's like, well, Burrow is, this, that. It's you took this fake baton from Buffalo and handed it to the Bengals. You're not even, it's disrespectful.
Yeah. I think Josh Allen gives me a lot of Mike Vick vibes in that he can run. He's got a great arm, but he'll turn the ball over.
The arm talent is undeniable. The arm talent is undeniable.
He'll turn the ball over as many times as he'll score touchdowns almost.
Right.
I mean, Vick,
but that's not, as the Cowboys found out, that's not sustainable in the playoffs. And they should have, honestly, if fucking Baltimore had Lamar Jackson, Baltimore would have wiped the floor with them.
They're dangerous. They hate each other though. Baltimore and Lamar Jackson hate each other, and they're done. So.
And they also are out of that window. I found a really cool stat on one of the shows I watch, and I can't even okay. So every single coach and quarterback combo that has ever won a Super Bowl in the NFL, every single one, they have done it within the first 5 years of those two being together. Not saying they don't go on to win more than that, but every single team that has won a Super Bowl in the NFL, the coach and quarterback have been together no longer than 5 years. And this was 5 years for Baltimore, and this was 5 years for the Bills. And the Bills are actually going to be shitty because they owe so much money to everybody. They're going to have to blow up that team this year. This was their year.
Nicholas Benton with $15 says, "Did you hear Brittany Griner may have fucked up the air travel for the WNBA?" No, I didn't know that, but I'll look into it. Thank you, Nicholas. 190.
I mean, if I was her, I'd be mad and I'd be bussing everywhere. You couldn't get me on a plane again,
right? 190 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We're making good headway on that. If you feel like chipping in,
also
there's
185 likes.
Yeah, 185. All right, so 15 more likes. Everybody hit the like button. We'll do It's 7:04, so that will count that as 200 by 7 o'clock. 190 away from our goal. There's Streamlabs and PayPal. The rumors coming out of the NFL are that the Packers are going to want at least 2 first-round picks for Aaron Rodgers. I don't think they'll have a problem getting that.
That's not the one I'm concerned about. Did you hear the one about the Vikings?
Which one about the Vikings?
Apparently, we reached out to Tom Brady.
No, we didn't. No.
I don't know if it's real or not, but
that can't be real. You're paying Kirk Cousins $40 million guaranteed next year.
I'm not saying I personally think he has a better chance of being on the Niners than the Vikings next year. I don't think he'll be on either team, mind you. I think he's probably going to the Raiders, right? Because that's where his dude is.
Well, I've heard that Aaron Rodgers going to the Raiders to reunite with Devontae Adams, but I always thought Devontae Adams didn't like Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I think he doesn't like him because of the fact that he did the old switcheroo, where he was like, he really was one of the guys that got him to fucking like, he's like, no, I'm going to take less money. We're going to do all this shit. And then he just signed a giant contract and they couldn't afford Adams is what I always heard about that.
Okay.
But the head coach of the Raiders is Josh McDaniels, who he knows from years in New England and is running the system that he used to run in New England.
Yeah.
So it actually, like, if you believe Tom is not washed, which I don't know that I do believe, the Raiders are a really good home for him. Again, it's a coach he knows, it's a system he knows, and that team is, one, their schedule is going to be super easy next year, and they are on the cusp of making a playoff run. That defense is really good, and you have Josh Jacobs.
There's a lot of teams that just need a quarterback. There's, the Raiders. There's the Dolphins, because I think Tua's brains are scrambled. I think he's going to be done.
I don't know. Skylar Thompson almost won that game. I don't think they need a quarterback, man.
Oh, man. But, well, I mean, okay, there's a difference between needing a quarterback and being able to enter the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes.
Fair. No, absolutely fair. I just have this gut feeling that like the Niners might go after Brady because he's from there. And when they played Tampa this year, they did this like weird homecoming thing. And it was just like, it really felt like he was a Niners player. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? And then the team beat the shit out of the Bucs. And I'm like, all right.
Be honest, the fucking 49ers win a Super Bowl. You can't get rid of Brock Purdy.
I don't want him gone. I mean, outrageous statement of the decade. I mean, he's off to the greatest start of any rookie.
Yep.
And he looks like a dead combination between Garoppolo and Trey Lance, which is two people they have on there. You know, he's not as mobile as Trey Lance, but he's way more mobile than Garoppolo.
Yeah,
I think Garoppolo goes to Miami. I think that's what's going to happen.
Have any rookie quarterbacks ever even gone to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, no, they've never. So the farthest that a rookie's ever got is here, and there were two of them. One of them was Big Ben. I forget who the other one was, but they both lost.
Brock Purdy became the 5th rookie quarterback to make it to a conference championship, and if his 49ers can beat the Eagles, he will be the first rookie quarterback to start a Super Bowl.
Wait, who are the 4? I read it was just 2. Roethlisberger was the one.
Roethlisberger, Flacco, Mark Sanchez are the only 3 that I'm seeing. Oh, so you know what?
4 including him.
Well, this says he became the 5th rookie quarterback to make it to a conference championship. I thought Marino did, but I could be wrong.
Marino was second year, I think. I think he was a rookie on the bench prior to that. Could be wrong about that.
Tom Brady and Kurt Warner made it to the Super Bowl as their first year as a starter, but they weren't rookies.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and Brady came in like for Drew Bledsoe when he got injured.
Yep, exactly. All right, guys, we are 190 away from today's goal, and I think, Corey, are we over 200 for likes?
You know, that's a good question that we have. 201, baby.
201, we're over. All right, by the end of this hour, I want that at 300, so hit the like button. Let's have some fun this morning. Vladimir Zelensky was talking to a large Chamber of Commerce group because, money laundering has its privileges, and it was nice to see, he's in the middle of a war, his country, on the brink of destruction for a year now and just fighting back that big, terrible Russian empire and, hundreds of billions of dollars in Western money being funneled in because, boy, we just believe in this plucky idealist from Ukraine. Well, in his address to the Chamber of Commerce, Vladimir Zelensky wanted to thank some people and talk very nicely of them.
Okay.
And if you guys want a New World Order confirmed clip here, I've got one for you. Think of all the people that Volodymyr Zelensky should thank due to this war effort, and then listen to this clip and see if it crosses off. And you know what? In fact, I want to go to the chat for a second. Name some of the people or entities that Zelensky should be thanking in his speech to the
NATO first, right?
Okay, NATO, that's a good one. Let's see how many of these we cross off. We got one person says Klaus Schwab. Michael B, that's cheating. He says some Jews. I don't think that's
Soros.
Fair. Klaus Schwab.
The Nazis.
Yeah, the neo-Nazis in his army.
Sorry, he calls them Asimov. It's different.
Yeah. U.S. taxpayers, every taxpayers, Build-A-Bear, Warren Buffett, the Stewart Biden, Putin, Soros, taxpayers. Okay, so you have a good
Trump.
You guys have a good bingo list built up here of the people that Mars writes Stan Humphries. You mean former quarterback of the San Diego Chargers, Stan Humphries? That would be awesome. If some world leader went, I learned my leadership style from great Chargers quarterback Stan Humphries, I would love it. Scarface says Northrop Grumman. Okay, so you guys have some ideas on who we should maybe be thanking. Let's go ahead and listen to Volodymyr Zelensky thank some people.
It is obvious that American business can become the locomotive that will once again push forward global economic growth. We have already managed to attract attention and have cooperation with such giants of the international financial and investment world as BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs.
BlackRock.
You say Goldman Sachs?
BlackRock, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, boom, 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 right off the bat.
Jesus
This is what we talk about not hiding it anymore. Like, it's nice and it's refreshing, but at the same time.
This was brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're kind of like Bill Murray in Ghostbusters 2. You're like, hey, I'm a voter. Aren't you supposed to lie to me and kiss my butt? He's like, nope. All right.
No, you're not. You're not the money.
And by the way, for a guy running a country that's notoriously corrupt for being the West's money launderer after that revolution, does he have to talk like a Bond villain?
I think he's obligated to talk like a Bond villain.
Yeah, does he have to have well, Mr. Bond, the thing you don't understand is that we've had your lady this entire time. It doesn't really, he doesn't sound like the good
Also,
guy.
I'd like to thank all the people that proved we were the ones that hit Poland, not NATO.
It's one of those deals where, like, at Churchill, you listen to a Churchill speech, like, never in the field of human conflict has so much been owed by so many to so few. And you're like, oh, that's a good
Shout out to Black Box.
Shout out to BlackRock and Goldman Sachs.
Build-A-Bear.
Yeah. We ask not what your banking, global banking giants can do for you, but what you can do for your global banking giants. I want to thank, in this new American century, Goldman Sachs. Actually, you know what? Kennedy might have kept his head if he thanked Goldman Sachs a few more times.
I don't think so. He was still trying to free the blacks.
That's true. Yeah, he was trying. Yeah,
Historically, if you're trying to free the blacks in America, they get you.
Well, when the mob gets you elected and then you won't reopen Cuba for them, they tend to get upset too.
Yeah, well, and then when you go, that's kind of the thing with Kennedy. There's all these conspiracy theories, but you could really write a shorter list of who didn't want him dead.
Right, exactly. Like, the thing with Kennedy is, like, I'm like, yeah, I'm one of those dopes who thinks that Oswald made that shot with a Mannlicher Kakano rifle. It checks out the whole deal. But I'm
even with the new drops where, like, they were courting him and he was going in and out of fucking Russia, you still believe that?
Look, Penn Jillette showed me that the shot was possible, and I trust Penn Jillette.
If Penn Jillette redid that episode, he would tell you that that's not how it went down based on what has come out.
And listen good. When that happens, I will change my mind.
So to change your mind, I need to get a hold of him to get a new episode of bullshit.
Not just on Oswald.
Yeah, on the whole thing.
Anything you want to change my mind on. You get Penn Jillette to say it. I trust the man. You know.
Well, hold on. Let me see if he's on Cameo. Let's get this done.
So Zelensky goes on there, and the first thing he says is he goes, "We have great experiences with BlackRock, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. Of course, they're giving you loans you'll never have to pay back.
We have great relations with all these people who are giving us weapon and money."
all of these
I just
people.
want to say shout out to anybody who gave us weapons and money.
I just want to say thank you to BlackRock and Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan for giving us all of this shiny weaponry, 10% of which will see the front and the rest we will sell to African tribesmen. The rest we will sell to the Sudan for a new civil war, which the United States will also get involved in.
But don't worry, they will be paying us reparations for that as well.
Yes. I
mean, at this point, Ukraine's just a really violent money laundering scheme. Right?
Yes.
It's like Switzerland with guns.
It's like a warlike Switzerland.
Well, it is, because everything we're giving them. I had this hilarious argument with this dude about Ukraine, and he was so pissed off. He's like, "Oh, we're giving all these weapons and this and that." I go, "Well, we're not really giving them. Like, we're loaning them. Now it's in our best interest that they win that war, because otherwise we're not going to get our money back."
Right.
But basically, we're giving them old fucking Patriot and Javelin missiles. Like, have fun, guys.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then Ukraine goes, "Oh, how are we going to pay the U.S. back?" I know. We'll only use a fraction of these weapons. We'll sell the rest at a markup, and then we'll pay the United States back with their own money.
That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is like, no, I got it. What we're going to do is we're going to bomb Poland, and we're going to pin it on Russia, and then nobody cares about that paycheck because we'll all be dividing up Russia.
You know, it's a great deal if you're Ukraine. You get to launch missiles at Poland, blame it on the Russians, and then when we all say, "Yeah, I'm not buying it," you go, "Oh, well, on to the next thing."
Well, yeah, same thing with the bridge. They're like, "Oh yeah, it was a terrorist attack." It's like, it was you guys. Oh. Can we get more tanks?
Yeah. Oh, have I mentioned how devastated we are over here and how we need to fight for our freedom?
It is the hardest thing for me to watch is just the effects of human beings that are the Democratic Party, who all campaigns scream and clamor about anti-war bullshit, and then the moment this happens, like, how much money do we need to send? Let's fucking keep funding this endless war.
I mean, at least Dan Crenshaw is consistent, and he likes every war with every country ever and wants to give all of our taxpayer money to all of these countries to fight wars.
I prefer my war heroes with 2 eyes.
That would be I need Crenshaw to run in that primary against Trump and DeSantis.
I thought you were an American hero. Maybe an American hero knows how to swivel his head, you fucking idiot.
Just wait until he starts calling him Cyclops.
Yeah. Oh, God, what are you, a low-budget Fox reboot of the X-Men?
You look like Frasier after the 14th round in Manila. It's like, oh, that's...
I wonder if I have a Trump filter. I wonder if that works in Zoom. Oh man.
I know it does in StreamYard, but we'll see.
Oh shit.
So let's go back. Let's get Zelensky. He's got another minute of
it absolutely does.
Oh, does it really?
All right, hold on. Yeah, keep going. I'm right here.
He's got a whole another minute left in his shilling for global
big
banking.
business shilling. What a fucking asshole.
Yeah, right. Well, he took a break from his busy war.
It is obvious that
Nice of him to
American
do, right?
business can become the locomotive that will once again push forward global economic growth. We have already managed to attract attention and have cooperation with such giants of the international financial and investment world as BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs. Such American brands as Starlink or Westinghouse have already become part of our Ukrainian way.
Wow, weird.
Oh, so other people's money has already become part of your Ukrainian way? This guy's a fucking idiot.
The country that gives us hundreds of billions of dollars, we've adopted a lot of their shit into our economy. Wow, you guys really are trailblazers. I tell you, how'd you do it? We just provoked Russia into a war with the help of NATO, and then all of a sudden money comes in. It is a great deal.
Or brilliant defense systems such as HIMARS or Bradleys are already uniting our history of freedom with your...
Oh, look, it's Donald Trump.
Look, Crenshaw, you got one good eye and it's not coming out of your urethra. Get fucked. I prefer my war heroes with 2 eyes. And Zelensky, don't really like him. Lot of money from the globalists.
Oh, boy. Wow. Okay, so Donald Trump firing off at Vladimir Zelensky and Dan Crenshaw all at the same time, or as we call them, the three-eyed monster.
Also, the election in Ukraine, all false.
Wait, weren't you part of that?
Look.
What's that?
Let's focus on the X's and O's here. Dan Crenshaw cannot see X's out of his left eye.
If I may, sir, I thought that revolution was in 2017, which would put you square in the middle.
Look, I don't have time to tell you where I was selling Trump steaks.
I love that. I love with this Zelensky thing. He's like, I want to thank BlackRock, J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and everyone else who helped finance a coup that put me into power.
It's so funny listening to this asshole just be like, oh yeah, everybody I have to
take Trump
thank.
off while you're talking. It looks weird.
Well, I am. I was literally taking it off while I was talking.
Oh, okay.
Don't ever. You know what? You do that again, I'm doing Trump all episode.
I was staring at it and you're talking, but the Trump guy is moving his mouth.
Yeah, it's tracking my face.
Yeah, it's creeping me out.
Oh, I'm sorry. This creeps you
No,
out. Sorry.
all right.
What's up? Actually, I'm Alec Baldwin. I'm off to go kill another cameraman.
That's good. Well, I mean, Alec, you might want to lay low for a little bit. So we got about 30 seconds here. Oh, by the way, he's not done.
Enterprises. We are waiting for Patriots. We are looking closely at Abrams. Thousands of
He's shopping out of the U.S. military catalog, this motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck yeah, he is. Are you kidding me? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
He's speaking at the Chamber of Commerce. He's like, I love the Jewish bankers who have bankrolled this whole thing. We're also...
I'm just proud of him for putting on his dress sweatshirt.
Yeah. He's like, we're shopping for Patriot missiles, also Abrams tanks. Also, if any of you could spare some more Tomahawks, that would be good. I was looking through U.S. military catalog. I really seem to like these destroyer artillery guns. Those are great. If you have aircraft carrier, we're not going to say no. Landlocked country, but we could end up taking a port from Poland.
such examples are possible.
We call it New Ukraine.
Yeah.
Everyone can become a big business by working with Ukraine in all sectors, from weapons.
You can become a big business by working with Ukraine, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, especially if you're into, taking ill-gotten cash and making it look like legitimate profits. I mean, that's a great place to do it.
226 for likes. Let's get them in there, guys.
Good job, guys.
In all sectors, from weapons and defense to...
That's pretty much it. That's
Can I ask a question? What is a weapon?
It's a weapon. A weapon is a weapon. We have great industries here in Ukraine that you can get rich from. Weapons, bombs.
Weapons, videos, weapons.
More weapons, air travel, more military than domestic. But, all of these things you can get involved. It's pretty good.
In all sectors, from...
I want Vladimir Zelensky to dress up like the guy in the question mark suit talking about how you can get free money from the government.
I got the free tank.
Zelensky should have, what was his name? Matthew Selko or whatever? He should have to put on the question mark suit and just go, I want to tell all of you how you can get free money from the government. Get your Abrams tanks, Patriot missiles, surplus uniforms. It's really great. All you have to do is start shit with your neighbor and make him invade you. And then you can get free money from the government.
Just buy our book.
Have you ever wanted Raytheon's entire summer lineup right at your fingertips? Well, then listen to me.
In all
I even got the free coffee.
Yes. Do you want to have your closet filled with weird dark green sweatshirts that look like split pea soup? Then you just need to buy my book on how you can get free sweatshirts from the American government. Because if I wear a tie, I look like a money laundering gangster. And nobody
Matthew Lesko comes to our country and he just made me a self-proclaimed federal grant research expert.
Matthew Lesko. Zelensky announces he's moving to the United States and Lesko goes, fuck, I'm out of a job.
or he announces Matthew Lesko is now his new chief war operations. He just go out there, you give us free shit.
We are starting a new endeavor here in Ukraine. I'm going to become private citizen. We are starting new arms dealership, Zelensky and Lesko Incorporated.
We just call it question Mark Abrams.
Yes. We call it question-mark. We ask the questions and the American taxpayers are the marks.
That's right. I can get free money from your government.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey, would you like to get free money from your government? I bet you would, but that's my job, motherfucker.
How much money has he gotten from the world and he still can't get a fucking not sweatshirt?
Well, we're like 100 and we got to be pushing 150 at this point. So
Right, but like how many, like there's at least what, UK and Germany are throwing money too. It's not like we're the only ones giving them money.
Yeah, he's probably past the $200 billion mark.
Probably.
It's pretty sweet, yeah.
And then now that all their population is gone to these other things, we're gonna have to help them like rebuild. I mean, it's just an endless money sink.
Yeah, in like 2 years, you're gonna hear this same speech from Zelensky, but he'll go, "I want to thank Caterpillar. I want like just building companies. I want to thank Airmark Construction. I want to thank Global Builders Incorporated.
A big
Bill
business
Gates,
by
I want to thank you.
I want to thank Bill Gates. He's a soybean farming son of a bitch.
He's on our island, New Epstein.
become a big business by working with Ukraine in all sectors, from weapons and defense to construction, from communication to agriculture.
So listen, you can work great. You can do business in Ukraine. You know, weapons, defense, construction, because, you know, of all the weapons that have wrecked all the buildings. Communications, you know, because of the weapons that have destroyed our Wi-Fi capabilities. Agriculture, because of what the weapons have done to the cropland. All kinds of possibilities. You see, if we devastate the country, that way all of the Goldman Sachs and the JP Morgan can come in and buy the land very cheap and then profit off of it.
We also are building luxury apartments.
Yes.
From transport to IT, from banks to medicine. And I believe that freedom must always win.
I want to thank
Did you say commerce wrong?
Yeah, I want to thank JP Morgan. I want to thank Raytheon. I want to thank BlackRock. I believe that freedom will always win. Wait, which one is it? Are you thanking JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs, or will freedom always win? Because I'm confused.
Freedom always wins.
Oh, my God. So for those of you who were starting the bingo and you were wondering, oh, I wonder if on my thank you bingo, the American taxpayers would be on there. Short answer, no. No.
Of course they would.
They're not part of his.
They're under this one, which just says shills.
Yes.
Yeah, we have American taxpayers. They're right here under shills.
I want to thank the suckers, or as you call them, the American
I want to thank Putin for being so fucking dumb.
I want to thank all the Democrats for voting in lockstep with Biden, and I want to thank all the Republicans who attended the World Economic Forum. Thanks for telling the American suckers, I mean voters, that you're on different sides of these issues.
As if they didn't know.
Yeah. Just, you've got Republicans like, oh, yeah, I'm going to the World Economic Forum. Oh, fighting for the people, are you? Yeah, you're going to save us from that bastard Biden. Oh, thanks. Have fun in Zurich, or whether the fuck it is. Is it Zurich? No. It's
Switzerland, right? Zurich?
Yeah, what's the town? Oh, Davos. That's it.
Davos.
Yeah.
Yeah, Davos is where the WEF is.
Have fun in Davos, you freedom fighter, you. I could see that being like a Crenshaw thing where he's like, America's the greatest country in the world. All right, I'm off to Davos. It's like, you know they want to get rid of countries, right? Oh, come on. We're just networking. That's all.
Do you think Crenshaw hates Metallica because of Sandman? Sleep with one eye open.
Show off.
Clutching your pillow. What?
No, that's him. That's him going, sleep with one eye open.
One eye open.
Yeah.
How do I close this eye socket?
Easy for you to say.
You think he likes to get pegged in his eye socket?
No, he loves Metallica. My old eyes in the jarro.
Yeah.
I said I'm missing one of my eyes. Given to the Taliban. That's my eyeball in a jarro.
Baba do where I put my eye.
Oh, shit.
I have lost the ability to see. Simply nothing more to be. That one was just called Fade to Black, but it's Fade to Black on the left side.
Yeah. Oh shit. I feel like there's so much more Metallica you could do.
I was gonna say I actually like brought it up because I was looking at it. I gotta say this is one of the rare times where I'm looking at Metallica songs and like the puns don't immediately come to me.
I know, like I'm thinking
Nothing Else Matters, Enter Sandman, Master of Puppets. None of that is good for a one-eyed fuck.
Right. None of it works for it doesn't.
Oh, one eye. One. Hold my eyes, I wish for death.
Yeah, his eye socket is called King Nothing.
Where's your eye, King Nothing?
Oh, I'm trying to.
No, I'm looking at the Fight Fire with Fire, the Four Horsemen, Until It Sleeps. Like, none of these are good for eye jokes except for one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what's the Bob Seger cover they did? Damn it.
Shit.
Turn the Page.
Turn the Page, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't really do Turn the Page.
I'm telling you, this is the first time I brought it up, and I just, if you Google Metallica songs and just look at their discography, none of them work.
Whiskey?
This is the very rare swing and a miss.
Wait,
never mind. I spoke too soon. There's a song called Disposable Heroes.
That's what he thinks of the U.S. military. Yeah.
What?
That's what he thinks of the U.S. military. Disposable heroes.
But it occurs to me, I can't quite see out of the left of my eyeball.
Give me war, give me lies. It never took one of my eyes.
That's odd. That's not bad. I like that.
That'll work. Michael B says disposable heroes. Oh, that was Pat Tillman.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I got it. Ready? Unsportsmanlike conduct on the audience. 15-yard penalty. Repeat Pat Tillman's death.
Personal foul. Fragging your own soldier on the American military. Oh. Well, anyway, it's always fun to. Someone says friendly fire. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally an accident as long as we say oops afterwards. Oh.
Master of Puppets. Doesn't work. None of this shit works. I'm so mad.
It doesn't.
You know what's funny is Master of Puppets, I started to read it and I'm like, I got this. And then like halfway through reading it, I'm like, I don't got this.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Master of One-Eyed Puppets. Like, it just doesn't work.
You can maybe.
I got one. I'm a coward pussy with one eye.
You could maybe do
like a Metallica song, but it is accurate.
Pearl Jam could work. Let me think.
I bet Megadeth. You know what? I'm more of a Megadeth guy, anyways. I bet Megadeth works better.
Oh yeah.
Symphony of Ice Destruction. You take a modern man, you take away his eye, you watch him run away, while his friends go die, they die. He dances like a marionette with one eye and shitty political beliefs.
Oh, Eye of the Beholder. Oh, how could we have not?
Oh yeah.
God damn it. Oh well.
Or you could make one about Ukraine. Let's make Megadeth. Just call it Breadline.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at any rate, Stevie J says this segment is bombing. Sad but true.
Oh, that's hurtful.
It's hurtful, but it helps. It helps transition out of it, I suppose.
Barrel roll.
Yeah, thank you, Stevie J. All right, 190 away from today's goal, and also looking to get to 300 likes before the halfway point at 8 o'clock. If you feel like chipping in a Super Chat, memberships, Streamlabs, or PayPal, that would be great. All right, let's. We're gonna bring things a little local here. This is one that can make Corey feel good about being in Texas. We have a $17.4 billion surplus here in the state of Minnesota. The governor has released his budget, and there's a whopping $4 billion of that surplus going towards sending checks to Minnesotans. They're going to spend $13.4 billion over the next 2 years. And they're going to do it by giving people who already don't pay taxes a bunch of new tax credits. A lot of it is like child care credits for super, super poor people who don't pay taxes already. So you're just going to keep loading them up with more money, basically single moms and Somali immigrants.
Dude.
And they're going to use that to statistically go, well, we're giving a massive tax breaks to Minnesota families. And you're like, not my family. Like, I ain't seeing a dime of that shit. And if you're a Minnesota family living in Minneapolis that together as a household makes $150,000 or more, you ain't getting a fucking dime of those rebate checks.
In other news, Texas also has a giant budget surplus.
Yeah.
And they just voted to give the largest increase of teachers' pay in the history of the state.
Oh, shit. So it's okay. So it's not just here.
The budget increase. So they still have $50 billion left.
Oh, well, you guys have a lot more than we do.
And here's the best part. You ready? No state income tax.
Yeah, $50 billion and no state income tax. Boy, we should close.
What happens when you're a refugee state for New York and LA?
That's true. When all the rich people who can afford to move to Texas move
Holy
to Texas.
fuck. Did you see that California shit they're trying to do?
We're gonna talk about that today.
All right, word.
Yeah, that was in the sheets. The one where they're trying to tax the people who have moved.
Yeah. It's not the fact that they're trying to do that wealth tax, but they're trying to retroactively do it to anybody who's moved in the last 7 years.
Yeah, which has got to be something like as soon as a lawyer files a lawsuit, that's got to be struck down.
Right, but it's not. Yes, that's true. But the thing with this shit is that it's all just like slippery slope bullshit, right? Because the whole thing is that they're writing that in the underwriting of a law now. They're going to keep doing that shit now.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying. Well, yeah, I mean, it's got to be devastating to their coffers, what's been happening to them.
Yes.
So, Wall's final budget plan includes surplus checks of 2.5 million Minnesota households. You know, it's going to be $2,000 per couple, like per household, if you make $150,000 as a couple or under. And there's no like phase out. It's like once you hit $150,001, no money. If 75,000 or less for a single person, and you get Wall's checks. I'm sorry, but like you can be a single person making $75,000. You're not rich. Like that's not a wealthy person. So like this idea that they're cutting it off at a point where you're going to have a lot of struggling families in Minnesota who aren't going to get this help. And all because you're going to give a shitload of this money to the teachers' unions. You're going to give a shitload of this money to, I really get tired when I hear Democrats bitch about Republicans. You know, they get power and it's like, oh, they just gave tax breaks to millionaires. And it's like, well, what did Democrats do? Democrats just do the opposite. They take all these hardworking people's money and they give it to people who don't pay any fucking taxes, or they
still handouts, right? Yeah, still handouts.
Or they give it to their benefactors, which are these people who run these unions, while the teachers barely see a trickle of increase in their salary. So, I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. So the max that a family of 5 can get is $2,600. Family of 4 will get $2,400. Again, if they make under, $150,000 as a couple. That is such horseshit. I mean, $17 billion surplus. And there's no, I don't think there's any cut to the state income tax. I haven't read that. Well, here, let's just listen to it, and you guys can, maybe you'll feel better about the state you live in after you hear what our governor wants to do.
Top story tonight.
And by the way, the governor here in Minnesota, for people who don't know, Democratic governor, Democratic House, Democratic Senate, and our
for years.
Yeah, our governor is no like centrist at all, but he's probably the closest thing to a Republican that we have in charge of any of this stuff. The Senate is further left than he is. The House is further left than he is. The closest thing you've got to a Republican representing this budget surplus is this guy. So this is just his proposal for these surplus checks. There's no guarantee that it survives the negotiations.
Governor Tim Walz's big ideas for the next state budget. That includes the largest tax cut in state history, but also the largest spending increase in state history.
Okay, I'm excited to see what this biggest tax cut in state history is, because spoiler alert, from what I've read, it's not like an income tax cut. It's, again, more of these like freebie giveaways.
Like usage tax bullshit.
Yeah, or like tax credits to like people making $10,000 a year who have kids, and then you're calling that a giant tax break.
Yeah, he outlined what he would like to see happen, but the GOP is not on board. Chief political reporter John Croman.
Well, guess what? They don't fucking have to be. That's the thing about, elections having consequences. The GOP can sit there and yell and scream. They got to recruit like 3 or 4 Democrats in each house to go with them to not get this thing passed.
Lip Ripper says that's why I don't pay taxes. I just sell drugs and run a pretty lucrative cat scam business. Too soon.
Attaboy.
More from the Capitol on both the proposal and the opposition.
So this is a fair budget that will continue to create growth.
The cavernous space in the Revenue Department.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
The place where Governor Walz put together the final pieces of his proposed budget. $65 billion for the 2-year cycle that starts in July compared to $54 billion for the current biennium. It would spend almost all of the...
Well, look at that fucking stupid ass name. One Minnesota budget. Oh, as opposed to all the budgets that you proposed before? Oh, just one. We're going to call this one.
Look at that breakdown. $17.6 billion surplus. Tell me you live in a liberal state without telling me you live in a liberal state. $11 billion of it going to spending, $5 billion going to tax cuts.
Well, more importantly, it should be that 17. Like, the problem with like surpluses is that's the definition of the government overcharging you.
Yes.
So whenever you see a surplus of any amount, so basically Minnesota has overcharged its citizens $17.6 billion. That's nuts.
And if $11 billion of it goes to spending, well, then they just stole $11 billion of your money.
For infrastructure.
Right. That's like Target finds out that, oh, God, we over collected by $11 billion. We should probably run those customers down and give them their money back. Yeah, or we could just put in like new lights and, buy a bunch of shit. And it's like, yeah, but that's not our money. But it is now.
Not to mention 1.6 billion still not accounted for in that mathematical equation.
Well, I think what they do is they put that in that rainy day fund.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a rainy day fund now.
Yeah, got to be a rainy day fund, sure.
$17 billion surplus.
I thought that's what the federal government was for.
Just the ongoing funding, 77% is going directly to families and children.
The plan.
Fuck off.
Liar.
No, it's not.
Liar.
No, it's not. You know why? Because they're counting all the money they're throwing at education as going towards children.
Right. And that's they're actually just counting any money that they're spending around a school. Like if they go drive into a school parking lot and get a prostitute, that's going to education.
It goes towards children, of course. I mean, the kind of prostitutes politicians like. I mean, technically.
Yeah. Yeah.
The plan includes direct rebate checks, $1,000 for single filers who earn less than $75,000 a year, $2,000 checks for households that make less than $150,000.
Hey, congratulations, you paid off your Christmas gift debt. All right, now back to work, plebs. It's so insulting. It's so insulting.
Those income limits take in an estimated 2.3 million Minnesotans.
We came up with those numbers because that captures the vast majority of Minnesotans with family income up to $150,000.
The budget plan also anticipates paying off the U.S. Bank Stadium debt 20 years early.
Why? And why? Why? Why are you doing, like, you could be giving us that money. Instead, you're going to pay off the stadium. I'll tell you why they're doing that, by the way.
I'll say this, though. They probably are paying interest for that, right? Also, check out Metallica's playing at U.S. Bank, according to this.
Yeah, April and I looked at ticket prices.
$100? $200?
Try about 7 or 8.
I saw them in the Target Center with, it was them, Kid Rock, and Seven Dust, and it was actually pretty awesome. I'm not a big Kid Rock guy, but I've never seen more titties at a concert than when Chris Rock was Kid Rock.
Chris Rock had Kid Rock open for him. It was pretty good. I've seen Kid Rock live one time. He was good, man. I'm sorry. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his music. Like, I like him as a character, but like the show was fun. He did a really good show.
He does a good job, man.
Mostly with money from the Stadium Reserve account.
Okay, but anyway, the U.S. Bank Stadium thing, yeah, you're right. They'll save interest. But the other reason they want to do that is because right now, all the e-pull tab revenue at bars goes towards the Viking Stadium. So now, these fucking Democrats who love more and more money going to the government, they'll just get to pocket all that e-pull tab money.
Well, and John just said high inflation with interest rates is low. They shouldn't pay off loans.
Right.
And the taxes on electronic pull tabs would then go to other areas of the budget.
We'll save about $226 million in interest on behalf of Minnesota's taxpayers.
Cool. Are we going to get that back? Or
Oh,
fuck
yeah,
us
that's
right in
really
the ass?
a splash in your $17 million overcharging bucket, you prick.
Hey, we're going to save you taxpayers $226 million in interest payments on this. Oh, cool. And give it back to us? No, we're spending it on other shit. But, well, then what do we give a fuck if you pay it off early or not?
That guy looks like he's LARPing Al Franken, too. You notice that?
Well, he's a Minnesotan. A lot of Democrats, for a generation now will be LARPing Al Franken.
Republican reaction, it's just simply too much too soon.
Huge government growth in agencies, huge government growth in taxation. This is a very, very concerning budget.
That promise of ending Social Security tax for Minnesotans, that was 100% is what we were expecting. That's what Minnesotans heard on the campaign trail.
Wow. You mean the voters were tricked by a lie and then they bought it and voted stupid and now we're getting a shitty way of spending our $17 billion? The hell you say? Wait a minute. I've seen this episode before. It's called Every Election Ever.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a rerun.
Now,
over and over again.
The issue is going to be pretty big going forward because some Democrats are also asking for all Social Security benefits to be exempt from state income taxes. The governor's budget released today would exempt more retirees from having to pay any taxes on their benefits, but Republicans and some Democrats say, let's just make it all exempt.
So, if you're...
Guy's got a fucking lapel mic, too. He's not even using his phone. What an asshole.
He's addicted. So...
Hey, can you hear me right now? You guys, can you hear me?
You're good, dude. You're good. No, you can put your phone. You have a microphone.
Yeah, it's in the phone, right? I'm gonna stay right here with my lapel mic. It's fine.
You don't need to use that.
Hey, can we get more money for new phones?
You can put the phone down, the microphone. So let's see. If you are a single mom with a bunch of kids and you don't pay any taxes, this is going to be a great budget for you. If you're a really old fuck, this is going to be a great budget to you. So if you're, let's see, Gen Z, Millennial, or Gen X Minnesotan, take your $2,000 and shut the fuck up. That's what you get out of this $17 billion surplus. Congratulations. No, and by the way, you heard, oh yeah, big tax cuts. Did you hear any tax cuts outlined in that?
No, not a single fucking one.
No. When I think tax cuts, if you're not saying income tax, then miss me with that shit. Because the rest of it's just bookkeeping tricks. So there we go. And by the way...
That's all any of it is, right? It's all just a fucking garbage fucking economic shell game.
Yeah. And this also is the most Republican-friendly proposal you're going to get. Like, the House and the Senate are going to chop away at this thing, and it's going to get more Democratic. So... cross your fingers for your 2,400 because you might not get it. King Kong Dong says, what happens if I'm white, middle-class male with 3 kids? Well, if you and your wife together make $1 over 150 grand, or if you file individually, make $1 over 75 grand, what it means for you is you can just go fuck yourself. Congratulations. Jay the Gent says, I'm running for governor of Jersey with the simple premise of lowering the income tax. Best of luck to you, buddy. I mean,
that always works.
Yeah, I hope you win, but look, I look at the way things are here in Minnesota. I mean, there's never been in my entire lifetime a better opportunity for people to get any kind of relief, and you will get none and like it.
There also has never been a better opportunity for everybody watching this to hit the like button. We're at 272 right now.
272. Oh my God. And we've still got 12 minutes until the top of the hour, which means we can hit that 300 number pretty quickly. Also 185 away from today's goal. If you feel like contributing to our program, we really would appreciate that. It's how we keep things going here. Streamlabs and PayPal links are in the chat, and also super chats and memberships count as well. So go ahead if you feel like throwing in. We'll knock that all out together in little pieces. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Nobody quicker in central Minnesota to pick up your vehicle than All Care Towing. They will get there quicker than anyone, whether you go in the ditch, the car won't start, or unfortunately you get in an accident. That's All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great place to go to watch the NFC and AFC championship games with those legendary Bloody Marys. The best dive bar in central Minnesota. When the weather gets warmer, they'll have bike night on Thursdays. Live bands every single weekend at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar. Visit Stoney's today, this weekend, whenever you have time. All right, let's continue on. Steve-O is bringing Bam Margera on tour with him to open for him. Now, if this isn't, I mean, Steve-O really is way too nice of a guy, because I don't know if you followed Bam Margera much the last few years. It's pretty much been will he, won't he? And the will he, won't he is will he die? He's fucked up, drugs, alcohol, the whole thing. And Steve-O has brought him on his podcast twice to try to talk to him about it. Bam has done pretty much every addict trick in the book in terms of lying, obfuscating, whatever. And now Steve-O's bringing him on tour because it's literally the only way Steve-O might be able to keep an eye on him and keep him from being fucked up all the time. I've met Steve-O before. I worked with him very briefly in a stand-up thing, and I've had him on the show. He's a remarkably nice person, a genuinely nice person. He's not doing it so people say he's nice. He's a good guy. He's too good for this. He's trying to save someone who doesn't want to be saved. And that's the hardest part. And Steve-O knows that because Steve-O had to get clean. And he's been able to do it, but you can't force someone to get clean. You can't make...
I've been talking and I was muted the whole time.
Oh, you muted yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, whoopsie daisy. That's all right. Well, is it weird that makes me feel better that it wasn't me who did it?
Yeah, it's just funny because I always, like, when I step away, I'll hit the mute just on like, so I don't bump anything as I'm like moving around because you're talking, and like I just came back. I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. I'm like, oh man, he must have me muted, and then I realized no, I had me muted.
What were your brilliant gems on Steve-O bringing Bam Margera with him?
I just think it's funny that he spent years basically burying that guy and conning him out of being in those movies with the help of Knoxville, and now all of a sudden they want to take him with because he's like kind of cleanish.
He's not, though. That's the problem. Like, he just got out of the hospital.
That's right. Did you see this?
Oh, kind of cleanish. Well, they think he's gonna die, and Steve-O thinks that bringing him on tour to open for him is going to keep him clean somehow. And I feel like every single addict has had that opportunity. Every single addict who it's ended poorly for has had that opportunity.
You can't. It's like Scott Whalen from the Stone Temple Pilots, right?
Yeah.
You can't expect somebody out there who has a drug addiction. You can't put them somewhere where they have a bunch of fans because, again, they're playing like theaters and shit, right?
Yeah.
So statistically, somebody's got some drugs for Bam there, and they're fans.
Yeah.
And especially with Jackass specifically, because those guys really made a living out of cheating death. So nobody's going to feel bad about fucking shooting up with Bam. They're going to brag about it to their friends.
Yeah.
It's like if you and I are, you fucking see that at the shows. I mean, I wish I was there this last one. I couldn't make it, but like at those shows, it's kind of like a personal dare to the audience to try to kill us with alcohol, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. In many cases. Yeah. I guess I had some shots thrown my way.
Like, how many shots do you have? Especially because you're done drinking and you're like, oh, I got to take it easy. And then somebody comes up and goes, oh, shots. And you're like, fine. Yeah. Staska, I'm talking to you directly.
Less trust, more truth, becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you, buddy. 180 away from today's goal. But like, Steve-O is going to torture himself with this because like Bam's going to go on tour. First of all, Bam Margera is not a comedian. So he's going to bomb. It's not going to be good. It's a total charity thing that Steve-O's doing to try to keep his friend clean. But like Corey, like you've said before, you're very familiar with how addiction works. Steve-O can't will Bam Margera into being clean, no matter how bad he wants to.
Well, it's just like, it's honestly, it's like my sister. I want my sister clean. I want her to have a better life than she's choosing, but you can't make those choices for people no matter how much it hurts or how much you care for them. You just can't. And it sucks. It's a really shitty thing when your friends or family are going down that road because in a lot of ways, and I'm not saying poor me or anything, but in a lot of ways, it's harder on the people around them because the drug addict is getting high.
Yeah. Right, exactly. At least they've got something to distract.
I get to watch my sister basically throw away her life and maybe die in prison or on the streets, and I don't even get fucking buzzed off it. That's garbage.
I know. Boy, you're the real victim here.
I agree. I've been saying that for years. There is nobody that's been hit harder with this opioid crisis than me, who has never done opioids.
The big news comes less than a month after it was reported that Margera has been hospitalized and placed on a ventilator. The former 43-year-old Jackass star was admitted to a San Diego hospital in early December with a serious case of pneumonia, I'm sure. Later, he tested positive for COVID-19.
Oh, God, I got this needle pneumonia. It's called needlemonia.
Yeah. Oh, that needle pneumonia is a real bastard to try and overcome.
They found a cyst in my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Also, it's not lungs, it's arms.
Yes, and it's not a clot. It's just a ball of coke.
Yeah, it's just a shooter pus ball.
Yeah. Days later, Margera's family issued a statement on his hospitalization, confirming that he had been undergoing medical care but was expected to be discharged soon. So,
I bet he had some discharge.
So Steve-O is now going to have him on his tour. He's going to have him open for him.
He already has. They've already done shows, right?
Oh, they've already done shows.
I'm pretty sure Curtis, who's in chat sometimes, went.
January 20th, was the first show. Okay, so they have done shows. And, yeah, it's just, it's admirable what Steve-O's doing. And for anyone who's ever met the guy for 5 seconds, he is that nice of a dude. But it's like you just said about your sister. I feel bad for Steve-O in this situation because when it doesn't work out, he's going to blame himself. He's going to feel like shit about it, and he doesn't deserve to feel like that.
Yeah, it's a no-win situation for everybody because the other thing in Bam's case too is that if you're worried that like he's going to kill himself or really throw himself down the gutter, probably isolating him from all that fame he's had since he was 17 isn't going to help either.
Yeah, but that's the tricky part, isn't it? Because the other option is you bring him on your comedy tour, and like you said, the fans, all want to party with him and everything else. But then you lock him in a room somewhere. How's that going to make it work?
See, what they should do is they should just go to like Asia, get him an opium den, and then just film his death into a movie. Yeah. Like you're fucked either way. I know that sounds harsh, and I'm kind of joking, but I mean, a lot of us would watch Bam decline into the abyss. We all would.
Well, I mean, he's living right next door as it is.
I mean, well, how many times have you I've done this before where I'm like, oh, I wonder what Bam's up to, because you Google his name and sometimes it's some crazy shit.
Yeah. Oh no, seriously crazy shit. He's escaping rehabs and then going, and there's pictures on.
The dude's Twitter account might as well be called Not the Onion.
Yeah. Like he's escaping. You hear, he escaped his rehab. And then 3 hours later, there's pictures on Instagram of him just totally fucked up at some bar with random people.
Yeah, my favorite is when he got, that rehab one where he's like, yeah, I'm clean. And then they had the picture of him smoking out of a crack pipe in the car.
Oh, man.
So like that one where he was like at the bar all fucked up.
Yeah.
They have him fucking like a picture of him smoking crack in a car. It's pretty crazy.
He's like this decade's Artie Lang. We're like, the story's
He's
just
almost worse, I think.
Well, Artie's now in that position where he's had to seclude himself from the world because he's like, look, it's either lock myself out of the world because I know I'll do heroin or I'm going to die. And those are his two choices. So live this life of like self-imposed exile and live, or go out and have a life, but you'll probably end up dead. I mean, Juggler Trance says, need the Bam and Andy Dick show. Oh, don't worry. IP2 will have that soon. Those IRL, camper streamers, they'll have Bam Margera in there with Andy Dick, and I'm sure what's-her-name will profit off the whole thing, Elisa Jordana. I'm sure she'll find a way to, stick her nose in it. Yeah. Good.
No way.
I mean, look, good for Steve-O trying to help. And I'm sorry for sounding skeptical. Stethoscope. I'm sorry for sounding like a stethoscope. But I don't think it's going to work. 1-8. It's a good stethoscope.
Thank you.
180 away from today's goal. Streamlabs and PayPal, links in the chat. Super chats and memberships help as well. If we hit that 180, we do 30 minutes of overtime. If not, we wrap up the show in 2 hours. We're halfway through, and we're at 180, so I think we're making a pretty good pace at this point this morning. Corey, where are we at for likes?
We are officially at 306.
We're over. All right. We got 400 is the goal for the end of the show, and we got 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours until then. There's all the links. It's also pinned to the top of the page if you feel like contributing to our little program. All right. Let's go to Florida. A woman there claimed that a crack pipe discovered protruding from her vagina during a strip search was in fact a sex toy. Oh, well then by all means, just carry on.
I mean, everything's a sex toy if you're not a coward.
That's true. I mean, that's a wonderful excuse. The cops are looking at you and they go, oh, what's that protruding from your vagina? Oh, it's just a sex toy. Oh, well then that's fine. We see that all the time. There's no reason for us to investigate this any further.
Now I'm just seeing this like larger, really loose woman who's like, no, that's not a gun. That's a sex toy. And just like a reverse clown car, but her vagina.
Crack pipe. That's a double dong, officer. What are you talking about?
You know, they like do the sweater thing like this. It's just going into her vagina. She's like fucking. No, that's not drugs. That's a sex toy. That's not guns. That's a sex toy. That's not a sex trafficked kid. That's a sex toy.
Yeah.
It's like, it keeps like what the fuck?
It's no, officer.
Eventually she puts her car in her pussy somehow. It's really weird.
Officer, it's my vaginal mesh. It's malfunctioning. I need to call Millip, Gallup, and Milovitz for my class action lawsuit on my vaginal mesh.
Pretty deep pull there.
Yeah. According to court, April and I sometimes watch the Price is Right after the show's over, so I get all the good class action lawsuits.
Oh, do you? Do you?
Yeah.
You watch Price is Right?
I get all the good class action lawsuits commercial. By the way, have you ever drank any of the water at Camp Lejeune?
No, nor would I.
Just wondering, because you might be entitled to a quick settlement.
It's where brungles are made. I have had some brungles.
Bob Levy was on one of his shows. He was on Anthony Cumia's show, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's like when you drink that water at." And he called it it was the dumbest fucking thing. It was so funny. He was trying to say Camp Lejeune, and he goes, "Oh yeah," it's like if you drink that water at Lake Lagoon." Yeah, or Camp Lejeune, Lake Lagoon. You know. You're entitled to some of that settlement. According to the court documents acquired by the smoking gun, Carmela Ann Maines, 57, was arrested in Clearwater, Florida on Wednesday. That is where a lot of the fucking crack pipe pussy people live. After failing to appear in court to face shoplifting allegations. Oh, so they were checking in on her because she already missed her court appointment for stealing shit. And when they went to check on her, she had a crack pipe shoved in her cunt. I tell you what, this one...
That's a lot of hypotheticals, all right?
Look, she sounds like she's getting better.
It's a sex toy. Don't dead name that crack pipe.
You're right. A crack pipe is a sex toy, depending on the hole it's in, perhaps. You got to give her that. I mean, they found her with a crack pipe, and she wasn't smoking it. So, baby steps.
Unless she was smoking out of her pussy, in which case, put that on OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing? An arrest affidavit said that as Maines was being processed...
Wait. Hear me out. It was a front crack pipe.
There you go. Front crack pipe. There's all kinds of different things we can call it.
A back pipe, a mouth crack pipe, a front crack pipe.
An arrest affidavit said that as Maines was being processed at the Pinellas County Jail, a body scan discovered an anomaly in her vaginal region.
It's an anomaly.
That's what I want to call myself to April sometime. That sounds really hot. It's just like, yeah, I'm an anomaly in your vaginal region.
Just reminds me of that Weezer song. You got your gash pipe. Do 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 do.
During a strip search of the suspect, authorities said they discovered a glass crack pipe protruding from the defendant's vagina. The affidavit states that Maine then took the contraband from her body and intentionally threw it on the ground and stepped on it in an effort to destroy the evidence.
Good luck finding that crack under all that pussy juice.
Oh, just right in front of the officers. They go, "What's that?" Nothing. It's nothing at all.
Are they not like frisking people when they arrest them anymore?
Well, they're certainly not fingering a 57-year-old. That we know that much.
Why don't cops do their jobs?
Yes. She then tried to explain that the item...
Smells like pralines and dust. Get that pipe out of her.
She then tried to explain that the item was really a sex toy. I mean, yeah, that's what everybody does when a sex toy is discovered in their twat. They throw it on the ground and break it. I don't know what other people do. She says it was really a sex toy, despite the fact that it was consistent with a crack cocaine pipe and coated in burnt markings, police noted.
Those weren't burnt markings. My front crack pipe used to be a back crack pipe.
How dare you, officer? Those aren't burnt markings. It's a black dildo. According to the report, Maines was charged with having contraband in a county jail facility and tampering with evidence in connection with the event. The source said she was imprisoned after failing.
Wait. So if she's masturbating with that pipe, does that count as tampering with evidence?
Oh my God! You know what? It probably does. You're getting all kinds of DNA on it.
She was trying to do what that chick that had all those threesomes at the station. Hey, officer, you want to tamper with some evidence?
According to the reports, Maines has previously, you're not going to believe this, she's been previously convicted of trespassing, disorderly conduct, fraud.
What?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Fraud, battery, driving without a license, and failing to appear in court.
Excuse me, bitch?
You're telling me that this woman with the crack pipe in her pussy who then stepped on it.
Wait. Yeah. So you're saying it's like this is just parody. Our world is becoming parody in front of us.
Yeah. So wait, you're saying that this woman who shoved a crack pipe up her pussy before the cops got there when she was skipping her court hearing for shoplifting and then crushed the crack pipe when they found it in her pussy and swore it was a sex toy. You're saying that this is this woman's not this woman's first interaction with law enforcement? I'll be dipped in pig shit.
I wish it was, because that's kind of a greater rookie season than Brock Purdy's having, right?
Yeah, you know what? That is a pretty big. That's what's called a statement crime.
It was a statement crime.
Yeah, letting everybody know you're on the scene. 180 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our program. We have reached that 300 like number by 8 o'clock. Thank you guys very much for that. I got to open a couple more stories here in the 6 o'clock hour. I hate using Daily Mail stories. I really do, because they slow down your computer so horribly.
Is this the Scotland one?
No, I've got a couple here. This
Did you
one's
see the Scotland one?
Yeah, some rapist said that now he's non-binary or something.
No, dude. So this guy in Scotland, it's real quick, right? It was on Daily Mail. This guy in Scotland, serial rapist, right? It was like 2 or 3 rapes, right? This is his third one. Shows up to court, says that he now identifies as a woman and was sentenced to a woman's prison.
Well, of course, right? I mean, you don't want to be insensitive.
She just wants to do her time in peace, you bigot.
Yeah, look, the woman just wants to be able to do her time and go home. So
zero chance that he rapes a woman in woman prison, right?
Well, I mean,
this serial rapist, like fuck this dude for being a rapist for sure,
right?
But you can recognize monsters and ingenuity at the same time. Like, if you are a rapist that's going down, that's a pretty baller move. Like, oh shit, I'm going to jail.
Yeah,
might as well go to where the chicks are.
You talk about swinging for the fences,
right? Like fucking Babe Ruth of rape.
So, yeah. So did he wear like a dress to court? Like did he go the whole 9 yards?
If you like Daily Mail, I can see if I find it. Daily Mail had the whole thing. It's fucking crazy.
Scottish. I'll type that in. Yeah, of attacking women before gender change. Yeah, the gender. Oh my God.
Yeah, look at it.
Isla Bryson, a transgender woman, has been found guilty of murdering 2 women in attacks carried out before she changed gender. Wow, what a coincidence. One last victimization of a couple women before I joined the group. God.
Yeah, Brown Candy has it like fucking nailed. Plot twist would be if a bunch of butches gang up on him and rape him in prison.
Right, yeah. Just with hairbrushes and shit. But it is like, this is also the media's kind of complicit, right? Because they're reporting this person as a woman. They're going along with it. Nobody in the media is doing their job of calling bullshit and going, this kind of seems like they're only doing this to avoid going to jail with men, and that maybe this is a cynical thing that they're doing. Nope, just Once you say you're transgender, it's
You
handoff.
you can't. You're a bigot. You're being a bigot right now.
Yeah, no skepticism or it's bigotry. Even though this skepticism should be staring you right in the face. The High Court in Glasgow heard the 31-year-old has now started the process. Excuse me. I've been getting very sleepy, like right at the halfway point of shows this week. I don't know what it is. I'm falling apart.
Probably just your normal content.
Achy knees, achy ankles.
Probably getting sick, dude. I'm telling you, vitamin C and zinc. You got to just power through that. And you got to do it at the first. If you when you first notice you're getting sick, if you just switch to zinc and vitamin C, you won't get sick very often.
You might have a good point because, it's like clockwork. Like at 8 o'clock every morning, I just start fading.
Maybe you're pregnant.
Oh, my God. I could be with child. Yeah, and I get menopause, too. People have theorized like the hot flashes, the getting tired, the muscle aches. I'm turning into a Joy Behar. Judge,
I love to inject energy here where I can, but I just gave you a Scotland trans rape case. There's nothing else I can do. I've shot my shot, as it were.
Well, look, bigot, this woman has already started the process of gender reassignment, so I don't want any skepticism on anyone's mind.
What if he knocks somebody up in prison after a rape?
What if? I've actually got 4-1 odds on it. So
I'll take the over.
Judge Lord Scott said she had been convicted of 2 extremely serious charges and a significant custodial sentence was inevitable. BBC Scotland understands Bryson is being sent to Cornton Vale Women's Prison in Stirling.
Jesus fucking Christ. The fucking clown world, man. It's all just a fucking clown
They're
world.
sending a rapist into a women's prison.
Because they're a clown show.
But will not be held alongside the jail's general population. A risk assessment will then be carried out to decide where Bryson should go after that.
So good behavior gets him the opportunity to rape?
I don't know.
Because they're going to reassess it, right? So if he just plays it cool by himself in this women's facility for a few months, he gets to go rape again?
I mean, honestly, there is no reason for this other than this court does not want to be called transphobic.
No, it's the Scottish shit. This happens in the UK too. It's how their laws are set up now. Like, because this is literally, hey everybody, I want you to see in real time the slippery slope.
Scotland, yeah.
Yeah.
Scotland.
This is what this slippery slope looks like.
Jesus. So there,
and that's an actual thing that's happening, and that's happened not with a serial rapist, but that happened with a murderer in the UK, and it happened with a guy who committed a bunch of felonies in Canada. Same thing. You show up, you tell them you're a chick. There's not really anything they can do because they have to fucking recognize it, and they have infrastructure in place that means if I say I'm a chick, I go to chick prison.
So even if a judge is skeptical, and
doesn't matter. The judge doesn't get to be skeptical.
The judge doesn't get to. It's just the law. If you identify as a woman, you have to go to the women's
prison. You could even have. I'm pretty sure you could have something on him, like an audio recording of him telling you this is his plan, and you still probably couldn't do anything of it with the underwriting of how their law is.
What a wonderful, wonderful. I can't even say region that Scotland has turned into.
Scotland's a country. You can say a country.
Country, yeah, state, I suppose.
Police state.
Yeah. 180 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our program and help us knock that out and add 30 minutes of overtime to the end of today's show, please do. There's the links in the chat, Streamlabs and PayPal. Let's all work together, especially if we haven't chipped in a while. Let's all work together and knock out that 180 and also help us get to those 400 likes.
Yep, we're at 323, and remember, if cash is strapped, it doesn't cost much to smash that like button, baby.
Nope, liking and subscribing is very, very easy, so thank you to those of you.
Someone say you could fit it into any budget.
Any budget, yes. Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri.
I love that guy.
Yeah, he's reintroducing a bill to ban members of Congress and their spouses. That's the big part. And their spouses from owning and trading stocks, and use the name of his legislation to troll Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Now, 2 things about this. One, the reason he's naming it after Nancy Pelosi is because she's famously always used her husband to make her dirty trades. But also, number 2, he knows that this isn't going to pass. He knows that it's not going to get signed into law. So why not motherfuck Nancy Pelosi on the way out? I mean, that's That's kind of what happens with all of this stuff when, like, the minority party, which the Republicans are in the Senate, whenever they propose any kind of big sweeping legislation, two things happen. One, they're dicks about it because, might as well get our shots in. It's not passing or getting signed anyway. And number two, when they finally do get elected and they have a chance to pass shit like this, notice they never do. I was thinking...
Well, it's like, check it out. This is actually kind of funny, too, is that even though the Dems are there now and not the Republican, it's the same sentence we've heard our entire fucking life. Oh, that'll never pass the Senate.
Right. It's one of those deals where it's easy to do it when you're the minority party. But the minute they get the chance to, nope, can't do it now for whatever reason. Like, I read an article yesterday that Ted Cruz and a couple of other senators want to introduce legislation on... term limits. They want to set term limits for senators and representatives. Funny, I believe Ted Cruz was in the Senate when Donald Trump had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. We never got the term limits thing. We never got the trading thing. We never got any of that stuff. When you're in the minority, you can put it out there. You know it's not going to pass. And then during the next election, you can go, hey, look what I did. And then if they actually elect you and you get a chance to do it when you have power, they go, well, come on, guys. I mean, there's all kinds of things to consider. We can't just, push it to the front of the line. It would be as ridiculous as, say, maybe you spent 2 years ranting and raving about how you need a wall on the southern border, and then you just never did it.
You did, that's not fair. You did some of it.
You did some of it, but...
Like, honestly, you put all that shit in there and then everybody stopped it. It's not like they did. It wasn't for lack of trying on the wall.
But that's just it. I mean, you get all of your guys in there and you think that they're your guys, and then you can't even get your shit passed with your guys.
Yeah.
Like when you're the little guy, you make all this noise and you propose all these bills, and then you get in there and you go, yeah, you know what? It's too hard.
Yeah, fuck it. Who cares?
Thanks a lot. I appreciate you being a freedom fighter until Election Day. Thank you very much to D-Luke for the $10 on PayPal. You get a little shaka dance. There you go. $10 from D-Luke, knocking us down.
How's that thing still holding up?
The nails.
Isn't that thing's leg all fucked up when you got it?
The legs do fall off from time to time, but you just put the nail.
Okay.
Yeah, you put the nail right back in and you're good.
Wasn't meant for everyday steel toe use.
No, it was meant to
Plus,
be.
I have to imagine you're using it while you masturbate now.
I use it to masturbate.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lot of wear and tear on that.
Let's make sure we get it right.
Turning more into like a brown face scenario, right?
Yeah.
Goes right up your butt.
$170 away from today's goal if you feel like helping out. Thank you very much to D-Luke. But yeah, somebody asked, well, what about that shipping container border wall they're building in Arizona? A judge just told them that they have to take that down. So, they tried. Like, these states will try to do this stuff, and then it'll all just get wrapped up in court. Citizen M says Trump spoke with 110% confidence, autistically rambling on about the gay wall for fucking years. Was it a gay wall? Maybe that's why the Republicans wouldn't let him build all of it.
You're hearing it's a gay wall?
Yes. Mr. President, look. That is always the kind of dumb shit that breaks up like big legislation in the House and the Senate and for the president is they're disagreeing on one stupid ass part of it so they don't have to pass anything important. It would be like, hey, sir, we've got the wall. We got all the votes for it, but it's not going to work because it says here that you're making it a gay wall. Sorry, just a couple of the senators from Missouri say they cannot back a gay wall, so it's going to fall apart.
Well, what's funny is like the way they made the wall with those slots and stuff. I mean, they're basically like south of the border glory holes, right? Like you get a dick in between some of those slots.
Right. You can get at least a party into the country. That's all.
Yeah. Sneaking cocaine, just like handing it through.
So this Josh Hawley introduced a bill that said not only can members of Congress not own stocks, but their spouses can't own stocks either. And I mean, it's a good idea. I like it. But at the same time, Corey, wouldn't they then just recruit like a cousin or an uncle or an aunt or so? I mean, somebody's going to.
It doesn't matter. Oh, my husband's not going to be able to do it. Well, my brother can.
Exactly. So and the reason, by the way, that they don't let Congress.
More importantly, it's never going to pass. So who gives a shit?
Exactly. The reason they don't let Congress people like that own stocks in that fashion is because they have they're privy to information that the public isn't in a lot of their hearings. And everything they would do would be insider trading. But I thought that Congress people were allowed to own stock and they were allowed to insider trade. I thought that was one of the perks of the gig. Okay, so
yeah, no, they are. Well, they're allowed to, but they're not. Like, it's one of those things where they're not supposed to, but it's not illegal type shit, right? And then that just devolved into them just doing it blatantly out in the open. I mean, the biggest one that I saw was over COVID when Nancy Pelosi pumped out a shitload of money out of the hotels right before they closed down the hotels.
Yeah, she did a lot of shady shit during COVID.
She had a shitload of hotel. There was a John is in here in SLP. He has a link. There's this crazy website that only tracks the activity of people in politics. And what's funny is if you watch, it's either Nancy Pelosi is insider trading or she's the best investor who's ever lived.
Yes.
Like, we're talking Warren Buffett, a fucking bum, you know, like
compared to Pelosi, yeah.
Right. And it's just crazy. And they have there's this guy that devoted a bunch of time, and I'm sure John will throw it in at some point, but it's so crazy because it tracks all of these politicians and it lists all their trading is public. Right. And this dude did a like thesis thing where he only did what the politicians were doing and he made a shitload of money.
That should be what we do is just follow the way the politicians are trading and trade that way because
Nvidia, she threw a shitload of money in Nvidia and then all of a sudden here comes the CHIPS Act and then she took out a shitload of money out of Nvidia and here comes a chip shortage. It's like it's very easy to see.
Yeah, it's perfect actually. So if you ban them from owning it and you ban their spouses from owning it, they'll just go on down the line like in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street. They'll just find another rat hole to put the money into. I don't, all
rat holes, man.
Yeah, like you said, thank you, April. Like you said, it's never going to pass, first of all, because the Republicans don't have the votes. And even if they end up winning an election, they'll never put something like this forward. And it's kind of like term limits. Even if you had, the majority and all this stuff, you think Democrat or Republican, a lot of these people are going to want to vote themselves A, out of a job when it's term limits, or B, get rid of this sweet thing that makes them make a shitload of money?
Yeah. They're not going to do that. I mean, they're not going to do that without having a back end to protect money. They're just not.
Right. Like trading through your cousin.
Like, for instance, when that guy was making that bill, when Holly was making that bill, he's like, should we do cousins too? It's like, no, we're not going to do fucking cousins. We got to make our money. Oh, yeah. You're right. Just spouse.
Yeah, we got to do something about this. Thank you. I'm refilling my water so that I can stay properly hydrated.
I'm telling you, dude, zinc, vitamin C. It's like It's like the fisherman friend secret.
Yeah, the fisherman.
I got all the tricks because like for comedy, you don't get fucking days off. If you're dead sick, you have to just go out there and tell dick jokes. So
yeah,
the key with like anything is the moment you feel even a little bit, it's zinc and vitamin C, and your body will right itself 9 times out of 10. And then the shitty part though is when it doesn't work, you're about to get real fucking sick.
Yeah. I'm hoping I stave it off. There's always
you can go down to the fucking CVS or Walgreens, man. A bottle of zinc and a bottle of vitamin C is like fucking like nothing. Yeah. April says you even have it in the house.
Well, let's throw it down. Let's throw the kitchen sink at it.
April, bring him a vitamin C and some zinc.
Yeah.
And then pop that, dude. It's gonna make your stomach feel a little wobbly because that's what zinc does, but it like almost always when you start to get sick, it's a deficiency of those two things.
Yeah, my stomach.
If you look at like all your airborne and all that shit, almost all that shit is just vitamin C and zinc.
Because my stomach is already a little iffy, but yeah, the clamminess and the joint soreness and all that shit.
That might just be getting old and because you've been boxing, bro.
Well, that's just it. I mean, I've been going like 4 or 5 days a week now the last 2 weeks, and that's probably double what we've been doing over the fall and the winter.
How much does the goal have to go up to get you stem cells?
I don't know. I'd have to do some pricing, I guess.
Yeah.
For that. Yeah.
Crowdfund you being like flown out to fucking like a fucking prince in Saudi Arabia to get fucking gene therapy.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah.
What is that like? When they swap the the thing that fucking Rogan does all the time, where they like swap
TRT.
Yeah, TRT. Just go over somewhere and get the TRT.
What is that? Testosterone replacement?
Testosterone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
So they basically take out a bunch of your shit and then put in like younger testosterone, essentially.
Yeah. I thought like working out more and stuff, you get more testosterone.
Yeah, that helps too.
Yeah, I got to keep doing that. But yeah, we took an off day from the gym yesterday, and instead we just used our gym sauna for a half hour, and I think that might have fucked me up a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean I remember when I had a lifetime fitness membership, and I can't even tell you how many times I did the quote unquote executive workout, which was I would just go in there and just hang out in the hot tub
and just sweat. Yeah. Mike Tyson.
Mr. Approachable says Corey advocates Aaron gets stem cells. Then Aaron fires Corey to afford stem cells. That's true. You know what? Just keep it the way you're doing it.
Oh yeah, a little zinc, a little vitamin C, and then I'll get rid of
very cheap things. Those zinc and vitamin C.
Yeah, I'll get rid of the sweats and everything, and we'll be good to go. Mike Tyson is being sued. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he's being accused of that dirty R word again. This is
Ronald
coming.
Reagan?
Yes, he's being accused of being Reagan. This one is 30 years later, and he's being sued for $5 million.
Wait, are you saying he's retarded? What are you saying?
I'm saying the word that YouTube doesn't let you say. So this woman back like 30 years ago says that she met Tyson in a nightclub. He pulled down her pants. He had his way with her. She didn't give him consent. Look, this is always tricky with these accusations 30 years later because you have
like sexual. Got it. I got which R word it is.
So you have your instincts and what your instincts tell you about a story like this, and then you have like what's considered in polite society okay to say. To me, if a woman's coming out 30 years later, and it's right after this particular individual started making a good amount of money again, and then you come out and voice this, I just feel like there's more to your story than what you're telling us. That's all. Let's play the story here and see what.
And also, Tyson doesn't seem like he's all upstairs there, correct?
What?
I know.
Jeez.
But what are the odds that he doesn't remember a lot of this stuff? Yeah, I'm not saying that should like get him off the hook or anything like that, but it's just like when Mike's weighing in on this shit, like I bet I don't remember is a pretty honest take.
Well, and the woman's like not coming up with the exact year or anything. I feel like if something that traumatic happened, you would kind of know right around the timeline it happened. She's just saying early 90s. Let's listen to the news story and see what kind of trouble Mike's facing.
There's a statute of limitations, so why would you even come forward if that's
that's why she's suing him for $5 million. She's not bringing him up on federal or on criminal charges.
Okay.
Because like you said, the statute of limitations, but she is looking for $5 million, which he now has. Let's see.
Of raping a woman outside an Albany dance club in the early 1990s. According to court documents, the alleged assault happened in a limo. The victim says she still suffers physical and emotional harm. She's seeking $5 million in damages. News 10 is working to contact Tyson's team for comment. The lawsuit was filed earlier this month as part of New York's Adult Survivors Act. The law took effect in November and gives survivors of abuse a one-year look-back window to file lawsuits regardless of when the abuse happened.
Okay, so New York has this new law. Oh, see, now that to me makes it even more shady. So 30 years later, New York just passed a law and said, hey, you have 1 year to look back and decide if this happened to you and then report and sue on it. And within that 1 year, I mean, even the crime Mike got convicted of, people have their questions about. I've heard all kinds of different sides to that whole story. But this...
I heard you're a rat piece of shit. That's the side of the story I heard.
I heard you're a rat. Yeah, you're a real rat piece of shit.
Well, that's just what people are saying. I don't hear anybody saying that. I hear you saying like some kind of rat piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. The circumstances around this seem a little easy to question, put it that way. I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying the circumstances around this, Mike's finally back in the black again. A law got passed in New York that says you have a year to decide if this happened to you 30 years ago. Some money on the table. It just, I don't know. I'm struggling really bad right now with not saying she's outright lying, but
I mean, it's a I hate saying this in reference for this, but it's kind of a coin flip scenario, right?
Right. Well, I mean, as soon as he went to prison for the what was her name? Not Robin Givens, Desiree Washington. As soon as he went to prison for that one, I feel like everyone would have come out of the woodwork at that point. But I don't know. April brought me some zinc and vitamin C here, Corey. I can.
Good. No, I'm telling you, just like power that down. That'll. I don't know what that'll do about your pussy hips, but that'll get everything else back in order.
It's more the knees and the ankles.
I think that's just like wearing on you from boxing. I mean, like footwork is a thing, bro.
You could be right. And also, she brought me some blueberries to get my energy up. Look at that.
Oh, there you go.
I've got a good.
That's a keeper. You should probably marry her.
I've got a good woman.
There you go.
She feeds me blueberries when my energy's getting a bit low.
Yeah. Tell her to give you the bloobs, baby.
A big.
Bloobs out.
I'm full of superfoods and antioxidants, bitches.
Yeah, you're like sauerkraut.
Yeah, nobody's more anti-oxified than I am. I am oxless. Because I got all
I've always said you're a guy that owns no oxus.
I'd be terrible in Oregon Trail. Completely oxless. Thank you very much to Rouse Sauce for the $20. You get yourself a little shock-a-dance there. Thank you, Rouse Sauce. $20 in the super chat says, thanks, guys. No, thank you, sir. 155 away from today's goal. So we are inching closer and closer to knocking that out and doing overtime. Thank you, boys and girls. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat. And, of course, super chats and memberships help as well. So are we all in agreement that I think Mike Tyson is innocent in this whole thing?
50-50.
Okay, 50-50. Brown Candy says, if my girl got me vitamins and zinc, I'd come all over her heart. Well, I try to get as close as I can. You know, as close as humanly possible, that is. Well, where were you on the Damar Hamlin camera gate from the Bills,
the body double thing?
the Bills-Bengals game? Where did you stand on? We've been talking about it this week, and I'm really struggling to say exactly what I think because I don't know what's okay, but I've pretty much let people know where I'm at.
I think you and I have the same outlook. I really don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying Damar Hamlin's dead and that is just a guy. But I'm saying I don't think what we saw at that game was Damar Hamlin.
How much money logistically would you have to give out to complete cease and desist with the family about that? That's the real question, right? So if we're gonna go tinfoil hat on, which is fine, right?
Yeah.
Like, how much money do you think they had to give to the family members to be like, if anybody asks, your son's still alive, if he is dead, right?
Oh, you're going with like the full-on dead thing because he's
that's the conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah, he's tweeting now, and I'm going to show you the tweet. And you can tell me.
He's tweeting, or because that's nobody has ever tweeted for somebody else.
We will show you in a little bit here. I'm gonna go like what I've seen from because Coke Zero says Josh Allen posted pics of him in the locker room. I would love to see those. Are they on his Twitter or his Instagram? I can go find them. But I've seen the tweets from Damar Hamlin now from his account. I don't think he's dead. But I don't think that was him. Either that or the NFL, for some reason, one of the best TV productions in the world in the history of television, decided to just be absolutely dog shit in covering Damar Hamlin. Because in that booth, you could have talked to him, you could have spoken to him. I mean, I said this before. You have guys who are paralyzed 2 weeks before in a football game, and they're being wheeled out for the coin toss and being talked to on television and everything else. So there was just something about the camera angles they were filming him at, everybody covering him up when he was getting into the stadium.
Or the fact that he was like mostly covered up. I mean, the dude looked like he was wearing a ninja suit for most of the camera angles.
Right. So I don't understand that. And then, when they show him and he's doing the arm waving thing, and I'm like, I thought that if you had like life-saving CPR done, that basically fucks up your ribs for a while.
Right. JJ brings up a good point too. They had full pics and videos of his family and all the people around him, but they couldn't get a shot of him.
Right. My thing is this. Why am I looked at as a nut bar for going, hey, that looks weird? And then people go, oh, what are you trying to say? That he's this, that, or the other thing? I'm like, no. You're saying that. All I'm saying is, why did they treat it so fucky? Why did it look so weird? Why did they show him through blizzards so you can't see his face? Why did they film him from the side? Why did they hide him like he's Elvis going into his dressing room when he went upstairs?
Well, and why is the only clear shot of him standing next to that fucking mural, again, fully draped and head down at an angle where he would look like anybody?
Yeah, so this is the tweet that Damar Hamlin put out. It's he is trolling the people who said that it was a body double or whatever. He tweeted it out and he wrote in quotations, clone. And that's him. And look, I have no reason to believe that isn't Damar Hamlin and that he's not tweeting a picture of himself.
That's the picture.
But once again, his head's down, his hood's up. He's got, I think he's got the mask on. I can't really tell. It's shadowed as fuck. It's just, if it is him, they want to fuck with us at the same time.
Yeah. Well, they always want to. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? They want to do that out in the open and just kind of wave their dick around like, check this out. Not only do we do this, but we did it so completely, we can also get away with this.
And then I see it in the chat and people are like, oh, you think that was a body double? I'm just saying, like, why isn't it? Why? I don't know. You ask the questions about this. I never thought he was dead. I never thought that Damar Hamlin was dead and they were doing some kind of body double. It's just if they came out and said that wasn't Damar Hamlin at that game, that would not surprise me in the least.
I think that's more likely than him being dead, right? Is that I honestly like
there's too many loose ends, right?
Yeah, so, the thing about conspiracy theory is that it's funny because I've watched in the last 8 years everybody just laughing at me because I believe in some conspiracy theories here and there, and almost all of them are entertaining it after COVID because we just see how the world works now, right?
Yeah.
Like anything can be a conspiracy, and then, every like true broken story is a conspiracy theory at its start.
Yeah.
What's interesting about this, and this is how I'm going to traject in to not just be like fucking liable, right? If you were the NFL, it is very important that he is okay.
Right.
If he dies, or if he's died, or if Damar's dead, which I don't know if he is, or I don't believe he is, but
right.
It's in their best interest to make sure that he's okay because they're already under all that fucking scrutiny for the concussions and all that shit.
Yeah.
So if this kid had a random health event, which seems congruent with a bunch of stuff they're seeing in some of the vaccines. Again, I'm not saying any of this stuff is real. I don't know what happened. I'm just fucking waxing poetic. All right. Don't get mad about it. Right. The dropping down, this and that, there's a chance that maybe he's not dead, but maybe there's a lot of fucking brain damage and he's a vegetable.
Maybe there's people
not
saying
I'm not even saying like full on vegetable, like can't talk or anything, but like maybe it's like
he's just not in good shape.
It's like Oz, right? Maybe there's a step or two missing.
Oh,
right?
Here's a good comparison. Remember when they first started letting Tracy Morgan out after that accident?
Yes,
and they
no,
didn't
exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's exactly like that. And especially like, okay, if that dude, if we're to believe everything that said, he was legally dead for a second. And they've proven that actually can cause brain damage, right? So what are the odds that he is okay-ish, but he's not quite all there upstairs? So rather than expose him to that, they hire somebody to be his body double. They pay off the family with non-disclosures just so they can make a bunch of like PR shots to be like, hey guys, football is safe. I don't think that's unreasonable or even beyond reality. I think that's probably what we're looking at.
My whole thing.
I don't think he's dead or anything like that. I think the dude is probably sitting at home, like, because even like anywhere on the spectrum between dead and like a high functioning stroke victim, right?
It's so odd to me that they would feel the need to do that, though, because it's a great story whether he's at the stadium or not.
No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that they have people breathing down their throats trying to take away football and replacing it with soccer because it's safer. Like football has been under hardcore pressure since all the fucking concussion shit.
Yeah.
Right? And like, so they can't like, if he's not up for being in the public, right? You cannot miss out on him being there to support his team for that. And then here's the other thing with the NFL. If you want to go down the like everything's fixed NFL wagon, which I've never believed, but a lot of people do, right?
Yeah.
You need to have that, especially if Buffalo wins that game. Because then you can like bring out that guy and be like, oh, we did it for DeMar and all this other shit. But at the same time, you have to protect a guy who maybe doesn't have his senses around it. Because like look at something like Oz. How long did it take Oz to get back to where he could even like talk?
Yeah.
Or
Weeks.
like especially if you're like when your body stops like that. I mean, there's a chance this guy could be sitting in a bed trying to relearn how to talk.
Who knows? Yeah. And that could be why they didn't put him on TV or anything else, is that, he's not very, the talking thing hasn't come back yet or anything like that. Yeah.
Could also be dead. I mean, that's the other thing too, is it's not, I don't think he's dead. But if you're going with statistics, I can't say it's 100% he's not.
Yeah. Shout out and Tired says Aaron is a mix of Red Bar and Alex Jones. Not even on any of this. My thing is, it's the weirdest thing that's happened when you look at something and you go, to me, this looks weird. And then people go, oh, what are you, Alex Jones? Dude, I don't even have an opinion on what it actually is. I'm saying it looks fucky. What could that be? So, I mean, Coke Zero says he's trolling in that picture. I agree with you. I think in that picture, there's definitely some trolling going on. I do think in that picture, it's DeMar Hamlin. I do. I do think the picture next to the mural and everything, I do think that's him. But the camera angles and everything else at the game and the way they were hiding him, it just seemed kind of fucky.
It was suspect. I do not believe the person at the game was him. I also do not believe that he is dead.
Yeah. KF with $5 says, I had cardiac arrest a few years ago around the same age of Hamlin, and my recovery was months. So I don't know. Yeah, and that's all. Like, you get jumped on now, and you've been getting jumped on for years when you say just like, I don't know, man, that just seems a little off to me. And then people they draw the rest of the conclusions for you, and they go, oh, so you're saying he's dead? And he's like, no, you're saying that. Hold on just a fucking second. Can I not say this looks weird? I have some questions. Like, for example, if I say, how's a guy waving his arms like this right after a cardiac arrest episode? Or, hey, why isn't the NFL talking to the guy? Like, why don't we hear something from him? Hey, why isn't he, why don't we have footage of him down in the locker room? And now somebody says that Josh Allen put pictures of him in the locker room. Okay, cool, if that's true. Answer my question. Like, that's what I always say when I say something looks fucked up. I always say, hey, make me look like a dick.
Yeah, prove me wrong. That's what I've said that with every conspiracy theory I entertain. I tell people, like, show me how I'm wrong, because I don't want to be the guy talking about the fucking shadow guilds,
Yeah, I don't want to talk like this because I know it sounds crazy. Like, I know what I'm saying sounds nuts, but I'm also looking at that game last week and going, you just look at it and you go, my brain's
How many years did the NFL hide information on CTE and other concussion protocols? Well, straight out hit it.
Yeah. And
like they knew the data and they hid it for almost 20 years.
Exactly. So
is getting a body double to improve their image while a guy is recovering in the hospital out of their realm? It's not. And again, I've seen 3 or 4 people in my life who have had strokes. Now, I know that that's not what he had, but when the brain stops like that, it's kind of similar. And it takes a few weeks to a month or two to get back on track. When Oz, and I know, like, I'm not trying to like dwell on any of that stuff, but like when Oz had his stroke, it took him like almost a month to really, because I was calling, I'm sure you were too, and it seemed like it took him almost a month and a half before the dude could like get to where sentences were where they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
That doesn't go away. And the picture of him in the hospital, the dude looks like shit. I mean, I honestly think he's alive. I just think that he's in no position to make appearances, or maybe not even in that good of a condition, but they have to have he's okay, because that's their story, and they have to stick to it, because if they backtrack on that, it's only gonna people are like, oh, and they also lied about the fucking concussion.
I'm sorry, something just started automatically playing. I told you I hate Daily Mail. Family Man Handyman with $10 over on PayPal says, yet no one is offering apologies for how they treated us conspiracy theorists, right, Corey? I mean,
oh yeah, dude. I mean, they have that Facebook papers that came out a week ago that we now know the CDC was working with Facebook to suppress all this information that they knew was false. We know that happened. It doesn't matter. We all knew that anyways, but it's shit like this where when, it's like if you're in a relationship, right? You're in a bad relationship and you know the person is lying to you or cheating on you or whatever have you, and you caught them once and you know that's a thing. They're never going to stop doing that. It just doesn't happen.
Right.
And what we know about the NFL, it's the same thing that I mean, how many fucking murders did McMahon hide in the WWE? We don't know.
At least Jimmy Snuka's.
Right. And a Ric Flair sexual assault, right?
Yeah.
And so the reality is that when you're talking about these companies with this big of money, and especially when they're their own private league, you have to look at what it is. Is it out of their moral compass to provide a body double so they can have publicity shots and go forward with the story of everything's okay? No, that's actually, not only is that not out of the question, it's kind of on brand for them.
Right, like King Kong Dong said, that you go back to the early 2000s, they were doing commercials on how safe football was.
Yes, dude, they were suppressing CTE information while running commercials about how football is safe. They were doing that.
It's interesting. Again,
I don't think he's dead. But I just think he's probably still in the hospital on oxygen, or he's at home working on speech therapy. He's in no condition to be there. And I'll tell you this too. The people who believe he's dead already, I don't even think that's a hot take. I don't believe that personally, but I don't think you can look optically at what's going on and say that's outside of the realm of possibilities.
Right. I'm like you in that regard, where I'm like, the amount of loose ends you'd need to tie up is just, I can't make that leap.
Right. And that's exactly me, because I've always been a big, I'm an Italian guy, so I've always been a big mob model on that. The only way to keep a secret between three people is if two people are dead.
Exactly.
But if DeMar's alive and he's just in no condition, you can absolutely pay a family with non-disclosures to make an appearance publicly for their son who's alive to help the league that made them all rich. That's very easy to do.
Yeah. Carlos says, when Dr. Omalu tried to warn the NFL about concussions and CTE, they gave him a hard time. Well, they did more than give him a hard time. They tried to discredit and destroy that guy. So, yeah, they're willing to go.
I guess a Niner player just got arrested. I just got a push update for it.
Oh, shit. Well, why don't you go ahead and read that? I'm going to mute you for a second and open these 7 o'clock hour stories. 140 away from today's goal, so we are getting very, very close. Thank you guys for throwing in. Of course, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. We appreciate that. Anything over $10 gets shaka. And we have, we're looking to get to 400 likes by the end of the show today. We got over an hour to do it. Just hit that like button. We're at 352, as I understand it. So we're getting very close to that 400 number. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com, our friends at Midland Armory, with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, and so much more. It's, of course, midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get huge savings. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Well, Corey, Donald Trump now currently leads. Oh, wait, I think he took off when I'm doing the reads. My bad. Donald Trump in a new poll.
I went and started my car. I miss anything?
A new poll from Emerson College shows Donald J. Trump currently ahead of Joe Biden by 3 points in a hypothetical rematch for the 2024 presidential election. I can't believe how high these numbers are. 44% of people said they'd vote Trump. 41% of people said they'd vote Biden. I would have thought the majority vote on that would have been, I'll put a gun in my mouth until you tell me someone else is running. I would have thought that would have been the big one on a question like that. But I think this is more Biden sucks than we want Trump back. Because these two both, like as since Biden got in there and for Trump longer, they've both been rubbing people the wrong way. So they've both got the documents thing. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Mike Pence now turned over a bunch of documents. He's like, yeah, I got to, like all these vice presidents and presidents are going to have their big I am Spartacus moment now, where like Trump got raided and now Biden's catching all kinds of shit for having classified documents. So now Pence is like, oh, I got classified documents too. Here, take mine.
Well, this is what I was saying when they first raided Mar-a-Lago, right? Everybody does this. This is not new. And this is just the biggest nothing burger ever. It's so funny because this is one where both sides are just going to rack up all these cases and then they're both going to be like, so we're just not going to talk about documents, right?
Yeah, it's really like the documents thing. If you've never heard of this before, then you can be really upset that they're doing it because you can go, hey, what the fuck? They're taking classified documents with it. But you have to be mad at both of them or you can't be mad at either of them. You know, you either have to go, oh, this is just what all of them do, and then they take this classified information and they actually use it to profiteer while they're in the private sector.
No. Yeah. Private sector profiteering? That's never... Yeah. Look, I'm so sick of your bullshit. First, we're talking about a live guy who's dead, and now it's fucking racketeering exists. Fuck you, dude.
Well, I mean, how else do you go from being president with $400,000 in your pocket to being worth $25 million your first year out? I mean...
Fucking moxie, baby.
Yeah, I mean, look... If you're mad about Trump having the documents and you think he should be raided and investigated, then we got to do the same to Biden. We got to do the same to Pence. We got to check out Obama. We got to check out everybody. It's a lot.
This is something that they've all done forever. I mean, a lot of the stuff they found in Biden's shit was when he was in the fucking Congress. It wasn't even when he was VP. The shit that was at his house, that's not even from when he was VP. Right. It was from when he was in Congress.
A lot of it's like senator stuff, like from this.
I just think when you're working with sensitive information and you have a million, I mean, not to defend Biden or Trump or whatever, but like, have you seen these omnibus like bills that come out and shit? Like they're giving boxes and boxes of shit. They don't know what's classified, what's not. They fucking just take a whole truckload of shit to their house. They get through as much as they can. They have their assistants get through as much as they can. And then they forget about fucking 5 pieces of paper. Because let's be honest when we're talking classified documents, right? Like you could have something that is top secret about the internet that is now public and that would still technically be finding classified information.
Right. Well, somebody's saying in the chat, Magnum DUI says Hunter Biden was using classified information to profit. Trump and Pence didn't do that. That we know of.
Yeah, but you don't know for sure that's what happened with Hunter, though. With Hunter, he was just a fucking drug addict fuckboy who got a job because his dad hooked him up. Like a lot of the stuff linking him to those documents are very circumstantial with Hunter. It's just, we know Biden had them, but it doesn't mean like, I get so sick of like when people try to link this shit on, like there's enough damning information that you don't have to fabricate connections, right? It's like when Trump was running for president and all he could do was talk shit at Hillary about NAFTA. Hillary wasn't president. She didn't do NAFTA.
Right. She was fucking up healthcare. That was her job when Bill Clinton was president.
And voting for wars in Congress.
Yeah, Bill Clinton actually got NAFTA done. Hillary Clinton fucked up her job, so you can't blame her. She didn't get shit done when she was first lady. Yeah, I think with the whole documents thing, I think that people, there's two types of people in this documents thing that are shocked by it. There's the people who like dislike a certain person politically, whether it's Biden or Trump, and they want to get them. Or they're doing the Casablanca thing where they're like, I'm shocked to find out there's gambling going on at Rick's Cabaret. You know, it's just, we know that they do this. We know that it's pretty commonplace that presidents, vice presidents, and like the part that shocked me was like a lowly senator just has classified documents sitting in his house. But I don't think you're allowed, because like if you get mad at the Trump Mar-a-Lago raid, you have to, or I'm sorry, if you celebrated the Trump Mar-a-Lago raid because it's justice, then you have to demand that Biden get raided the same way Trump did. And me personally, I'm just not willing to use that level of outrage for something that I know is probably a nothing burger on both ends.
That's because you're a reasonable human being. I mean, this is the problem. I go back and forth with our listeners, even the people on the right side of the aisle. When you're committed to one side of the aisle, it makes you a cuck. That's just what it does.
Right.
Like you like, how many times have you heard people when you're talking about Trump or Biden or whoever, you like anybody here who has a liberal friend and you're talking about Biden, right? How many times has that person responded, well, Trump did this? Or if you're talking about Trump, well, Hillary did this or Trump did that, or, it's this weird thing that we do where we make these allowances for people that we like that we're not going to make for people we hate. And if that's your approach, then government it's not for you, because this government, they're all fucking corrupt. They're all pulling the same bullshit, and it's all just a puppet show for the military anyways.
They're dirty. I mean, they're all very dirty, and you either have to get mad at either all of it's okay or none of it's okay.
Yes.
And for me,
all or nothing.
Yeah, for me, all of it's okay. Have at it.
Yeah.
You're all dirty anyway. You're all going to do rancid dog shit things, and none of us are going to do anything to stop you. So, look, you wiggled your way into the presidency. Now you get to be a multi-millionaire, because you get to do all kinds of rancid, dirty shit. Brian Kelly writes, wow, didn't know I was watching a bunch of Biden boys. Well, see, that's the cucking you do to yourself when, like Corey was talking about, when you pick a side.
Cut yourself in a comment.
Right. When you pick a side, now if anyone doesn't bury the guy you don't like, well, then they must be a cuck for them. They must be into them. Or if you don't, show outrage towards Trump when something happens. Like, my biggest thing is I'd rather be consistent than pick somebody's side. And to me, these documents, if I get mad about Biden and Trump having these documents, nothing changes. They're all going to do the same thing. So I'm going to go, hey, if you guys ever want to do something about that document shit, I mean, that's fine. But until then, I'm just going to assume that all of you guys are doing it. That's it. It's like cops and not giving each other tickets, or cops and taking stuff out of the evidence room, or cops and killing people and covering for each other, or cops and killing another cop and the other cops covering for them, or pretty much anything cops do is what I'm trying to say. Oh.
Qualified immunity. It's just for us. Oh. Sorry, what?
Jason with $40 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. He says, been listening often, donating less. Don't spend it all in one place. Well, maybe I'll spend it all on blueberries and zinc, because boy, did that work like a treat.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's like if I can give you one tip that's similar to that Fisherman Friends, it's Fisherman Friend and it's zinc and vitamin C. The moment you feel anything, it's zinc and vitamin C. Also, I know you don't dabble in the cocaine, but my friend Curly Adam also told me once that if you're feeling bad after a night of cocaine, bananas and any potassium will get you right.
Boy, that guy knows his shit.
He sure does.
Wow.
Oh, I got a funny incident with him recently too.
Oh, Curly Adam popped over down in Texas.
Yep. Yeah.
What did Curly have to do? Uh-oh.
It's funny. So Curly went out and he met me up at a show I was doing, right?
Okay.
And Curly and I are there, and one of my buddies from Iowa was actually down here doing a show, right? So I went and hung out with him and Curly, and he gave Curly some blow, right? Curly gets home and decides he's going to share with his neighbor because he's a nice guy.
Curly is a nice guy.
And the container that he shared with his neighbor did not screw on properly.
Okay.
So Curly, while staying here for a very brief time in Texas, was at the H-E-B, a local grocery store. He was doing his shopping, and he went to the self-checkout aisle, and he reached into his pocket for his wallet. And as he came out with his wallet, his hand was covered in a white powder that he did not recognize.
Oops.
And so it took him a second before he realized what the powder was, just in time as he looked up and made eye contact with the police officer who was stationed at the H-E-B. He then, like a true man, panicked.
Yes.
He took his hand, put it directly into his pocket, left the groceries at the self-checkout because he hadn't put his credit card in yet, and walked directly to the car and then went directly home and then turned his pocket inside out, put it in a plastic sandwich bag, and then proceeded to not waste the blow that was in the pocket. So he had his pocket turned inside out, and he was doing lines of pocket cocaine.
Oh, God. Curly Adam is a rancid piece of shit.
Well, Curly Adam can't really afford drugs, so when people give him drugs, he has to cherish them.
Waste
right?
not, want not.
Right. And so Curly also has some left that looks like it has sprinkles, and those sprinkles are pocket lint.
So Curly Adam has pocket lint cocaine.
Pocket snow. Yeah, pocket sand.
Pocket snow. Okay. All right. Wow. So, like, Curly Adam got so fucking distraught by the hand being covered in the powder in his pocket. He wasn't going to risk it with the police officer. He just hightailed it the fuck out of there.
He literally realized, so this was the next day, right? So Curly didn't even realize that was because Curly hasn't had any blow since he's been down here, right?
Okay.
And so it wasn't that that he had it in his mind, but he left it in his pocket. And I don't want to brag about his grooming, but he was wearing the same pair of cargo shorts 2 days in a row. So figure that out.
Oh, okay. Well, of course.
But no, it was the funniest fucking thing ever because he took out the wallet, he looked at it, and his first thought is, what's all this shit on my wallet? And then when he put it back in and reached, he felt the little plastic canister and knew fucking immediately what it was.
So
lie, in real time, the exact moment he realized what it was, he made eye contact with a cop at an HEB.
Oof. So did Curly Adam waste what was on the wallet? How undignified did Curly get?
Curly may or may not have been licking his fingers and sucking on them like he was eating chicken on the way home after scraping off the wallet. But the wallet didn't have a lot of it. It was in the base pocket of so if your pocket is and then here, hold on. You know what? One sec. Hold on. I got this. What's that?
So Curly Adam is sucking pocket coke off his fingers.
All right.
While on his way home.
Check this out, all right?
Okay.
So these are not Curly Adams cargo shorts. They are, in fact, a decoy pair of shorts that I'm using to make
a visual aid. Yeah.
Point. Any similarity to the actual Curly shorts is just coincidental, right?
Sure.
So the wallet's in here, right? He goes in, puts it in here, and as it comes out, so the bottom of it, though, he gets home, and he had to turn it inside out like this and just doing pocket lines, pocket blow. And the wallet, the funniest part was that, so the wallet had stuff on there, and he's like, can't waste it. Just kind of takes his finger over it, does a little gummer. And then, of course, when he gets home after doing a little gummer, he's like, well, I guess I have to do the rest of this.
Oh, damn it.
Not the rest of it, but just, you're already kind of geeked, so you got to keep going type shit.
Sure.
But I don't know. And I got to say, for Curly Adams, that was probably the second worst place he's done cocaine.
Was licking his fingers in the HEB parking lot with pocket cocaine?
No. Okay, first off, he's a pro. He went home to do the pocket cocaine.
Yes.
Oh, that was the other thing, too. When he was driving home, he's grabbing... He's grabbing this part of his shorts up here to make sure more of it didn't actually go through the pocket itself.
He's a goddamn hero, he is.
He's a piece of America, really.
Yeah, that is Americana right there. And now you got Curly has pocket lint in his Coke. What a guy.
Yeah, we just call it sprinkles.
Yeah, $100 away from Wednesday's goal. If we don't knock it out after that story, I don't know what does. An even hundo away with an hour left to go in regulation. We add a half hour of overtime if we knock that out. $100 away. Thank you to everyone who's contributed thus far. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. There's the links in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. We mentioned Ukraine a little bit ago. We mentioned Zelensky thanking all of the banks and the defense weapons manufacturers and all of that. A little on the nose. Well, speaking of on the nose, Volodymyr Zelensky announced a crackdown on corruption in Ukraine, and now a shitload of senior Ukrainian officials have quit the government. Senior Ukrainian officials have quit after Volodymyr Zelensky announced a crackdown on corruption and pledged to launch a staff shakeup at the highest level. First off, the fucking balls of this guy to be taking our tax money, taking our weapons, using like 10 to 20% of it in the war, and then selling the rest to third world countries, and then to go ahead and tell the rest of the world that he's cracking down on corruption. Wow, to say it with a straight face. The deputy head of Ukraine's presidential office, Kyrylo Tymoshenko, asked to be relieved of his duties, according to an online copy of a decree signed by Zelensky and Tymoshenko's own social media post. So this is like if you told American politicians they couldn't take classified documents home with them and keep them in their house. They'd be like, hey, you want to do me a favor then and just let me go? You guys just want to fire me? Like, why? What? You said I can't take classified documents home anymore. Well, yeah, but I thought you would just well, why the fuck do you think I'm here?
I can't take documents home? I quit.
I quit. That's what's happening in Ukraine now. In Ukraine, they're going, hey, we are cracking down on corruption. We're not going to let people line their pockets with the taxpayers' hard work and blood money. And then the politicians go, oh, so I'm free to go, right? Like, wait a minute, but we're cracking down on corruption. Yeah, I know. It sounds like a bummer. Party's over. I'm going to take off. Oh, I thought you were here because you wanted to help the people. After the revolution.
That's where you fail. You think we're in it for the people? No.
Yeah.
Hell no.
After this whole revolution you launched, the UK bought me a house in Staffordshire. I'm set. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Deputy Defense Minister Vyacheslav Shapovalov also resigned, according to local media, alleging his departure was linked to a scandal involving the purchase of food for the Ukrainian armed forces. Yeah, he was just trying to help get food for the military. That's why he's leaving, not because of the crackdown on rotten corruption. Deputy Prosecutor General Alexei Simonenko also quit. Tymoshenko joined the presidential office in 2019 after working on Zelensky's media and creative content strategy during his presidential campaign. Zelensky had promised personnel changes in the government, regional administrations, and security forces following corruption allegations that emerged after Russia's invasion last February. Also,
corrupt? Weird.
Yeah, a lot of people stepping down. Not only that, he's trying to get rid of all the corruption in the Ukrainian government. However, still no word on the Azov battalion being gone. Looks like they're still going to be there. But he is dead set on getting rid of that corruption in Ukraine. God. He's basically saying you're either with me or against me, and if you're against me, you're gone. And then, then
like OJ looking for the real murderer.
Yeah. And then so he goes, I'm going to crack down on corruption, and you're either with me or you're against me, and you can leave. And then people that he thought were his good buddies were like, so you're cracking down on the corruption thing. All right, well, see, I mean, it's been real. I'll see you later, but if I can't squeeze any fucking money out of this thing, go ahead and skedaddle.
Oh, yeah, if I can't make profit, I'm out. Wait, I thought we were doing this for the rebellion. Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, the rebellion. There you go. Thanks, buddy.
How was that again?
I love it. Yeah, they just used Tard voice on him. They're like, wait a minute. I thought you guys were staying here and in government because we were here for the people in the revolution. Oh, the people in the revolution.
I want our Congress to do that whenever somebody like proposes a garbage bill.
Well, did you hear the new one that One Eye that Eye Patch McCain wants to do? He wants to go to war with the cartels. Because
he's going to war with the cartel.
Let's send the Marines into Mexico. Open your eye. I lost my eye in Afghanistan, and now I want to
if you were smarter, you'd still have that eye.
I can see Josh Hawley starting that up. You know?
If I were in Congress and fucking that asshole said anything to me, I would just look him right in the eyes and be like, hey, Crenshaw.
Yeah, my 2 to your 1. I want
actually it'd probably be like this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all these warmongers who are like, and we need to do this for the safety and liberty of the American people. Oh, the safety and liberty of the American people. Yeah. Like, try to debate that. Try to debate that.
There's no debating that. There's no debating that.
Dan Crenshaw's like, we will do this because we believe that the American military is the backbone of our freedom. The American military is the backbone of our freedom. I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Crenshaw. Like,
he just sits there going, yeah, needs crayons.
Yeah. I'm Dan Crenshaw. Blinky, blinky, blinky. So yeah, he wants to go to war with the cartel because of course he does. He's Dan Crenshaw. Why wouldn't he want to go to war with the cartel? If there was a problem, he'll bomb it. Check out The Hook while Goldman Sachs funds it. California Democrats proposing a new wealth tax. I don't know if this reeks of desperation or not, but California is apparently in such dog shit shape with all these people leaving for Texas and Florida that they're now going to try to tax people who have left their states retroactively.
Billionaires specifically
who have left retroactively. But wait a minute. I always thought like Kathy Hochul in New York and Gavin Newsom in California. I thought when we were all telling them like, hey, people are leaving your shithole states, they were like, they basically did our comeback. They were like, yeah, people are leaving our states. Yeah.
I don't know why that fucking cracks me up, but like I want to watch a like fucking congressional session where they just do that to each other.
Right.
Oh, you want fucking critical race theory?
Black people are sadder than me. Damn.
They had a rough.
Mexicans should all get paperwork.
I don't believe in immigration, even though they'll vote Republican.
Asians built the railroads and their hands hurt. So what California's doing is they're proposing a new annual tax on wealthy residents, even when they flee the state. Because they don't care if people leave the state. In fact, they don't need them. Go beat it. Who needs you? The legislation proposed. In fairness, they said they didn't need the people. They didn't say they didn't need their money. So I guess in California,
well, that's the thing about California. They're such bitches, right? We don't need your money. Like they spent almost the entire COVID period saying we don't need your money, and if you don't like it, leave. And now they need your money, and if you left, we need that money too.
Right? Exactly. Yeah. The legislation.
Like, you don't like these rules, you don't have to live under my roof. But if you move out of my roof, I'm going to go after you for bills.
The legislation proposed by Assemblyman Alex Lee. This might surprise the shit out of you guys. He's a Democrat. It's weird.
What is his name? I've never heard of him.
Alex Lee.
Oh, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one that puts him on the fucking map, bro.
Oh, yeah, he's the savior of California. And sponsored.
I always imagine those like local guys, those local politicians sitting there watching House of Cards. Like, this is how I become Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my best friend in a garage.
Except without all the fucking creepiness and gay.
I'm gonna leave my best buddy in a garage with his window down and kill him when he passes out. That's That's how I'm gonna get to power. There was some stuff in House of Cards, and I do like everything but the last season. But there is some stuff in there.
That's another one, dude. When a show takes a break and then comes back with like a last season, it's rarely good.
Well, I mean, that was kind of Kevin Spacey's fault.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of on Kevin. The legislation proposed by Assemblyman Alex Lee and sponsored by 9 other state Democrats would require California residents with a worldwide net worth over $1 billion to pay an additional 1.5% yearly tax beginning in January 2024. As early as 2026, the tax threshold could drop to $50 million with an imposed 1% annual tax. There's no way you're allowed to do this. You can't. If they leave, I guess what? If they keep a residence in California, I guess they can still do. I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's literally if they leave, not even if they keep it. If they can prove that you made a bunch of money in California and dip, they're coming after you. And what's really fucking like, so this is where this all becomes like a house of cards stack. That's crazy to think about, right? So I don't know how much you know about this Chat GPT stuff. I don't know if you've covered that or
I've
looked
been
into
hearing
that at all.
about it, but I haven't really leaned into it. No.
So here's the thing. I can give you a really, really easy like summary real quick, okay? So ChatGPT is an AI that they found out can also code. So you put a code in there, it can tell you where you fucked up and it will correct the code, right? And like for computer coding.
Okay.
And they're estimating that 70 to 80% of coding workforce might be lost in the next year over this.
Holy shit.
Right. So now, and this is where I'm saying it starts stacking, right? So now what happens is you have all these people in Silicon Valley that made millions of fucking dollars. They moved to get away from fucking California and they're going to lose their job because of this Chat GPT. And then now they fucking are broke and they owe a fucking $1 million in fucking tax debt to a state they don't even fucking live in.
Jesus. Yeah, this
It's
is
fucking crazy.
Last week, Connecticut, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Minnesota, New York, and Washington proposed similar legislation to tax wealthy residents. Huh. I wonder what all those states have in oh, they're run by Democrats. Now, this is where it's hard to call it a conspiracy theory when people tell you, hey, there's one big, billionaire of the Democratic Party who's telling all these politicians to do the same exact thing, and they're all just doing his bidding, and there's no real thing like states' rights. Okay, I would have a hard time believing that if I didn't see all in the same week that like 8 of the highest taxed liberal states in the country where people are leaving for other states aren't following suit and doing this exact same thing California's trying to do. I mean, it does come off as, I'm sorry, a little iffy. According to Lee, if the bill is passed, the tax would apply to 0.1% of California households and generate $21.6 billion in state revenue. Lee intends for the new annual wealth tax to address the state's $22.5 billion budget deficit. So they've spent themselves into shit. They can't get themselves out. And part of the reason that they're in the shit so deep is because they treated people like shit, so they moved. So now their answer is, well, why don't we just try to take a bunch of money from the people that moved, and then we'll fix this whole thing. Don't fix the state. Don't do anything differently. Just see if we can squeeze more blood from this rock. It's wonderful. You know what? Good luck, guys. How can that stand? I don't understand the legality of that. I guess if the income is made in California, you could make that argument that they can regulate it, but God, that just really
it's because it's an asset that was made in their state, theoretically. That's how they're like going about it. Not saying that they'll succeed or anything, but that's how they're looking at it.
Yeah. We're an even
I just Googled it too. Microsoft is laying off 10,000 workers and Google has already laid off 12,000 workers.
Oh, I heard. Yeah, I did hear about that.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people, like Google was reporting last year that like more than half of their code was already being written by AI. So you're looking at, as we automate, they also are automating out coding, which for computers, that's everything. And in California, as it relates to this story, that like they're going to be going 10 years back to people who struck it rich in Silicon Valley. And by the time they like, let's say it gets through, I don't think this will actually go through, right? But if it gets put in, all of a sudden you have these people who are now laid off, unemployed, and they're going to owe all this money. And it's what's really crazy and scary about that. And maybe not to Minnesota, but like where I live, Austin, 70% of the people coming in are working in tech fields. Yeah. So you're going to have this just crazy amount of isolated poverty in these like crazy computer cities.
So now, are these companies like Microsoft and Google, are they openly saying that they're laying these people off because of ChatGPT, or is that kind of the working theory?
Well, Google is pretty honest about it. Microsoft insists that it was because of their Q2 revenue was bad, but it's not. Like, what's funny is like they said that they were down Q2, so they're laying off people. But at the same time, Google and Microsoft are in a multi-billion-dollar bid war for this ChatGPT because whoever gets it wins. Like if ChatGPT is part of Google, it wins. If it's part of Bing, Bing wins.
That's true. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Like
And-
whoever gets it and signs it down. And so far, the people that made it, they haven't really, but I mean, you've got kids are cheating in college because these AIs they can write papers, they can do the coding. Basically, anything that was data entry can now be done by a computer.
So the whole learn to code thing is kind of out the window.
Right. And that was like one of the number one things that people were going into for tech skills and tech profession. And you're looking at a downside. I mean, everybody knows like automated trucking is coming. You go to fucking McDonald's, you can already see the kiosks. You go to any grocery store, you already see the self-checkout stuff. That's happening to the computer industry.
Shout out and Tired says next Aaron's going to be claiming the FBI orchestrated the plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer or something. Yeah, that would be crazy if I said that. Why would I say something like that just because FBI informants were handed it from the FBI and then asked to recruit people to carry it out? That would be silly. Let's go to our next story. We're going to go to Florida. We're going to rinse off again from all this dirt that we've been putting on ourselves. $100 away from this morning's goal, so we are very close to that. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, there's the link in the chat. Also, super chats and memberships count as well. Otherwise, in about half hour, 35 minutes, we'll rattle the cans, we'll play the music, and we'll see if we can knock out the rest of it. 100 away from today's goal. Kyle says, Aaron, why couldn't you be Tom Bernard's replacement? Because radio doesn't pay anything anymore, and this show is not...
Also, Tom Bernard's show low-key sucks now.
He's done. He's finished in radio. He's not doing anything anymore. He's doing a podcast, I think. But why couldn't you be Tom Bernard's replacement? Because, radio doesn't want shows like this. Radio wants cheap, inexperienced people to just hit the button on what they want played, and they want to do that market to market to market to market. They want as few shows as possible. That each company wants to have one show, and they want to syndicate it across the country. That's what they're going for. And as Union Jack says, radio is dying. That's why. Yeah, I mean, radio is radio's picked their direction. They've picked where they want to go. And they're dealing with the consequences of that. By the way, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not petty. We are 5 or 6 days away. I believe it's next Tuesday. The new radio ratings come out for St. Cloud. Now,
yeah, my favorite.
I'm worried about this next one because the last batch of ratings showed our old morning show slot was now at a 0.0 in the prime demographic. And
nowhere to go but up from there.
And was dead last place, and the station itself was pushing dead last. So, I don't know. I want to watch them do poorly, but I feel like if they don't do poorer than where they were, then it's a bummer, but they can't really go any lower than they already are. So it's almost like we've reached an entertainment apex with how bad our old station has gotten. So we'll see. Hey, you want to check?
Is it still Johnny Rock? Does he still have the...
Johnny Rock's still there? You want to check in on him?
Yeah.
Let's check in on Johnny Rock. I also have this new...
I kind of like it now that we do it every once in a solstice. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I was getting sick of railing on them, but now that it's just kind of go back and visit, it's kind of delightfully nostalgic.
I found a YouTube channel, Corey, that has... They live stream their radio station's Tradio.
Oh.
And I think it's definitely something we should be checking out from time to time. Uh-oh. Do they not have... They don't...
Remember they took down the streaming when we were making fun of it?
They don't have live streaming anymore?
I mean, I don't know if they put it back, but don't you remember they took it down when we were going at them? You don't remember that?
Yeah, I thought that they just did that for the day.
I'm sorry. Have you ever met Gary?
Does Rockin' 101 no longer live stream? Have they gone so broke that they can't afford to pay for streaming anymore? Oh,
I don't think it's that. I think it's just that's like how they are, right?
WVAL in St.
You
Cloud.
can still click on the TuneIn radio link.
Okay, does it go to anything? Because, WVAL listen here online, but I can't click on it.
No, it doesn't go to anything. I'm on their page right now.
Wow, so they have no streaming anywhere.
Hey, but Morgan's on it right now. Oh my God. So has this always been the case too? So if you click on Morgan's picture on their site, it routes to her Facebook page rather than a splash page on the website.
She doesn't have like a bio or anything on there?
Like on the on-air, if you click on it, it goes right to her Facebook.
Okay, so their AM album rock station, The GOAT, that's streaming.
Yeah. Do you don't remember when they took it down? I bet they never put it back up.
Yeah, but WVAL, their classic country station, doesn't have streaming either. So they must.
Really?
Yeah. So they've only got one of their stations is doing streaming. Oh my God. So they're in a lot of trouble.
Don't worry, Larry from the bar is still there Saturday, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Oh, well, thank God. Thank God. Dave Lee says we can't afford live stream, have to pay for the electronic billboards. I'll tell you this, electronic billboards, remarkably cheap. We priced those when we were putting up the actual billboards. They are very, very cheap. Brian,
that makes sense because there's less material and less work. You just put a picture on there. Like from a logistics standpoint of the people owning the billboard, that's got to be way easier.
And it's one of those things where they can rotate like 10 of them in a minute, or maybe 20 of them in a minute. So you can get a lot of them in there. Just below Morgan is the player. Okay, well on I'm using Chrome. And on my Chrome player, it's not showing up. I'm not. Some people are saying that they can listen. So wait, Johnny Rock's not on right now? So is Johnny Rock ending?
It says Morgs.
Johnny Rock is ending his show at 9 o'clock now? See, this says till 10 a.m.
It says till 10 a.m. on the show, but it also says Morgs is live right now.
Oh, there we go. Now I can listen live. Of course it's music. Why wouldn't it be music? All right.
Is it ever not music?
Yeah, I guess. Well, when you have a show like that that's not doing any ratings, what are you supposed to do? All right. Well, always good to take a trip down memory lane. I want to see when my my Tradio guys broadcast. That's what I want to know. I've got new guys to listen to.
Holy shit. So yeah, if you click listen live from Google, it'll take you to the page, which means they just deactivated it from their main page.
That's so strange.
It's so dumb.
We worked there. Should we really be surprised that they...
No, that's why I was shocked that you were surprised that they hadn't fixed it.
Hodgepodge and Around says, Nielsen sent me a radio survey. For all pertinent information, I put Steel Toe Morning Show. Don't do that. Because they'll try to claim that that's theirs, even though I told Nielsen, do not count anything that says Steel Toe. And when they told me they were removing Steel Toe from the ratings, 101's ratings went completely in the shitter. But don't do that, because I don't know if they're trying to use that for Nielsen. Do not put our show in any radio rating survey, ever. Don't ever put our show in any of that stuff. I know it seems funny, it seems clever. If anyone in this town is trying to help themselves out by using our name, I don't want them doing it. Not at all. All right, $100 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out. We got about a half hour. Let's make sure we do that. There's all the PayPal and Streamlabs and membership and Super Chat links in the chat. Go ahead and help out if you can. Let's go to Florida. I hate homeowners associations, so this next story warms my heart. And if I were on a jury in this case, I would do that jury nullification thing where I would just go, not guilty, let the guy go. He's a saint. This is a man who had it with his homeowners association. Now, on one hand, while I do hate homeowners associations, I guess there is an argument to be made. Well, then don't fucking live somewhere where they have one. Because they can tell you like what decorations you can put out in your yard. They can tell you what like color your siding can be. They can tell you, what.
Here's the big one. Are you ready for this one? This is the one that always gets overlooked with those housing associations.
What's that?
They can tell you whether or not you can have a satellite dish.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. They can.
You can't like if you wanted to get Starlink or DirecTV, they can tell you no.
Yeah. I would strongly urge anyone buying a house. I don't know if it's a better deal or a worse deal, but avoid HOAs at all costs, unless you basically want to.
Especially because they're just going to raise their taxes for nothing. Like you have to pay your fucking housing association dues, and they don't really do anything for you.
Yeah, and it's also it's one of those things where you're paying a mortgage to be a renter, and you don't get the freedom and the autonomy of someone who actually owns their home, especially the outside. All right, let's check out this story and see what this guy did when he'd had it.
Mark Herman faces a judge via video camera in Seminole County Court. He's accused of setting his Longwood condo on fire on January 14th. Fox 35 obtained these photos where you could see big flames inside the condo. This video shows smoke flowing into the air from the condo. According to investigators, Herman told a paramedic he started the fire to get revenge on his homeowners association.
All right. Now, look, that probably feels good at the time, but the homeowners association is going to continue to be the assholes and the dickbags that they are. You're just going to go to prison. So I know it felt good, but next time maybe, I don't know, flood your yard with really tacky decorations, or, you know, take a car and take all the, buy a really cheap vehicle that doesn't run, take all the tires off and put it up on blocks, you know? Do something like that. The immediate jump to arson thing, while I understand it because you're dealing with an HOA, I don't really think it's the own that you thought it was, sir.
Days before the fire, a judge denied Herman's request to reverse a foreclosure on his home that he owned for 25 years. Fox 35 went through nearly 100 documents and court records to find out how this dispute started. We discovered Herman owed thousands of dollars in unpaid fees to the Springs HOA since 2017. The HOA eventually filed a lien and decided to foreclose on Herman's property in order to pay off the money owed. A judge allowed...
Oh, okay. So there was a dispute. He didn't have enough money, and he, instead of them getting the house, he decided to set it on fire. Okay, this is becoming less of like a protest against an HOA, and this is becoming more like financial desperation for this dude. I don't think this is the noble crusader move that they were kind of pitching it as in the beginning of the story. This guy got behind 82 grand, and he decided, well, if I can't have it, nobody can.
His home to be auctioned off for $82,000, even though Herman claimed he'd paid his HOA fees and tried fighting the auction. In January, a judge denied Herman's request not to auction off his home. Back at the Springs, investigators say Herman shot him.
I mean, look, if we're staring at this guy, he doesn't look like the most stable individual in the world. Oh, he shot himself in the neck after starting the fire. Okay, you know what? Maybe we don't hitch our wagons to a guy like this.
I think we should.
Maybe this isn't the hero we need.
The hero we deserve, though.
Yeah, this is the hero we deserve when it comes to fighting the HOAs. It does kind of make sense, though. Like, a guy this dumb would be an HOA guy. Like, I'm protesting the homeowners association. It's kind of like, as much as I hate them, I also know that if I don't live there, they can't do anything to me. So, like, living in an HOA and then bitching about an HOA is kind of like poking your own bruise and talking about how badly it hurts.
Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. I hate when people, it's like these people that bitch and moan about being famous from porn and then hate porn, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing porn, like,
anything anything celebrity, like when people hate the thing that broke them, you know?
Yeah,
like you agreed to this HOA, you were there, and now you just hate it. Like, fucking don't live there.
Yeah, if you're in porn like Mia Khalifa was, and then you sign the deal to do all these pornographic movies, and then that company makes a shitload of money and you don't renegotiate for more, you just leave the business. You can't just then go and bitch that they didn't pay you enough. You put your name on the deal.
Well, you can for sure do it. You just look like an idiot.
You look like a dummy. You look like Steven Crowder. Really.
After setting the place on fire, you can see blood on his head in his mugshot. And Herman is charged with 4 counts of arson. Reporting in Longwood, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
All right. Well, it was a protest against the HOA, but he had also fallen behind on his dues and refused to pay them. They're going to kick you the fuck out if you do shit like that. And then he set his house on fire and then shot himself in the neck. I don't know if this is the guy I want to follow into battle. That's all.
I mean, I don't know. He can at least finish what he starts.
Where's the follow through, sir?
Problem is, he peaked too early. He burned out.
Stevie J says HOAs are Karen empowerment programs. Yeah, but my whole thing is that, so don't live there. It's I guess the only option I could see where I could understand people being upset is if they like bought something in a neighborhood that didn't have an HOA and then got one later. Yeah, then you're kind of fucked. But like, if it sounds good at the time, you better make sure it's going to sound good for you your entire life. Need Trump says 378 likes. Oh yeah, hit the like button. We're only 22 likes away from hitting 400 for today's show, and we've got about 25 minutes left or so, and we're only $100 away from our goal and doing overtime. Happy Flag Doctor said, see, I was going to go with donate and hit the like button, but there you go with the Crowder shit.
380.
It was a Crowder joke. That was it.
Wait,
I can't tell.
Who the fuck cares about a Crowder joke?
I can't tell a Crowder joke.
Whoever just leave.
Oh, man.
I guess we know what side of the conservative war that person's on.
Yeah, he's a fucking freedom fighter, if you ask me.
Sorry, you walked into the wrong fucking channel. We're all Candace Owen here, bitch.
Shout out to a friend of the show, Zero Dark Tony, who posted on Instagram a while back, a little bit ago. April sent this to me. Someone tried to take your boy out with a car last night. They missed. Maybe hold my calls. Like the whole side of his face, he looks like Harvey Dent. He got hit by a car and it fucked up the whole side of his face. He's been going really hard on that Eliza Blue shit lately, and he's been exposing a lot of stuff there. He's a pretty ballsy dude, but shit. I mean, if you know Zero Dark Tony, maybe send him a little thinking of you, because again, he is all fucked up. Let's put this post up for you. There you go. Yeah, your boy Zero Dark Tony not doing so hot there after getting hit by a car. Shit. There it is. Well, we hope he's better.
Does look like Two-Face.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much to Brett for the...
Dude.
What?
We should make a commemorative steel toe coin and then scratch one side and send it to him.
Oh yeah, exactly. For Zero Dark Tony.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Just flip it, bro.
Gravy Show says about the guy who bitched about the Crowder joke. He goes, "Hey, that guy is winning the culture war." Gravy Show says, "Free Zero Dark Tony. Elisa got him banned on Twitter." Yeah, I mean, people are posting.
How are people getting banned on Twitter? Like, I don't get it, man. I say some fucking monstrous shit on Twitter. I've never even been warned.
You're a lucky devil. I've got 7 hours and 8 minutes left on mine. So in 7 hours, I'll get to use my Twitter again. But mine was.
You're just watching that thing tick down too. You're like, come on.
Well, you mentioned Twitter, so I went and checked it real quick. But now, are we going with that Jeremy reported me for that tweet from the quartering?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So it would have to be Jeremy report. All right.
Well, okay, it might not be Jeremy specifically, but I think it was. But it's anybody. Like you have to be reported for it to show up in the algorithm.
Right.
That's the problem. Is like it's all about that. Somebody said you need followers. I have more followers than Aaron. What are you talking about?
How fucking dare you mention that?
I've always had more followers than you on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
It's fine. I'll get.
I don't have more live viewers.
I'll get more followers someday. Thank you very much to Brett for the $10 over there on PayPal. You guys are within $190 away from today's goal. Stevie J says I was banned on Twitter for dead naming in a compliment. Yeah, it's a fucked up place.
Shit like that is hilarious to me. Like. I'm pretty sure I went deep on like a trans person on Twitter went hard, and they I didn't get reported or anything. It's all if they report you or not. That's the thing. It's like you guys are joking with people who can't take a joke, basically, is what it comes down to.
Maybe next time don't say I went deep on a trans person yesterday. That leaves a little open to interpretation. Like maybe you had a little bit too much pocket lint coke. And
I've never done pocket lynch coke. That's my buddy Curly's thing.
That's Curly Adam. You're right. There's Corey's YouTube link if you want to subscribe to his YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Lemmy.
My YouTube definitely does not have more followers than your YouTube.
We're getting there. So yes, 85 away. I tweeted. What was the tweet that?
Also, we're at 384 in likes, so make sure you smash that like button, guys.
Ooh, 16 more likes, and we've got all the likes. We get up to 400.
I do have more followers than you on Twitch, though. That's for sure.
You certainly do. Hey, everyone, start a Twitch. You'll have more followers than I do.
And D Live and Trovo.
Yeah. My monk
anywhere you aren't that I am, I'm fucking crushing you, bro.
Kicking the shit out of me, that's for sure. My monk says, how about you have hard evidence before you blame Jeremy? Well, all I'm saying is it was a tweet saying, keep sucking Crowder's dick, you coffee shilling hack, which I don't think is actionable. It's actually, some could say that it's encouraging. I'm encouraging him to continue to doing it. Who else would report me for that? But if you're a quartering fan and you report someone for writing that, you're really, I mean, that's being a little, I mean,
and that's the thing is somebody did it. Again, it just doesn't show up in their algorithm unless it's reported. Unless have you been banned before?
No. This is my first any kind of punishment on Twitter. It's kind of exhilarating.
Right. I know, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it does feel like Facebook here. But like somebody had to fucking flag it or whatever. And it probably, like, I'm going to go with it was the Quarterly, and I'll tell you why. Anybody that likes Steven Crowder and his show is a bitch. And I stand by it. Like, if you resonate or you connect with Crowder, you're either so mentally deficient that you probably have a fucking helmet that you have to, like, fill with spaghetti to put on, or fucking eat boogers after you've, like, searched for them or some weird shit, right? Yeah. Or, like, you're just really thin-skinned because it's a fake con for really stupid people who are overly emotional. It's just a bunch of bitches.
Wait, now I'm confused. Are we talking about the Quartering or Crowder?
Yup. And when you lash out at people who are like that, beta males.
Oh, are you saying that they are
beta? Yeah. Like
beta male.
Those people will come back at you for no reason at all.
Yeah. Big thank you to David Chandler for knocking out our goal today. $100 from the very generous David Chandler. You guys are now $240 away from tonight. So thank you very, very much. Corey, people are talking about Corey's audio. Yeah, he mentioned at the beginning of the show today, the internet there is being very fucky, and it's causing some problems with some of his internet.
Oh, is it bad today? Yeah, they came and fixed it yesterday, but it's already fucking up, so they'll have to come fix it again. This is the third fucking time Spectrum has been to my house to fix my fucking. Last time they sent 2 fucking texts and couldn't fix it, I guess.
Yuichi says, I think he says it all. Imagine being a Quartering fan. Right?
I couldn't even imagine.
Citizen M says Aaron was Zero Dark Tony hit by a car. That's what he says. He says a car tried to take him out last night, and his face is all fucked up. Yikes. Daniel says, going to go out on a limb here, I don't think these guys like Steven Crowder. You know what? The jury's still out. You know, maybe I'll like him someday. Kanye West could be barred into entry into Australia because of his anti-Semitic comments. Boy, I tell you, just a real bastion of freedom, that Australia.
I mean, you mean the place that had concentration camps over COVID?
Yes.
Australia?
Yeah, that place. So he said not very nice things about the Jews. So now Australia won't let him in because, you know, if
Australia known for their Jewish population?
Well, not only known for their Jewish population, Corey, but also known for treating minorities very, very well in Australia. I mean, just ask the Aborigines.
Yeah, ask all the people that live on New Zealand because they were kicked out of Australia.
Yeah, you know, they should. They're doing.
I mean, it was a British prison colony at one point too. I mean, like it's not known for it. But of all the things I've heard of Australia, large Jewish population is not one of them.
Well, they get to get a nice little virtue signal in while not allowing Kanye into the country. So, congratulations, Australia. You guys are really leading the way. It's they're definitely. Hey, you know what they're not doing? They're not winning the culture war. It's my argument.
I mean, they can throw anybody they want in like camps. So like if they decide they don't like this group of Aborigines, they can be like, you know what? You don't have vaccines.
You're looking a little COVID-y, if you will.
You seem pretty intense. I guess you're going camping.
Need Trump says we're at 390 likes. We're gonna get to that 400. You know what? Right now,
at 393.
Everybody click it. We're 7 away. Let's do it like Armageddon hitting 800 feet. Keep clicking the like button. We're gonna knock out that 400 right now. What do you say? Everybody hit it. Keep giving me that count. Keep me updated here on where we're at.
395.
395.
396.
396. 4 more.
399.
399 and
1700. Just
wow, that's
amazing. 401.
401. Thank you guys very much. Dario Delfino. You know what? This is my favorite kind of fan. Dario Delfino says, I like you, Steel Toe, but I don't like you.
I'm in like with you.
I will take it. I wanted to play this. We played it for the evening show audience last night. I thought this was very cute. The boys over at Revenge of the Sis it was a very funny Steel Toe dig. You know, there's a difference between, you know, taking shots at shows, as we've been known to do in the past, and having a little fun with shows you're friendly with. Mersh and Royce decided to pull a Steel Toe reference out of their back pocket. By the way, thank you to Virgie for starting this. So they were shitting on Crowder, as shows are wont to do now. And Royce, unnecessarily, very mean-spiritedly, takes a little Steel Toe dig.
Hummus brand.
I like that, yeah.
Hey, how many employees do you have?
About 25.
Oh, shit. Rumble does this where I click at a certain time point and then it jumps on me when I hit it. Here we go.
On the phone with the fucking CEO of YouTube when they get a strike and everything's all fixed.
So wait, so you're saying the next logical step for you guys is you have to have a falling out with me, and then I have to go on I'll go on Steel Toe, and I'll talk about how you guys were mean to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I'll.
Well, no, that's not fair. You want to go on a show that people watch.
Okay.
Mean. That's just mean.
You fucking dick.
So then I go on. So I go on. So I go on the Dick Show.
So do I. I always bust his balls.
So I go on the Dick. I go on the Dick Show, cry about you guys, and then promote my hummus brand.
I like that. Yeah.
Hey, how many employees do you have?
About 25.
Are you gonna smash every chickpea?
I thought there was one more.
Yeah, I'm gonna mash every chickpea's mash.
Oh no, I think there was something on Nightwave last night. But yeah, there's the little reference. Thank you, Virgie, for mentioning Steel Toe. It's like, hey, that's the show I should go on to shit on you guys if we had a falling out. And then right off the bat, fucking Royce. Nope, you want to go on a show that people actually listen to. You son of a bitch. Need Trump's.
Are you okay?
You know what? No, I'm not going to be okay. This is the last straw. I'm done. You know what, Virgie? If you ever have anything to say about Mersh and Royce and their shady underground small-hatted tactics, you come to me. You have a safe space.
Small-hatted tactics.
I don't.
That might be my favorite new slur. That's amazing.
That Cuban Jew hybrid. We're not going to take this lying down anymore, boys and girls.
Small hat tactics. Is that yours? Where did you get that? That is amazing.
Small hat. I think that's like public domain for Jewish people.
Oh God, that's small hat tactics though. That's so funny. That's a really good name for an anti-Semitic punk band.
Small hat tactics. Yeah. Small hat tactics. I can't take credit for that one. That, like I said, that's a public domain kind of an insult.
So funny.
Although it's hard to tell what Royce is because he's Cuban, some Talmudic schemes going on there, and that Steel Toe references. But then also, I believe the Southern Poverty Law Center has also declared him a white supremacist. So it's really hard to nail the guy down. He's remarkably hateful across multiple cultural lines.
My favorite are how many black people are white supremacists now, according to them.
Yeah, I'm sure like the Hodge twins are in there, and. Is Candace Owens a white supremacist?
Yes, she is, as a matter of fact. Funny you should ask.
If they would have labeled her just a grifter, then I would have said they've got something. But white supremacist, I mean, Jesus, guys, she doesn't even mean it.
I think it was a typo. I think they meant light supremacist.
Shout out and Tired says, please don't make me choose sides between ROTC and you guys. I will be forced to annihilate you for my night day. Guys, I was kidding. They were fucking around. You heard them say, I like the Steel Toe guys. What? It's gay if somebody brings up a show you're friendly with and you go, oh, aren't they wonderful? Aren't they? I hate that when like people like they want a show to talk about them the way they'd like to be talked about. No, if somebody mentions another show and you like those other guys, you bust their balls when somebody mentions them. You don't go, oh, they're just the greatest. They're amazing. No, they just, you fuck with them. You call them small-hatted, Talmudic, secret Jews, and then you see if they want to go out for drinks sometime. That's all.
Shout out and Tired says, so you're saying I should choose?
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is
you're saying I should choose you? He said.
Have to absolutely, you should have to absolutely choose sides between us and the boys over on Rumble. Did you see Brock Nelson pull out his own tooth in a hockey game last night?
No, but that's fucking sweet.
It is a very hockey move. I want to play this one. Then I want to play the Tom Brady audio. Apparently, Tom Brady got really upset with some interviewer for asking him about his future and just started dropping F-bombs at him. You don't.
That's code for retiring.
Yeah, you don't usually hear that kind of. You don't really hear Tom Brady lose control like that very often. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jordan Peterson's going to be live in Minneapolis February 7th and 8th, and he's already sold out his shows at the State Theater.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
You can think what you want about Jordan Peterson. I don't care if people like him or dislike him. I cannot imagine how fucking bored I'd be if I went to the State Theater and just watched him talk.
Pay a little money to take a nap there, bucko?
No, I'll be busy cleaning my room.
It's got to be did you... Hey, Bucko. I gotta hear his fucking stupid Muppet.
You've got to do you got to get a pitch pipe to do your Jordan Peterson impression.
Yeah, the problem, the difference between you and I, obviously you're better at impressions than I am, but for me to do an impression, I have to hear it first. I can't just break out an impression out of no. There's two I could, but you got to hear the tenor. And he's got a bucko.
If I can't do the voice impression, I'll just lean in on a character impression. I'll just say the words he uses.
That's what I do. I lean into the character impression. My Trump is actually just Alec Baldwin doing Trump.
Yeah.
China wall.
Jordan Peterson. This is I just play this drop instead of doing a voice.
I want to drown in cum.
See, to me,
I want to drown Bucko. There it is. It's drown Bucko. He's got this weird way of rounding his. See, I heard it once and now I get it in there, Bucko.
I want to drown in cum.
Exactly. I want to drown in cum, fucko.
All right, let's watch Brock Nelson pull out his own fucking tooth.
You ever ejaculate into a lobster?
Bucko? I mean, legally, I don't know if anyone has.
Clarified nut butter, they call it, Bucko.
Let's go ahead. They serve it at Red Lobster. Let's watch Brock Nelson pull out his own tooth and what might be the most hockey move of the season.
William Nylander, right there in the mouth, and then, what happens when you get a stick in the mouth that might have knocked a tooth loose, and so what do you do with a loose tooth, Butch?
Well, you pretend you're a dentist and you pull it out. Look at this.
Fucking hell, that's gotta be a crown, right?
I mean, if it was any sport but hockey, I would say yeah. But with hockey players, who the fuck knows?
You don't. I mean,
those guys lose teeth like chiclets, man.
Can you really can you get hit that hard that you can just reach in with two fingers and just?
Fuck yeah, you can. If you're ice skating, somebody hits you with the butt of their hockey stick. Absolutely. Have you seen how every hockey player is missing teeth? All of them.
Where the fuck is the blood, bro?
Oh my! I don't know if that was a cap or not, but no penalty. Oh, by the way.
He's certainly not happy about it. All right, I got to see.
Might have just been part of a tooth too.
Yeah, that's true. Might have just broken off. I love how we have to sit here and we have to try to decipher what level of an animal this fucking hockey player is. That's hockey players in general. It's all right, so what is he? Is he the guy who one of the skates cut off one of his toes and he's back out there playing the next period, or did he pull off a part of a tooth, or he just yank a whole tooth out, or is he going to play without the crown and just have the post in there today? We have to determine what level of psychotic animal this hockey player is.
William Nylander, right there in the mouth.
Okay, so that was the end of the stick.
Nylander, right there in the mouth, and then William Nylander, right there in the mouth.
This is actually play-by-play from my bedroom last night. Ready?
Nylander, right there in the mouth. Nylander, right there in the mouth. Right there in the mouth. Right there in the mouth.
Yeah, you took a giant piece of cylinder wood to the mouth. Did you?
Well, no, I thought that people would understand who was what character in that, but you're right. I should have been more specific. Boston Bob says NBA players would need a week off.
Yeah, well, they need a week off at least and paid vacation.
Oh God, soccer players would yell that their jaw is broken. They'd be down on the ground. They'd be crying. Let's watch the Tom Brady thing. Apparently, somebody had Tom Brady on their show. Who was it? It was it was Jim Gray on his Let's Go Sirius XM podcast. You know, Sirius XM is
419, one away from 420.
One like away from 420. Thanks, guys. Sirius XM is in such trouble now that like they don't do nearly like they hardly do any live broadcasting anymore.
Dude, those motherfuckers reactivated my account and charged me for it.
Nice. Did you just put a pause on it, or did you legit cancel it?
I canceled it, and they were talking me down to like $5 a month for just like my car set.
Yeah.
And I told them no, and they said okay. And then 2 months later, they just started billing my fucking card again. And it was because it was $5. I didn't even notice it last month.
Yeah. Well, they do one of those things where like now they just have people record podcasts at home and in other studios, so they don't have to use as much office space. And then they just send them into Sirius XM, and then Sirius XM just kind of programs them in. And now this way they don't have to pay a bunch of people to do live shows for 3-4 hours. They just contract people to do podcasts.
Well, then they could also sell that to all the fucking canned radio shows like Rockin' 101 and shit, where it's like, oh, we got this live interview with this celebrity. Here we go.
You could do that too, yeah.
Because they do like a bunch of, I know Johnny Rocks did it a couple times when we were listening early on. I don't know if he still does it, but where they just take that, like, I don't even know what that shit's called, but they take that like canned interview and cut out the person interviewing them and act like that person's in studio. They do it all the time in radio.
It's a prep service. Is what they
there
call
you go.
them. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Sirius is basically just a prep service with Howard Stern at this point.
Yeah. So Tom Brady was on this show with Jim Gray and Larry Fitzgerald, and they asked him about whether or not he was thinking about playing next year. And like to me, Tom Brady like kind of flipping out a little bit over that question is a little disingenuous. What did you think they were bringing you on to talk about? Do you think they wanted to know what you thought about the games coming up this weekend? You're Tom Brady. You're 45, 46 years old. I think you've got 1 year left on your Tampa contract. People want to know if you're coming back or if you're going to call it quits. That's really all they care about from Tom Brady. You're the only person who can answer that question. The hot take of who's going to win the AFC and NFC championship game, they got 1 million people for that. But let's see how testy Tom gets over the question of retirement.
Tom, your last game was on Monday night. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since.
Oh, my God. Your Jordan Peterson also sounds a little bit like Jim Gray.
Sure does. I don't like that.
I don't like Jim Gray.
That's what I'm saying. I don't like that my impression sounds anything like him.
Haven't had a chance to talk to you since your season and the Buccaneers season ended. Did you go out and throw the football this week?
Oh, man.
That's kind of a dickhead question, honestly, to start with.
Not really. He was known for like hitting the gym immediately after his last game, almost his entire career.
Oh, I thought he was doing like, hey, I know you weren't playing because you got eliminated, but did you throw the football around anyway, loser? Okay,
I mean, he could be doing that too, I guess. But like Brady notoriously would be like in practice the day after he lost, like when he lost.
I'm sorry. I'm just I always start Jim Gray off at the guy's probably being a cunt level. So that's
you know what? That's going to be true most times.
That's maybe my mistake. You're right.
I thought about it. Unfortunately not. I did a lot of things with my kids and family and try to get caught up like most probably football players do at the end of a long season. There's a lot of decompression. So I know we use that word a lot, but
like your stocks, you geezer?
Yeah, like your FTX price.
Crash landing element to all of this, and doing it for as long as I've had, there's no soft landing either. It just
kind of like FTX. Oh, look, this whole interview we could do.
It ends and it's over. And as much as you'd love for, something to be a little softer on the way out, it's just not the reality. So tough week for the Bucs, tough week to watch the games. But at the same time, we didn't that won and the teams that moved on deserve it. And that's why you're still playing now that as you look ahead to even, next weekend's game.
It is kind of hard to watch, though. Like, if you're Tampa and you watch Dallas struggle and lose to the 49ers, and you're like, well, shit, we could have done that. Or, like, you're the Vikings and you watch the Giants just get the living shit beat out of them by Philadelphia, and you're like, oh, well, God damn it. I mean, we could have we're experts at going to Philadelphia and getting the shit kicked out of us. We could have done that, too. Although we would have played San Francisco and probably lost.
Tom, you're leaving everybody guessing.
I'm just glad that didn't, like, I would have liked us to win the Super Bowl, but I don't like it when my kids fight.
Yeah.
Ahead to even, next weekend's game.
Tom, you're leaving everybody guessing. You've said you'll take your time. Do you have any type of a timetable as to what you might want to do?
Dude, fuck this guy. Just listen to this fucking cunt. Hey, you're really leaving everybody out on the line there. You said you were going to take some time. So, can you tell me right now? Right now on the spot?
Right, like Jim Gray. Jim Gray's the expert at doing this. He gives the answer to his own fucking question and then asks it anyway.
Right. Oh, dude, all the fucking time he does that.
He goes,
like, he ends questions with, don't you think and do you all the time.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, I know you said that we should all just fuck off for a minute and that you're not going to say anything about your retirement, but have we fucked off long enough and have you made a decision?
Yeah. I know you don't want to make any decisions, but have you?
Jim Gray is the Jiminy Glick of sports interviewers. Now,
Jesus Christ. At least Jiminy Glick was a fucking bit.
Yeah.
Now, I know that you said that you weren't going to make any announcements today. I was just wondering if maybe you wanted to make one anyway.
No, Jiminy, I don't want to.
Really? Because we'd all like to know if you're going to play or not.
Fucking Jim Gray, Jiminy Glick. Make it up. Put the meme out there. That's who he is. It's perfect.
What you might want to do regarding your football career.
Jim, if I knew what I was going to fucking do, I'd have already fucking done it.
Yes. Another reason to love Tom Brady.
Awesome. That's the GOAT there, motherfucker.
That's the right answer to Jim Gray. And also, so the guy, his wife's like, it's either me or football. And he goes, later, bitch. The Patriots are like, hey, it's either you do it Bill Belichick's way or you fuck off. And he goes off somewhere else and wins the Super Bowl.
I'm going to fuck off.
Yeah, then he goes and wins a Super Bowl. Now Jim Gray's like, hey, just want to ask you a nice media guy question. Oh, I have an idea. Fuck you.
A timetable as to what you might want to do regarding your football career.
Jim, if I knew what I was going to fucking do, I'd have already fucking done it. Okay? I'm taking it a day at a time.
I dare you to ask there's 22 seconds left. I fucking dare you to ask a follow-up
question.
I dare you.
So are you telling me that that's a maybe?
I sense you're antagonized by the question.
You're scratching.
It's only the question that everybody wants to hear.
You're scratchy. Scratchy. I appreciate your asking. Thank you.
I can tell.
Oh, boy, did that get uncomfortable.
Yeah, God, that was awkward.
that got really uncomfortable at the end. Jim Gray usually rolls with, like, as big of a dickbag as he is, he usually rolls with being a dickbag pretty easily. But in this case, he kind of... What do you want to do? Do you want to go over the best awkward sports interviews, or do you want to do a clip of Crowder on Tim Pool? Which one would you rather do?
Ugh.
Which direction do you want to go today for overtime?
You know what? You're the sick guy. What's your preference?
Audience, you get here. I'll throw it to the audience as well. You get an opinion. We can go over some of the most uncomfortable sports interviews we've ever seen and watch some of those, or we can watch a clip of Crowder on Tim Pool. All right, they want to do the sports interview. The reason I ask specifically sports is not just because of the Brady thing, but you mentioned the Tyson interview, and to me that one is timeless.
Oh, that's one of the best interviews ever. I mean, I think I showed you that, or maybe you knew about it when I brought it up. But it's like one of the greatest pieces of film ever.
Yeah, the rat piece of shit interview.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see. Hold on. Man tries to run up on Mike Tyson. I don't care about that one. Intense interview moment by Mike Tyson. Okay, I want that one too. Then there's the interview where he told the woman that he doesn't do interviews with women unless he can fornicate with them. So you should stop talking.
There's just there are collections on YouTube of just hilarious Mike Tyson responses.
Yeah. Oh, there's just whole compilations. But this is one of my favorites, and this is one of Corey's favorites too. He was promoting his one-man show, right?
Yeah, but he was touring. So the whole thing is he's touring around with the governor and the mayor. And that was what brought it up, because the guy asks him, he goes, well, what would you say to your critics that say being seen hanging out with a rapist isn't a good thing?
Right.
And then Tyson's like, who said that?
Yeah.
Leslie, you're the only, well, I won't, I mean, it's just fucking, it's amazing. It's a great clip.
You think that Tom Brady made Jim Gray uncomfortable?
All right, welcome back. Many of you probably know that.
Yeah, this might be the most uncomfortable interview I've ever seen.
And he met up with Mayor Rob.
Oh, we could do
or when Buzz punched that dude.
We could do Buzz punching the guy, and also Jim Everett on Chris Rome's show, or Jim Rome's show. Jim Everett on Jim Rome's show when he kept calling him
that one.
When he kept calling him Chris Everett. And then he
I don't
says,
think I've seen that one.
Oh wow, I can't wait to show you that one.
Okay.
Ford. He joins us right now with his promoter, Alex. Thanks for joining us, both of you. I'll start with yourself. Many are wondering, how did that happen, this meeting with the mayor?
Doesn't the mayor look like he wants to fuck Tyson? Look
No,
at
that's his manager.
What?
No, he just said that's his manager.
Oh, I thought he said that was the mayor. Well,
no, he
whatever.
said
His manager wants to fuck him then.
He said he met with the mayor earlier today, and then he said he's here with his manager, Alex.
See, look at, you learn something new every time you watch this clip.
Yes.
No, at the end of the day, he is the mayor of the city. Mike Tyson is here to promote the first ever.
Mike already doesn't like this guy because he just passed the question on to his manager.
Do you think his manager has a taser for when Mike gets out of control?
Back then, probably.
Yeah.
This was like pre-weed Mike.
Here we go, big guy. Here we go.
And when I had Sugar Ray Leonard come to Montreal to launch the book, we went to the mayor's office. We're here. It's an habit. We go see the mayor.
And this is the first time probably in the history of Toronto where the mayor is bigger than the whole city.
Oh yeah, it's Rob Ford was the mayor.
Everybody in the city, everybody wants to see the mayor.
But the crackhead guy?
He's a really dynamic character.
Amazing. Right, so he read up on him, you sort of would follow
No,
him?
I didn't read up on him. I watched him on television.
Right.
You know what I mean? In the States, and he's a big hit in the States. He's a big hit.
Now, some of your critics would say, there's a race for mayor. We know you're a convicted rapist. This could hurt his campaign. How would you respond to that?
What a piece! Nobody said that.
Yeah, what a piece of shit.
Nobody has said that. That is just you bringing that up. We could talk about Tyson's book.
How big are that guy's balls to say that to Tyson's face?
Yeah, that's a man who knows that he's not going to get hit because Mike's trying to be on his best behavior.
I don't know that he knew that towards the end.
Yeah, well, no, you'll see the demeanor shift pretty quick.
Hey, I don't know who said that. You're the only one I heard say that. You know what I mean? And I don't have no comment to that. Because it's negative, and you're being negative, and I met the mayor, right, and nothing they can do about it.
We actually had a really good time. We
watch his hands start tensing up.
Dude,
too.
the manager is the parent who's trying to keep its husband from strangling, or the wife who's trying to keep the husband from strangling the other person.
But watch his hands specifically. His hands get all tense.
Who's a legend in your city. Great man. With whom Mike spent quite a bit of time yesterday talking about his life, highs and lows.
So interesting.
Look at his eyes. Boxer Tyson.
Really a piece of shit.
Hey,
go back. We just missed that. Hold on.
Bit of time yesterday talking about his life, highs and lows.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit.
Hey,
with that comment.
Come on.
No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit.
No, the news guy. Oh, come on. No, fuck you. That was the piece of shit comment.
We're doing live TV.
Man, I don't care. What are you gonna do about it?
All right, you got a show that you're doing tonight.
That's a good point. Like you tell Mike Tyson we're on live TV, and Mike goes, "Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?"
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Exactly.
A lot of people are where it comes raw, and it's the real truth. Yeah, a lot of people are be there to see your show. Just tell us a bit about it.
It speaks for itself. Everyone saw the show.
All right, it's a Broadway production. It went to Vegas. It went to actually 28 cities in the United States. And we're really, really proud to bring it here. And we're actually going to Monaco on October 9th. We're going to be in Monte Carlo.
And while all this is being said, the only thing in Mike's head is, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him, don't kill him.
Well, you can see his eyes turn into like Mike Tyson in the ring and Mike Tyson out of the ring, two different eyes.
Yeah.
He switched to like Iron Mike.
Yeah, Iron Mike's starting to. Iron Mike's trying to come out, and Mike Tyson is trying to hold him at bay because he's like, "Look, I don't get to punch people anymore and get away with it. I get punished now."
Is it nerve-wracking for you to do something like this, or is it more nervous for you to box?
Here it is.
You're more nervous than anybody in this room right now.
That's the best part.
All right.
Is it more nervous for you to box? How does it compare?
I don't know. It's more nerve-wracking for me to hear us talking to a rat piece of shit like you.
Come on.
It's more nervous for me to be talking to a rat piece of shit like you.
No, because you're a piece of shit.
All right,
You really didn't have to
we're gonna wrap up this interview. Thank you for coming in.
Fuck you.
Thank you for coming in. Fuck you.
It is like it was a shitty question. It was a really shitty question that he asked him. Like, there was no reason to come out with that other than you wanted to try and make a name for yourself on Mike Tyson. And
I don't know. I think like Canadian interviewer, all he knows about him. Oh yeah, this one's great too. This is awesome. A great Tyson interview.
Mike, Francois Botha, 6-1 underdog. Are there any concerns on your part?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do.
How about
kill this mother?
Okay. How about the 19 months off?
What about it? What about it?
Does it pose any problem to you?
This is him like belligerently out of prison too.
No, this was after his suspension for the biting Evander Holyfield's ear.
Oh, was it? I thought it was after his.
No, he fought Peter McNeely after prison. This was before the Franz Botha fight.
Oh,
where he had just gotten off the 1.5-year suspension for biting Evander Holyfield. So he's still testy in this one.
About it.
Does it pose any problem to you?
We'll see. I doubt it seriously.
You take into the ring a lot of rage. Does that work for you, or does it work against you at times?
You know, who cares? We're in a fight anyway. What does it matter?
Well, for example, rage against Evander Holyfield worked against you.
Well, it. It's a fight, so whatever happens, happens.
Mike, why do you have to talk like that?
Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. Do you have a problem? Turn off your station.
You have a problem? Turn off your station.
Turn off the whole station. He should have. CNN could have should have happened.
Shut down the whole channel if you don't like if you don't like the way I talk. You guys turn off your station.
You know what? I think we'll end the discussion right now.
Then we could.
You got it. Have a nice fight, Mike.
Off.
The sad part about that is like Mike was so like tortured.
Yeah.
Back then, like he was in such rough shape. Here's
Ever
Mike.
Since Cuss died, he never came back from that.
Yeah. And then King fucks with him the way he does, and then you
I don't even think that happens if Cuss is still alive.
No. Here's Bernard Goldberg interviewing him. Bernard Goldberg can get under people's skin. Let's see. This one's called Mike Tyson Intense Interview Moment.
Happened in your life.
And then, with no warning, all the emotion he hides on stage came gushing out as he told me about the death of his 4-year-old daughter on May 26, 2009. A day that not only left him shattered, but also...
I don't want to watch this one. This is like a sad one. This isn't him being confrontational. This is him. He just lost his kid. You've never seen the Jim Everett, Jim Rome interview?
I don't think so.
You remember Jim Everett, the former Rams quarterback?
Yeah, and I know Jim Rome, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I just don't remember.
Jim, good to have you on the show.
Good to be here, Jim. Thank you.
Check that. Chris Everett, good to have you on the show.
You know what? You've been calling me that for about the last 5 years.
About 2 years, actually, Chris.
Well, hey, you know what? Let me say one thing. In that game, how many sacks did I have that we came back and won?
How many sacks did you have?
How many sacks?
Well, see, but this was back in 1989.
Okay, that was about
you may have even been Jim Everett back there, but somewhere along the way, Jim, you ceased being Jim and you became Chris.
Well, let me tell you a little secret.
I'll tell you
that we're
one thing about Jim Rome, especially
Jim Rome doesn't even look like Jim Rome.
Yeah, but Jim Rome, especially back then, was trying to be like the shock jock of sports. Like, he's calmed down a little bit, but he really did try to be purposely dickish and antagonistic. Like, he was trying to be like the Jerry Springer of sports talk, and it looking back on it, it's really cringe.
Somewhere along the way, Jim, you ceased being Jim and you became Chris.
Well, let me tell you a little secret. that, you know, we're sitting here right now, and if you guys want to take a station break, you can. But if you call me Chris Everett to my face one more time,
I already did it twice.
You call it one more time. We better take a station break.
Well, it's a 5-minute segment, or 5-segment show. We got a long way to go.
Well, we do.
We got a long way to go.
We do.
I'll get a couple segments out of
Well,
you before.
it's good to be here with you, though.
Well, it's good to see you
because
too.
you've been talking like this behind my back for a long
But
time.
now I said it right here.
Right, exactly.
Well, we got no problems
Well, I think that you probably won't say it again.
I bet I do.
Okay.
Chris?
he knocks over the table. He puts Jim Rome on his ass.
I've never seen that. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, he did not
Let
like
me see that table flip again. He did it too slow for it to look real, and he wasn't throwing punches. Seems like a work.
Well, I think Jim Rome went
Watch
down
how
so
slowly
quick.
he flips over that table, and then he just like meanders over to where he is without actually throwing a punch.
It was ESPN too back in the infancy days. It could have been a work.
Been talking like this behind my back for a long
But
time.
now I said it right here.
Right, exactly.
Well, we got no problems
Well, I think that you probably won't say it again.
I bet I do.
Okay.
Chris?
See, I think he was going for a punch there at some point, and Jim Rome fell down off the back of the stage.
I don't know, man. That table flip is super. I don't know. It looks real workish to me.
It could have
pretty
been.
great though. Either way.
Although
Although you know what though, that was garbage Rome stuff when he first got to ESPN2, so it probably isn't a work because they probably didn't have enough money for work.
Right? Yeah.
Show minus Everett. For his part, Everett apologized, saying the frustrations of his time in Los Angeles came to a head with the repeated taunts of his hosts, and he lost it.
Okay, so that was. I don't even remember what kind of career Jim Everett had. I remember he was like.
That tells you all you need to remember.
I guess you're probably right. Jim Everett stats.
I believe it's Chris Everett.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. Rams, New Orleans, and then ended in San Diego in 97. You know what? Not bad. In 88, 31 touchdowns, 18 picks, and 3,964 yards. 4,300 yards in 89, 29 touchdowns. He threw a lot of picks. 17. Chris Everett, no, I'm doing it. Jim Everett seemed like he was a little bit before my time. He seems like he was one of those quarterbacks who, like, he'd start for you only because, like, everyone, he was just good enough to keep his gig with the team, but not good enough to be like a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. I think that's...
Yeah, he's a journeyman. He's like Kirk Cousins.
How fucking dare you?
Uh-huh. How many playoffs games did we win?
He's won one, so there's no curse.
How many did we win this year? And how many did I tell you we would win this year? How many did I tell you we will win with him as quarterback?
Kirk Cousins won the same amount of playoff games as Tom Brady did this year.
Brock Purdy has won twice as many playoff games in his career than Cousins has.
Well, look, I mean, some people are born with a horseshoe up their ass. What can I say? Hey, does Shanahan get Coach of the Year this year?
Yes, I would think so. I mean, I think Shanahan and maybe you can argue not Shanahan. I don't know how, but if Brock Purdy doesn't get Rookie of the Year, that shit is fixed.
I think he should too.
Name another rookie. Just name one. I can't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
Let me play for you.
If he wins, not just do I want to see my team win, but do you understand, for Brock Purdy, this is what's interesting about Brock Purdy right now is that this is the make or break it moment of the millennium. Literally, if he wins a Super Bowl, he will be Brock Purdying it will become in the lexicon. He will have a fucking book deal. He'll have Disney movies, all that shit. And if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, he's still the starter for the Niners. But if he wins the Super Bowl, it becomes this Cinderella story to where they might even just call Cinderella stories Brock Purdy stories.
Brock Purdy stories. Scooby Jooby Jew says Daboll already won Coach of the Year. Oh, well, shit. There you go.
Did he? Oh, that's gross.
Have you ever seen the
How can you give Coach of the Year to a guy who only coached the most overrated team of the year and didn't even win?
Have you ever seen the Undertaker Vader interview from 1997 that they did in Kuwait, Where Vader almost didn't make it back to the States for this one. Let's check it out.
Oh, he didn't win. He's a finalist. You're a liar, cat guy.
Oh shit. Well, here we go. The Undertaker, who had the belt at the time, and Vader in 1997.
American Badass Undertaker, huh?
No, he wasn't. That's the weird thing about this. He was out of character.
He's never out of character.
نستضيف مصارعين مشاركين بهذه البطولة ما شاء الله مصارعين يعني شايفين الأحجام.
Like nobody in America will see this. We can be out of character.
Can I ask you just this in Kuwait here? In Kuwait here, I mean, I'm sure you heard this before, that they say this wrestling is not for real, is it?
Oh boy, Kuwaiti newsman, that is not the question you ask a couple of 350-pound men.
I mean, at least it's not Schultz, right?
Yeah, at least it's not Dave Schultz when he fucking caved Stossel's ear in. Or Richard Belzer when Hulk Hogan put him in a headlock and knocked him out.
Like you act or?
Well, let's put it this way. What we do, if it is acting, would take a normal man and break him in half. You know, that's such an unoriginal question for someone to ask. You know, and it's so easy for people to pass judgment and make all these questions about what wrestling is. Wrestling is one of the finest athletic endeavors that you will ever see. Not only do you get the best of athletics, but you get people who can actually sell tickets by just their character alone. There's several people who could care.
How about the fact that in this interview, the Undertaker is the diplomatic one?
Wasn't he always the locker room diplomat? That's like who he is.
Leader, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about diplomat though. Like,
well, he was a diplomat before he became the leader, right?
I feel like if you're the media guy and you ask questions like this, you're begging to be hit because like these guys have to defend what they do for a living, so they have to kind of tune you up a little bit. Otherwise, you look like a bitch. He just called you fake, and now you got to hit him in the head so that you know he knows it isn't fake.
Whether or not I can wrestle or not, but the message that I bring when I go to the ring, my creatures of the night, they don't care what it is. But let me assure you, it's the most physical thing that you would ever do in your life.
Vader's staring at Undertaker and just subliminally saying, "Can I fuck this guy up yet, or are you?"
I'm gonna fuck you up because I want to fuck this guy up.
نعم يمكن ما قدرت أتابع بشكل عام لكن أعتقد أنه ملخص كلامه أن هي اللي يقولها أن هي مزيفة أو تمثيل هو خاطئ. الرفع والهبد اللي قاعد يصير على هذا لا يمكن أن تكون يوم من الأيام تمثيل لأنها تحتاج إلى أجسام وقوة معينة.
Excuse me.
Is it just for the wrestling shows that?
Oh wait, now Vader's about to respond.
تحتاج إلى أجسام وقوة معينة. Is it just for the wrestling shows that?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
You gave him a chance to respond to that question.
This is the question I'm going to ask you now.
I'd like to respond to the same question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Well, my astute colleague, the heavyweight champion of the world, very diplomatic individual. I'm perhaps not quite so diplomatic.
Oh,
in fact,
at what point, if you're the interviewer, do you know you're about to get your fucking ass kicked?
I mean, when the guy in the face mask starts eyeing you up, who outweighs you 5-1.
Find your
question. I have a rule, and this rule has served me fucking well my entire life, right? If there's a guy who is bigger than you, and he is in anything that resembles either a ski mask or a luchador mask, just don't fuck with him.
Right, just say yes to everything he says.
Yes, sir, no. Treat him like a cop. Yes, sir, no, sir,
Exactly.
sorry, sir.
and your remarks insulting to what I do. Physically, no man can do what I do in the ring.
So I drew this picture of Muhammad to show your audience.
Wait, hold on. Physically, no man can do what I do in the ring. So there's no other wrestlers on the planet there, Vader? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, you be careful. He's he's the mastodon.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah.
Wait, is he really? Oh yeah, he is.
What did you say about big guys who are wearing masks? You fucking be respectful.
Yeah. Oh, and the one exception to that is both the Shocker and the Gobbledygooker.
That's true. Yeah.
If they could, why wouldn't they be out there making the type of money we make and enjoy the type of fame and lifestyle that we enjoy?
Just say pussy.
So I find your remark and your question insulting.
It's not my question. It's somebody.
Oh, fuck. And that guy just shit his pants.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I hate that, though. It's kind of like the Mike Tyson interview where the guy's like, oh, it's not really my question. It's, people. It's like, no, you were the one saying it, you rat piece of shit.
Fake, huh? Does that feel fake?
Hey.
Does it?
Oh, no, just...
Why don't you come down tonight, and before I kick his ass, I'll kick your ass.
Okay.
All right?
Just calm down.
Hey, we're not here to be insulted. I'm not here to be insulted.
I'm not here to be insulted.
I love that they have to keep doing an interview after this. Like, Vader's knocked over the table and fucking grabbed this guy by the tie, and now they have to sit down and promote tonight's show.
All right, let's talk the X's and O's of the show tonight.
All right, so this new guy, 123 Kid, he seems pretty exciting, doesn't he? That's
هذه شيء من الاثنين يا اما صجيه يا اما المخرج عاملها لعبه في كل الاحوال انا راح اعتذر عن الموضوع هذا اذا احد من الشباب يحب يقابلهم لا ما في تكمله رجاء ننتقل فقره اخرى من صباح الخير.
And that was it. That was the just when it was getting good, you guys decided to cut off the interview. God. Yeah, that's like if you guys haven't seen Dave Schultz,
used to be tag team partner of Eddie Mansfield, the wrestler who's...
This is, what's his name?
Stossel, baby.
Stossel, yeah, decided to be a dick to Dave Schultz and ask him the terrible wrestling question.
Just told us how every match is fake. I ask Schultz questions that I assume all wrestlers have been asked dozens of times.
What? Is this a good business?
Yeah, it's a good business. I wouldn't be in it if it wasn't.
Why is it a good business?
Because only the tough survive. That's the reason you ain't in it. And this punk holding the camera reading he ain't in it. Reading these rednecks out here ain't in it because it's a tough business.
That's terrific.
What, is that all you got?
I'll ask you the standard question. You know?
Standard question.
I think this is fake.
You think it's fake?
I feel fake.
Huh? What the hell's wrong with you? That's open hand slap, huh? You think it's fake? You talk
Just smacks the shit out of John Stossel. And you know what sucks about that? Stossel's such a cunt that he actually sued Schultz after that. Like, he asked that question.
I don't think that makes him a cunt. I have defended Stossel on that lawsuit for like ever. Like, look, it's easy for us as wrestling marks to be like, oh, what a bitch, this and that. But like, when you're a reporter and you're going into a locker room to interview an athlete and they fucking assault you, I don't give a shit what the terms are. That's not a bitch thing to sue a guy who fucking struck you.
And I guess he got damage to his ear.
Well, he got hit twice, right?
Yeah,
like, it's not, again, what's the pound difference there? 100? I mean, it's
pretty
like
big.
Look,
Yeah,
we're all wrestling marks and we like Dave Schultz and it's funny to laugh at, but that is about as textbook an assault case as you'll ever get. And it's on film.
You know what sucks?
And I love Stossel. Stossel is one of my favorite reporters over the year. His show is great. I use a lot of his stuff, and it's just people get so pissed about that. And in his position, each and every one of us would have sued him. So simmer down.
Now, okay. Do you know what that, not only from the lawsuit, but that cost Dave Schultz a huge payday.
And his career.
Yeah, but he was set. I don't know how many people know this.
He was told to do it.
His next rivalry, he was going to WWF, and he was going to work with Hogan.
Right, but he was told, like, there's a... Was it Dark Side of the Ring that did it? There's a like documentary on that event, right? I think it was a Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, you're supposed to protect the business. That's what they call it.
Well, they told him going out there, yeah, hey, if he gets whatever, just give him a couple slaps and rough him up a little bit. Like, they told him to do that.
Yeah. And then it happens. Stossel sues. I think WWF also had to settle with Belzer. Belzer had a late-night TV show for a little bit, and he had Hogan and Mr. T on to promote WrestleMania, and Hogan put him in a headlock and put him to sleep, and then
That's embarrassing.
He cracked his head open on the stage floor, and he needed stitches and everything, and he ended up suing Vince, and I think he sued Hogan as well. Hogan, Belzer. Yeah, I think this was like around 1986 or so.
For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, we had a very ugly incident here last week on the show. Hulk Hogan and Ms. T were here. And,
so we're talking a little shit.
Hulk Hogan did a demonstration, and he hurt me real bad. I split my head open, and I was knocked unconscious and so on. So just to show that I'm not a part of their promotional tool and that this was real, I want you to take a look at this clip. And keep in mind, this was real. Take a look at it, and remember, I had no idea what was about to happen. And I'll be right back.
Now, the first thing you need to know about amateur wrestling or professional wrestling are submission holds. You just tell me, brother, when you want to quit squealing, okay? All right. It's called a front chin lock. How about it, T? Keep like that for a little while.
So now Belzer's out. Belzer's gone completely limp. Hogan put him out with a front face lock. And then he's just going to let him go.
He's all right. He's just sleeping.
Oh, shit.
Really, I was a sleeper hole. He'll be all right.
Belzer goes out. And now watch when Hogan slaps him back awake. Belzer has said numerous times he had no idea where he was after this. He had no idea what he was doing. He just sent it off to commercial. And you'll notice on his shoulder, his head is leaking blood. There's blood on his suit when he gets up here.
Waking up now. That was a serious move. A lot of people. See, it works.
Okay, go back. There's a spot of blood
on the back of his head.
Bright red blood on the floor right here.
Yeah.
There's a little pool of blood where he cracked his fucking head open.
It works. All right, brother.
And now, we'll be right back after this word from you-know-who.
And then you turn around and the back of his suit, there's just blood running down it. After Hogan put him in the fucking front face lock and knocked him out.
A chin lock. It was a chin lock.
Oh, yeah, chin lock, and he knocked him out. Well, there we go. You guys chose that over Crowder. I hope you feel like you chose well. It's always a lot of fun to go back and watch some of those things. Corey, thank you very much. Where are you going after this?
We're on all the medias after this, but head over to YouTube because we're trying to pump that. We're trying to get etching ever so closer to our 1,000 and get monetized on YouTube, and then we have some really fun, weird shit being announced next week for the channel for 10 to 11. So
fun. All right, so it's youtube.com/C/Corey Adam Comedy. Lemmy's got the link right there in the chat. Go ahead and click it. Subscribe to Corey's channel, and then go check him out right after this program's over. Corey, thank you very much, sir.
Go take a nap. You need to rest up, buddy.
I'm going to go to the gym, and then I'm going to take a nap, I think is what I'm going to do.
I got to do that, too. I got a membership to Gold's Gym, baby.
Nice. All right, see you later.
Later.
All right. Corey Adam, again, youtube.com/C/Corey Adam Comedy. Well, guys, that's it for today. Thank you very much for joining us. April and I will be back at 7 o'clock Central Time tonight for the evening show. Take it easy until then.